Good morning, baby. Not what I was expecting. Oh, boy. We're going to rip some faces off right off this bell. They're not going to stop. If anyone was short to that close, they are going to get destroyed today. That's what's going to happen. Check, baby. Good morning. We ain't waiting until 10 a.m. What am I talking about being late this morning? You guys are out of your minds. I felt so bad. I was like, nope, I'll at least turn the stream on for them. I know they want to talk. So we'll do it that way. It's going to get wild. We're not done going up, by the way, this morning. I don't know if you know that or not, but I can tell you right now that we got some people strapped in right now. What do we got going on here? How do I do this? I gotta share a link right there. Put that up. We ain't waiting for nobody this morning. I don't even know if my camera's on or not. We'll find out here in just a minute. We're gonna go right to the main screen this morning. Dude, I'm like, I haven't slept in like days now. We're gonna go right to the main screen. We're not even gonna bother. Look at you this morning, you bunch of savages out there. Like this is my second or third cup of coffee here. Good morning out there. How are you all doing? I wasn't going to come on until 10 a.m., but I probably need to because of what's happening right now. And some of you probably know what's happening right now. Some of you likely don't know what's happening right now. Currently, price is above 523.51. Okay. There are likely you're not gonna believe me on this. I saw people yesterday on Twitter that were saying that nobody was short yesterday, and then they also said everybody was long yesterday. We're going up, by the way. We have forced buyers in the market right now and FOMO. And just so you know that's what's happening right now in the opening bells. I was like, I don't want to come on until 10 so they know. Then I'm like, nah, fuck that. They don't really know. Some probably do, but some don't. There were people short yesterday. And there were people that were likely hedging for a downside move yesterday. Not hedging, positioned. And I assure you that into that close yesterday, there were a lot of people that were short into that close. Matter of fact, when we rolled down yesterday, I think it was, what time was it? 3:40 in the afternoon or something like that. I was taking a long at 3:51. And I was one of the only people taking a long at 3:51 yesterday. Even in this stream, no one was taking a long. So I assure you that yesterday people were either flat or they were fucking short, one way or another. And they're getting blasted right now this morning on this opening bell. And someone was asking me this morning, why don't you want to go on? And the reason being is because even in the reverse, even if it's down like 2 or 3 days, and I mean consecutively in a row, right? Like a two sigma move, right? 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row. They call these things 3-bar plays too. Sometimes they're known as a three bar play. where you can go straight up for like 3 fucking days, like green bar, green bar, green bar. Same thing happens on red days. We'll get like 2 big vicious red days, and the third day will be a little bit slower. Now we got a weekend coming. So I think, do I think this continues or not? Now we're at 523.76 on the market brief. I told you to look for a pullback here right before 525, right around 524. So I wouldn't be surprised to see one here, but I would also not be surprised to see us trade 5,300 on SPX, or near it, I should say, not 5,300, but 5,300-ish. Be aware of that target. No matter what you're trading today, I don't care what you're trading. You're trading small caps, trading fucking Qs, I don't care. Keep your eye on that 5,300 as we approach it, because it can be really dangerous as well as we get close to that 5,300. So just be aware of that this morning. Appreciate y'all showing up this morning. I can see you guys all in the chat. I'm here early. I didn't get here exactly at 9:30. I've been burning the candle. I'm like sick with the flu. I'm working my balls off behind the scenes. Anyone out there that knows me, like behind the scenes, knows that I haven't stopped. I've just been like, it's like eating them, 18-hour days, 18-hour days, 18-hour days, nonstop until things kind of slow down around here. Things have been really busy. And you'll see people trying to exit out of this right now. See all this violence right here? Just blast it up, violence. This is not to be unexpected here. People just trying to get out, right? Make some money, get out from my short position, whatever I can do, and just sell the hell out of this as fast as possible. There's probably even other people out there that are upside down. They're like, well, I own this shit, so I'm just going to start selling it. So you're going to see some violence here on this open. Just had a high right below 424. I'm going to expect a pullback here. If you are not long, as a matter of fact, David AMS yesterday said, I'm going to pass on this and wait until I get my trade, right? He said this yesterday morning, or yesterday afternoon at 3 in the afternoon. If you are not long, that is the safest thing you can do. And be patient and wait for that trade to come to you. So there's a FOMO trade here. And you're likely going to see people in a chat telling you, we're going to 5,300. Just get in the trade until we get there. You don't know who those people are. No offense to you out there or anything like that. But we don't know if that's someone that's upside down. We don't know if that's someone that's forced maintenance on their account. They don't want to get rolled all the way down to the HT or even lower. So just be careful out there when you're trading today. Be careful who you're listening to. These are people that you may not know normally. You don't know what their positioning is in the marketplace. So just be careful. And what David said yesterday is very important. You can miss as many trades as you want. You guys already know when we take these trades, right? You know, you got this stuff right here, right? We break above, we start heading higher. You should be in that trade like here, right? And this is where you're most fearful. And this is where people are entering, right? So they're actually entering right here. You get a nice pullback. Even if we make a leg higher, they're buying like right here. You get what I'm saying? Meanwhile, they get rolled down. And this actually continues. There's like I bought the FOMO right here, right? We squeeze up really quick, blast everybody even more, but it rolls back down. Now they're upside down, and they're begging you to buy this dip with them, right? They start blasting up again here, right about here. They're exiting again. They're on the wrong side of the trade. Then they buy it again, back up here. And meanwhile, you're just exiting. You're taking just this part of the trade here, here, and here. So be looking for those entries. You don't have the fear of missing out this morning. Please don't. If you were long into that close yesterday with me, if you're like, fuck you, Cap, I'm going to take some longs for a big blast up. You heard me last night give you, before we closed this show yesterday, right? Right before we closed the show, I said, I'm going to give you a brief for tomorrow, right now. And what did I do it in 2 minutes? And I told you, where did I think we were going? For our 525 on the open this morning. And right now, currently, we traded a high of 524.01. We didn't quite hit 525, did we? A little bit lower than 525, but you were made aware of this yesterday before the close. If you're watching this show, I told you this is where we're heading into the open this morning. Now, we're not quite there right now. You're not going to hit 525. You're likely going to fail it. and then you'll jump over that 525 approach 530 on the market. But here we go. I mean, if you were long into that close yesterday, if you listened to that, congratulations. Take your money and run. Take it and run. Just like take the cash, put it in your pocket, sit back this morning, and look for a dip to buy. Where is that dip currently? Where is that dip currently? Do you guys know where it is? Way down here. So right now, if you were long, take the fucking money. Just get it out of the market. Buy yourself some gold bullion, baseball cards. Don't buy shit that depreciates. Go out there and buy yourself a fucking Lamborghini or any of that stupid shit. I don't live like that, by the way. In my real life, I don't. You met me somewhere on the street. I just look like a normal fucking guy. Just don't do that. Buy something that appreciates. Something that's going to protect you when you're older and you're broken down and you go, I made all this money. And they go, oh, yeah, you got a medical bill that's going to cost you $1 million. You're going to need it. There ain't no insurance company that's going to cover that shit for you. The moment you lose insurance, you're going to have to pay for it yourself. I said, please, appreciating assets. Move your money in the stock market. Let that money work for you so that you can gamble in the stock market. Where are those triggers? Where is that dip buy? Do you want to know? Do you know where that dip buy is? Way lower. 518.75 down here, likely first kind of a target. 520.99, another point of interest down here. Let's see what else we got down here. So this is it right here. You want to see it? That was it right there. Remember that tick buy right there? Right? This was... So this is it right here. This was it. That was the roll down yesterday at 351. Right? And I think we tick bought that shit like right there. Like, I think we actually bought that bar right there. But we might have bought that one. It was one of those two. We bought that fucking thing right there. So this shit's all getting erased, whether you know it or not. At minimum, that shit's getting erased. At minimum, it's gone. You'll see it disappear. You also got this original pull up yesterday, right? This is yesterday afternoon, right? 2:30 in the afternoon. Rip faces, come back down into here. What time was it at? 15:49. 3:49. I think I bought it at 3:51, but I could be wrong. 3:52 or something like that in the afternoon. And it's a fucking beautiful thing. Look at that. I think this move is bigger than yesterday's move, to be honest with you. If you were to measure that, that's insane. So if you're looking for a place to buy a dip, where are you looking? If you are someone that was sitting in your hands yesterday and said, I'm not participating. I don't care what happens in the overnight. I'm looking for that pullback. Currently, it sits at 518.75, right down here. And this is likely going to, let me show you this. This is like whether we do it right now or later. Whether we do this right now or later. Currently, you see how this is parked right here? Whoop. And look where this one's parked. Right about here. Right? So if you're going to look for a move to be erased, look at yesterday, these last two little bumps right here, and expect most of this stuff to go away right here. That's what I think. Now, I could be wrong here. We can continue to go up this morning. Now, if we do continue to go up because these buyers were forced to buy, what are we looking for here? Let's snap some lines and find out. When you don't know where we are and what's going on, let's see if we can put some stuff in here and find out. Trade the trigger pivots. We're going to start with those. See if we can get these bad boys on here. Traditional pivots we're going to use. We're going to go back and try to find some crutches, right? Feel like, I don't even know where we're going, Cap. I don't even know if we can go up or go down, Cap. What's going on here, Cap? R1, R2, R3, R4, R5, S1, S2, S3, S4, S5. Traditional pivots. I'm going to put these bad boys in, and all of a sudden we have something to work with, right? Got R2 above at 524.27. R1 down at 522.37. If we do continue higher, we know how to trade that too, don't we? How do we trade that? Do we know? We do it every day here in the show, don't we? Matter of fact, I'm going to move all this over. Hold on, let's get this out of here. How do we trade this if it is going to go up? First thing we're going to do is post up some traditional pivots, okay? So you have some frame of reference for where we can go. You also know something else. Just this setup and this structure right here. How do you know if you can take a long here? You can't. We're below the 1 minute. We're below the 5 minute, right? So on an intraday basis, price right now currently sits underneath the 1 and the 5 minute. We do not have a confirmed roll to the downside yet, so you can't get short either, can you? You know that you need that confirmation. You know that you need the buyers to be weak. You can't even take a short here, I'm telling you. You're going to get blasted here. You need to see the will of the buyers fail, get underneath that cross, confirm. Buyers are weak again, and then you're Johnny on the spot with a new low right here, right? Johnny on the spot, shorten all that shit down to go down to the hourly, the half-hour trigger. Till that happens, you got nothing. You'll get blown out, I promise you. Day like today, you will get blown the fuck out in a minute. So make sure that you're watching for that structure. If you're looking to go long here, how do you go long here? It's the same in reverse. It's the exact same in reverse. You've got the 1 minute trigger right here. You are looking for price to beat the prior high right there, right? So you'd be looking for buyers to step in, right? Smash through that prior high right there, come right back down, just like that, right? They start coming up like that, and you're Johnny on the spot long to the upside. Target above, right there. Currently, do we have either of those structures? No, we don't, do we? We don't have either of those structures, so no trade for you at the moment, up or down. Be very careful. You can get blasted right here in like 2 seconds. So just be extremely careful of this price action right now until we can get a confirmation of a downside move or a confirmation of an upside move from here. Woo! Get all that out. All right, what else can we look at here for some indication of what to expect for an upside move if there's more upside move this morning? What are we going to do? We're going to bring up a gamma, right? And check out the gamma scene this morning. Oh, right here. We're going to bring up the gamma scene this morning. SPX gamma. Pop this bad boy open. And let's see where we are. I got SPY up. Look at SPY hanging dong like that. So sexy. Love it. And look where we are right now. This is from yesterday, right? I posted this up for you yesterday. Remember I was telling you what to expect into this morning, and look where we are, right? Right there. What else do we know about this morning? Let's see if we can go down the bottom right-hand side screen here and take a look at this. All right. So local resistance, right? Look where we are actually up here. We're not down here, are we? Right up here. Local resistance, right? 52.51. But what else do we have above? The quick trip to 5,300. 5,300. We talked about this on Twitter and on the stream yesterday, right? Local resistance, top 5,300. We knew yesterday about the expansion of the calls in the market to 5,400. 5,400 as an actual call wall, right? That was your call wall as of yesterday. We're going to find out if there's a new call wall today. Right there. Once you get this call wall in here, once this call wall moves up, we have the ability to actually push this up, right, to 5,300. This becomes local resistance now. With that call range expansion to the upside. If the call wall was down here, hell no, you'd probably only get to right here. You see how that works, right? This is also a process of creating more bag holders. We'll go into that another day, but for us to get from here to there, someone has to buy the calls, then they got to go in and buy more calls. They need to convince you to buy more calls that we're going higher. And the more people that do that, we have more expansion, then we have the ability to go higher and higher. Give me a second here. I gotta drink this coffee. So what can we tell here right now? Let's get a little bird's eye view right here. We have a giant fucking gap. Look at that. Not so much here. Not so much there. But right there, we got a gap, don't we? Huge ass gap. So what about this gap? We're going to be looking for one of two things. We have the high, right? I just talked to you about this on SPY. I was like, see that high right there? We got to go up there and get a new high to go higher. So what are we looking for on SPY? We're looking for this to hold, consolidate, catch a new high, right? You see what I'm saying here? And then we make our way up to 5,300. If we can't do this structure right here to jump on board the train to the upside, what will happen right here? Do you know? We know we'll lose it and bust right back down to where known support was. This is at 53.25. 53.25. So on your charts at home, shit, I have to get something here for you. Hold on. We got to make sure we have this correct because this shit changes every single morning. Let's see if there's maybe I'm talking out of my ass right now. It's possible because the gamma picture could have changed this morning. Let's get the new levels here and just check them out. But it sure as shit looks right, doesn't it? I don't want to be telling you. There's probably some gamma bro is probably out there right now like, dude, he's got the wrong levels. We're now at 4,500. Yeah, that's a little, ooh, look at that. Look at all that support right here. Dude, I'll tell you what, man. I was looking at some charts last night. And I was like, you know what? We might not see 495 or 5,000 right now. This could be new support. This like 520 area. This is showing that right now. And just look at that, right? Look at all that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bands of gamma. You don't want to hear this. I know it. Very supportive. Very, very supportive. Are we going to close this gap down below? Yeah, there's a chance of it. This is the same place, right? So 52.25. If this holds, we're going to go up and trade 5,300 as fast as fucking possible. Now, if this does not hold, we do not get the new high. We will still pull back down to this 52.25. Dude, these fucking bears are so fucked. It's not even funny. Let's see what's going on above again, right? We still have the local resistance above here at 5,300. You've got a bunch of bands of gamma above now too. Look at this development to the upside. My God, this is savage. This is utterly savage. Oof. Come down a little bit though. That's good. 53.80. Looks like some people took the money and ran last night, or at least that gamma is not important right now. And we still have 5,300 as the local resistance, the yellow line. This looks quite supportive right here now this morning, much more supportive than I expected. So you're looking for one of two things, same as I just said a few minutes ago. You're looking for a new high on SPY to beat, to run higher to 5,300. If we can't do that, you will see a pullback right down here, but we are likely not done going up anyways. So you're either buying the dip at 52.25 or we get a new high right here and you start taking the run up higher right here. So here, or blast it down and we go back to the upside. Let's take a look in the main screen really quick and see how that translates. See how this translates to today for you. Let's go to the trigger screen and just find it right here. Make this really simple for you. I will draw the fuck out of this for you and make it very simple. Get yourself a new high right here, and it's on like Kong. Just right there. You're just on. Grind it up higher, just like that. Just start ripping to the upside. It's going to be that simple. And the key point for you here would be you've got your high. The moment you take out that high, it's going to be blast. Let's go to the next one, and go to the upside. If we fail, if you see buyers fail here in any way, shape, or form, we fail to get a new high. We fail to get that new high. We already know where that dip buy is. It's right down here. I'm going to draw that box out for you. That's that 52.50. Excuse me, 52.25. should be roughly right about here. Roughly right about, it could be a little bit higher. We'll draw 2 green boxes and one right there. Excuse me. One right about there. Man, these fucking Bears are so fucked this morning. I feel so bad for them. Feel so bad for them. Like, known buyers right here, and we're likely just going to start ripping some faces off. I don't think we even come down there right now. I think we just start green barring it up. Let's track this and see what happens. Fail that one right about there. Consolidate this stuff down right there, and then you guys ready for it? Oh, man, dude. Squeeze them all out right there. Woof. Price target. I don't want to call this. 527.91. And likely a failure there, too. Man. Oh. There's got to be people that are, there's got to be people out there that are like, please don't do this. There's got to be, there's got to be someone out there that's like, please don't do this. Please don't do this. And like, even if we don't do it, it's not like it's not like you're getting erased. It's not like you're like going back down to the start of yesterday. There's like a whole nother round of buyers just like right fucking here ready to do it again to you. Like right at that 519, 521, somewhere in here. Just ready to take you out. Brutal. I'm not personally in a trade right now. I've had a very good week, so I've got no skin in this game. Too sketchy for me. I will say this to you. If we do roll down, roll down here, I'm going to just tell you exactly what I want. Captain will buy calls here. I'll buy calls right there. Guaranteed. Not guaranteed, pretty close to guaranteed. Right down there I will. I will buy that down here, and I will join the party with you. So that's where I want to enter calls this morning. And you can see it right down here in SPX Gamma. CaptainJimJames wants to see just a little pullback down here, close that gap possibly, and then start making that run right there. Okay, so right down there. If you're looking for a place, 5225 should be the spot on SPX. If you're a short, man, I feel so bad for you. If you're in margin right now, I actually do feel for you. I don't like seeing you having to get maintenance and all that kind of stuff. I don't like seeing bulls get hurt when we go down, like keep going down. I don't like seeing bears get hurt if we keep going up, that kind of stuff. So yeah. God. All right, let me read your chat this morning. How are you guys? Let's here, I'll switch this up for you. Let me here, the first thing that I'll do here is let me switch down here so you can take a snap of this. If you want to take a picture of that really quick for yourself, you can. Looks like the call walls come down a little bit. They were up at 5,400 yesterday, so it's come down slightly a little bit more. This here, man, is not good for bears. This is not good. This is really big support down here. I have 2 projections for a correction at 5,300, and then I've got another projection where we don't get the correction that people think we're going to get, and myself included. This would be something where instead of a well, you rotate. What happens is you rotate out of big names in the sectors of the S&P 500 and Qs. You rotate into small caps, and you'll see like a week you'll always see like the big Qs in S&P 500 weak, but not necessarily with price acceleration to the downside due to the rotation into small caps and a front running of rate cuts in June. Even if you don't get them, doesn't matter. They're going to price that shit in, or there's at least going to be a thesis and a FOMO to that pricing in of a rate cut in June. We'll talk about rate cuts too in a minute. Because there's still people on fucking Twitter that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So, my point here would be this. If you see the rotation out of those tickers, you can see the market breadth indicator go down again, but no liquidation event. They're all hanging out in small caps, and then they come right back over and rotate right back into S&P 500 and Qs. You don't see the down move that you're looking for, and we start rocket shipping again, or sideways trading to a rocket ship again. I'll point out a time period for you to be looking at. 1998, I believe. Was it 98? I think it was 98. Look at that year. We had a meteoric rise in the Q1. We traded sideways and up, and then had another giant move in summertime, and then another giant move in the fall. So just be aware of that year. Take a peek at it on SPX or on SPY. That's a real possibility here. That we don't actually correct in a meaningful price way. We're going to monitor it. I'm going to monitor it for you. If we do begin that acceleration to the downside in that correction at 5,300, I will update you and say, yeah, we've confirmed it. We're price is below the 1 and 5. The 1 and 5 is crossing the hourly. The hourly is bringing us down to the daily trigger. And here comes the daily trigger chasing price down. Let me explain that better to you. Right now, okay? I'm going to show you an example of when we actually get the correction and when we don't, just by watching the daily trigger. I'm going to show you a prior example of it and what I'm talking about here. I want you to see the difference. You notice how this yellow line right here does not chase price to the weekly. See it? Did not chase price to the weekly. See how this one, though, whoop, right down through. We will watch this and monitor this if we do get that correction. If the daily trigger follows price down. Right? See it right here? See how it followed straight down, broke through, warning, right, for correction to the downside. If this yellow line right here was not chasing price down, if it was continuing higher, like, yeah, we're going to keep going even though price is going down here, because what that will do is pull price up. But if we're watching that yellow line actually follow price down as it begins to roll, if it rolls, we will pay close attention to it. So we're talking about is something more like this, right? Just range expansion, not necessarily what you're looking for, where that comes down, price follows all the way down, and we get this huge bloodbath that you're all expecting. Likely doesn't happen, especially due to small caps. There's a fair potential right now that the correction you may be expecting. Dude, we got 531 and 535 up here too. Jeez. Woo. Oh, man. Oh, man. Still no new high up here. When we draw these in, we're not giving the projection. We're saying this is what we need to happen to go there. So I want to see price get up there. And right now we're not seeing it. That's good for bears. We'll talk about that correction and if we get it, what to look for, and how devastating it could be or not devastating. But I would be very wary. And looking at that gamma profile, that gamma picture this morning, man, that shit looks like That almost looks like a do not pass below 520. It really is. It's looking like the market's saying, yeah, fuck you. 520 is the new bottom. Now, I don't know if that's going to hold or not, or if it becomes resistance and we start busting down below 520. But this sure as shit does not look good for bears. This looks very bad for bears this morning, sellers in the marketplace. That gamma picture does not look good for bears either. Existing home sales exploded up for February. Yeah, I've got housing on the market right now. People were telling me, no, the last home sales were doom and gloom. I was like, fuck no. They are going to whore the housing market. Every single realtor out there right now. You guys know I always tell you this shit before it happens, right? Every single realtor out there like opened up a closet and they broke out a bag of cocaine and they stuffed like a Bowie knife into it and just slit it open yesterday. And I realized they're not making enough money. I realize they have new rules right now for how much commission they can make. But they put that knife in there yesterday and they just snorted this giant line across the front of their face. And they were probably telling themselves, if my commission is lower, I need to get out there and sell more houses. So you know that with the commissions and with the Fed, just like the whole idea of a rate cut, that they're on the phones this morning telling everybody that they've been begging to sell their home for the last 5 years. Sell. Dropping roses off in the front door, dropping off candies and telling your kids that they know them. If any of you guys ever had that happen, I don't know if you have, but that shit's real. Now, back to the question of rates, or in this topic with the realtors with rates. Do we get a rate cut? The savviest thing, this is historical too, we have examples of this. The savviest thing that the Fed could do is what? Do any of you know? Now, I'm not a macro guy, but I fucking try to be. I don't understand. Let's start here. I don't know a lot about macro. And every time I try to learn about macro, I always feel like I'm too stupid to sound smart. Listen to that closely. Too stupid to sound smart. I could sound smart. I guess I could write something, send it to Chat GPT, fucking post that shit on Twitter for you, and you'd be like, that guy sounds like a college bro, but that guy's really smart. Right? But what I do is try to dumb that shit down. I'm not a macro guy. I'm not a guy that is on the news or trying to be interviewed, or a guy that's trying to sound smart, or a guy that I'm just not that guy. Try not to be intentionally. Try to look dumb to people, and try to present myself as dumber than I am. Try to keep my life as simple as possible. And it's also a philosophy of mine to keep a simple life. It served me very well in my happiness. It served my wife well, my children well. It gives me the ability to hang out with my kids, stay on their level with them, all kinds of little parts of life. So macro stuff. When people explain it to me, I get lost. I read books, doesn't matter. I still get kind of lost in mechanics and airplane, all that kind of stuff. But there's a few things I can do is look at certain things on a macro scale very basically, and look for things that have happened in past history and why did these things happen? Why do they matter? What matters? Hey, I'm going to go look at the inverted yield curve and see how much it actually did matter, when it didn't matter, when something else really mattered, when it did, when the inverted yield curve mattered. There's all kinds of cool shit like this, right? It's pretty simple to look at. Very basic shit that people try to complicate, and not always for what you think it's for, right? So if I'm a macro guy and I need to explain a bunch of stuff to you and a bunch of stuff that could possibly happen or not happen, it's not always for you to trade the market. It might be for other ulterior motives. Now, I can tell you this. I've told you this, and I've told you this, and I've told you this. The longer the Fed is believed to be fighting inflation, the better off a bull is. As long as the Fed is still increasing rates and the perception is that they're fighting this, the market will tend to go up. Now, they don't want to turn the dial too much and like blow us out with a deflationary recession, right? And they're doing that. If the longer they're still doing this stuff, the market is at little risk to a major downside move. Now, as they go into or pretend or say we're going to cut rates, as long as it doesn't seem like they're doing it hastily or back to back to back to back, or they're forced into it, the market is somewhat safe. Now, here's the fascinating part. This is the part that nobody talks about. If, when the Fed does decide to make a cut, if they telegraph that to you, and they also telegraph to you that they're not going to make a rate cut after, and if they telegraph that they might increase rates down the road, that will also keep us in that, ready for it, that Goldilocks zone. I know that's going to piss some of you off. So you could, if the Fed can, and we have examples of this in the past. We have examples of the Fed cutting rates slowly, methodically, and then increasing rates too, and not cutting repetitively. So if the Fed does not cut rates back to back to back to back, if the Fed telegraphs to you their plan and stick to that plan, there's confidence in the market still. We have examples of this in the past. If you go back and look at rate cuts that were not back to back and even some rate increases sprinkled in there, the market will have normal pullbacks, normal corrections, but continue higher. I know that some of you don't want to hear that, but historically it's a fact. So there is a high probability and a high chance that not only is the Fed telling you, yeah, you expect a rate cut and you don't get one, and then when they finally do, they keep telegraphing to you, hey, you're gonna get one. You're only getting 3 this year at max. Maybe it's 2. And not only that, they're not going to be back to back. And if inflation rears its head, we'll come back to maybe raise rates again. And here's something else fascinating. Saw people yesterday talking about how the target of inflation changed from 2% to 3%. That is patently false as well. Patently false. The Fed, I'm going to say this for the last time. I've said it fucking like 100 times. I've been saying it to you since December. The Fed does not want acceleration, velocity, speed. You can call it whatever you want. The Fed does not want the acceleration of unemployment like this. They want unemployment slowly. It comes down a little bit. Slowly. Comes down a little bit. Slowly. Just like that. They don't want to see jobs. They don't want to see jobs going up. They want to see jobs like up and down, up and down, up and down. Inflation. They want to see it just like this, right? Or hey, we're not even at 2% yet, right? It's 2% right here. They want to see inflation like come down vicious, right? And then guess what they want it to do? Slow. Just like that. Slow down. There's that 2% down there. Some of our best years when we go underneath 1% inflation, 0%, and slowly come back up. What they don't want to see, what the Fed does not want is velocity. Wham, slam down at a 2%, start racing higher. That right there, that's what a bear wants. You'll see them on FinTwit. They'll say things like, what the Fed doesn't want 2% anymore? We want our 2% like yesterday. They want it like that because they know it happens. Fed aggressively cuts rates. Back to back to back to back. You get an emergency rate cut. Inflation starts fucking ripping again. It's insane. Market fucking blasts right down as we're ripping into that 2%. Historically, that's what happens. Unemployment's racing higher, racing higher. The real macro guys out there know that that employment rate is just blasting at the same time. As inflation is dropping to the bottom of the barrel, demand is gone, and that's how we get the crash. That is how we get the crash. The Fed knows. Now they slow all that shit down, right? You're gonna have market crash people rage over it. Rage. Oh yeah, look at that. Climbing the wall of worry to the upside. Jimmy Berry saying the Fed is dreaming if they're getting inflation back to 2%. Effing fairies and unicorns. I don't know if they do or don't. I don't necessarily believe that they are either. It's what they're trying to do that matters for price today. That's what matters. And they're only at the beginning of this too. That's the crazy part. We're only at the beginning of one of these. I'll bring it up how about this? Unlike tomorrow on Friday, I post these charts on the website for the pro traders. But I will go back and look together. I'll show you I've done it I do it on the show every month or so, but I'll show you these periods where they get this bullshit scam. Even last week remember last week, the week before, we were waiting for inflation and unemployment to come out, and I was like, oh dude, they're totally gonna come in hot. I'm like, they want to see that fucking tick up, and at this one time they ticked up at the same time. I'm like, these fuckers are gonna fudge everything against you as much as they possibly can. To see that non-velocity in any of those numbers. And the more that they do that, I'll give you a projection right now. I'll tell you right fucking now. Your unemployments, your next unemployments, and your next inflation numbers are going to come down. Guaranteed. Guaranteed they're going to be reported as coming down. And they're going to massage that shit as long as they possibly can fake it or fraud it or whatever it is. Yeah, we're not going down, by the way. We're going up. We're likely going up. We're not done here. Yeah, well, Jimmy's saying they will remove the goalposts. That's possible. It's possible. Oh man, that coffee's good. It's possible they do, Jimmy, but dude, these assholes have been. They haven't changed their playbook since like 1978. They really haven't. It's the same shit every time, right? Pour it out until they break it. It's gross. It really is, but it really is what they do when they can. All right, so how are you guys doing out there? They will. That's what they do. That's their whole thing. Whore. Pour it until it breaks. Oh, it's gonna break? All right, fuck it. Let's take it all the way to the top. It's so true. Time and time and time again. It's like when McGlint, what was his name? Not McGlintlock. Remember when Gunlock was on? Remember when, do you guys remember? We were on stream. I went on a fucking rant one day. Like, this is an epic one. I went on stream. I think I got like 500 or 1,000 likes on this post I made on Twitter. and we were at like a 14 PE ratio or something on S&P 500. Forward PE of like 14, floating around, like sucking off 12 for a minute or something like that. And like Gunlock is on CNBC, and he's fucking begging. These fucking rich guys go on fucking CNBC, right? And they beg their fucking ohm on fucking CNBC, right? You don't get to do that, do you? Do you get to, let me ask you a question. You're a retailer, right? Do you get to go on fucking CNBC and be like, I'm upside down right now. You guys gonna buy fucking, I don't know, Hood this morning? You gonna buy Robin Hood for me, please? And he's out there whining and bitching about how the market needs to fucking go lower. This was in October. And I'm showing you guys. I'm on stream here, and I'm like, these assholes have been buying since May. And not only have they been buying since May, they've been fucking buying since 1978, this line right here. So they're lying to you. They've always lied to you. That's why they're rich. That's why they got big, fat, greasy white hands. Stuff them in their fat pockets. Yeah, let's talk about Reddit too. Let's talk about Reddit. What's the ticker? What's the ticker symbol for Reddit? Is it RTRD? Is it RTRD? What's the ticker symbol for that one? Let's bring that one up right now. It's not RTRD? You sure? You positive? How about, is it RGRD? RGRD, I'll look that one up. Well, let's see if we can find it. It's not RGRD. Let's talk about Reddit this morning. Oh, it's not up yet, is it? Has it not started trading yet? I don't see it as trading just yet. We'll leave it up here in case it does begin to trade. Do you want you want my take on Reddit? I'm joking to you guys, by the way. I'm joking about the ticker symbol. Hold on. Hold on a second. Yeah, leave. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on 1 second here. Ah, shoot. Hang tight 1 second here. Hold on 1 second here. So you guys probably don't know what the you guys probably don't know what that means, do you? That's all right. You gotta be an old school Wall Street better to know what that means. Ooh, look at the doom and gloom right here. Someone's dumping their shares. Oh. Look at him down here. Like someone's angry. Who do you think that is? Who do you think that is right there? Do we touch someone in the bad place? I think someone got touched in the bad place. Full on anger right now. Yeah, take it down for me. I want to buy. Take it down. Take it down. Is Pelosi taking profit? It's probably like half the Senate taking profit, isn't it? Hold on 1 second here. Oh, man. Pelosi taking profit. You guys are savages. Why do I have to connect? All right, hold on here. All right, close that one up. Main screen. There's your SPX Gamma. There's your local resistance down below. Someone's revenge trading, I can see. I can see somebody's definitely revenge trading out there. All right, so we're going to look at Reddit this morning. This is what I want to tell you about Reddit, okay? My initial reaction to Reddit before it even starts to trade. We're going to talk about it right now. Here's NVDA. We're going to bring up Reddit. Are there any other tickers that you want me to bring up this morning? Let me know. I'm going to tell you what my take is on Reddit here, okay? It reminds me of Robinhood when they launched. It reminds me a lot of Robinhood. Now you can short it. You can't buy puts on it for 2 weeks. Can't buy puts. You can short it. You're probably going to get people out there that are going to claim that they're shorting it off the bell. They're going to claim to you. Now, my reason I'm saying that is because what's it expected to open at? 30, probably 35 at minimum, maybe $40. So a lot of people bought it at $30 or something like that, a little bit lower. We got people that bought it at $17, but they are $14, $17. See how I do this shit live every day and I already know the answers to this stuff? Isn't it fucking awesome that I do my research? Isn't it fucking awesome that I spend the time to know what I'm talking about? You got people that bought it into it about $14, $17. Those guys are on to lock and key. They can't sell. There's a bunch of people that bought it at about $31, $35, somewhere in there, $34, something like that. They're free to sell. You might get those people that sell immediately on the ticker when it opens, but there's still a lot of people that can't sell. There's no puts for 2 weeks. You've got some lockout periods way in advance. I don't remember the dates. I think it was 160 something days, and I don't know what the other dates were. I forget right now off the top of my head. But there are some lockout periods for people. You're going to likely get people that want to short it right off the fucking bell. Do I think that stops the price from mooning? No. I think you're going to probably trade close to $100. You don't have a ton of time for it. I do also think that you're kind of fucked in the date that they're launching the IPO. If it was like a Monday launch, I would say to you $100 by Friday. Near it. Easy. 4 or 5 sessions. With it being condensed, you can see a little bit more volatility here where over the weekend, you don't see that $90. We got, 2 days left, today and tomorrow? But they can do some damage, can't they? What I would say to you is this, though. If you're going to trade Reddit, I'm going to short the fuck out of it. Okay? But I would love to short the fuck out of it right around $100. And I want a goddamn short for like a year or two. Or some fucking puts, however far out I can get those fucking things. And I'm going to fucking short that shit into the goddamn ground. Fuck Reddit and fuck that fucking ticker. And fuck that. I'm telling you, that shit is going to trade $10. You mark my words. If not less. They don't make shit for money. They can talk about AI and all that other bullshit they're talking about. That is going to be the biggest meme stock of all time. And I'm going to tell you something else. Every asshole from every hedge fund in this country remembers GME. And they are sitting there like sharks. And they want nothing more than to take all of your money. I promise you that. And in their view, they are coming like loaded, ready to rock and roll. So, Reddit. Look for a squeeze. Look for initial bullishness. Maybe a quick pullback. Maybe some consolidation. A little bit of quick pullback, but I do expect it to go to at least $100, maybe even more. But I would love to take a short up there. I would love to sell shares short. I would love to own a bunch of it and sell. And I would love to loan out shares to short. I would love to fucking take a bunch of puts. And they're gonna bury that shit. They're gonna dig a hole, and they're gonna bury it. Now here's the last caveat here. Here's the last caveat. If your outlook on Reddit is a decade or two from now, you'll probably turn out a winner. But if you don't think that the first couple of years it isn't going to trade like a fucking low float piece of shit stock, you're out of your fucking skull. It's gonna be probably the biggest meme since GME. It probably is. It's probably gonna be the biggest meme since GME. What are your thoughts on Reddit? You tell me what you think about Reddit. You guys tell me, does it start selling right off the bell? What's the opening price? Tell me as much as you want here. Let me know in the chat right now what you think about Reddit. Do you disagree with me? You think it just starts selling off the bell, goes to zero? You think it goes to 400, 420, 69, 69, 69, 420? Yeah, that Goldman Sachs was a fucking kick-ass play, wasn't it? Not only was that Goldman Sachs trade fucking phenomenal, but the fucking sell of that vol was epic. The sell of that, like the trade from start to finish was insane. And then the vol curve, knowing that vol curve, we went over in the show, right? Even the vol curve, we're like, you see this right here? You see how on the 20th, fucking vol just goes straight down to zero? That was an epic fucking grubster. That was a kick-ass trade, wasn't it? Yeah, dude. Grubster, that was a gangster trade. Up into it and then down afterwards. It's a beautiful fucking trade. Absolutely stunning trade. And the 17 calls, you could have taken them like 3 fucking times. It was like, bam, winner, bam, winner, bam, winner. That's a rotation, that Apple trade. That's a rotation into IWM. There's a rotation going on right now. Everybody's whoring out IWM. Rate cuts. Are we getting the rate cuts? Nobody cares. Nobody cares if we're getting rate cuts. We're just going to run that shit up. All right, so we've got Reddit up right now. We've got NVDA up right now. We've got SPX up right now. What else do you guys want to look at? We'll put IWM next. Let's put IWM up there. Oh, where's the rotation? Where's the rotation? Tell me. Who's got this IWM chart from last night on the website from Trade the Trigger? Who's got this? Who's had me screaming at you on the website for the past 2 weeks? IWM, 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 long IWM, long IWM. Long IWM. IWM coming into its first target, 209.35 right now. Where's the rotation? IWM. Addy, make sure that you're going in and out. There's going to be some violent moves. There'll be major pullbacks and major rips. It won't be a straight line up. It's going to be like big giant fucking move, big giant pullback, big giant fucking move, big pullback. I'm going to get you guys. How about this? I'll do today. So, Addy, if you are in that trade, by the way, Addy, thanks for your continued involvement in the Discord. I really appreciate you in there all the time. Addie, on IWM for that, for my gratitude for you in the Discord, I will have a full breakdown as to what to expect in IWM for you today. I'll give it to supporters for IWM for the full trade. Make sure you're taking some money up there, Addie. IWM running. It's kind of cool, Addie. I'm going to tell you something. It's really nice right now to be able to spend more time. Like we made that jump. I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna fucking eat shit and sleep this stuff for these people. 24 hours a fucking day. I'm like, we're gonna destroy some worlds here. And that's what we've been doing, so. I was asked once, what do you think the value is? And I said, it's in our community. I was like, our value is in our community. Our value is in actually trading like this stuff. Instead of like, oh, I'm here for an hour, I'm here for 4 hours, I'm here for 6 hours. Like, it's in the community. That's where it is. Absolutely, 100%. Yep, 100%. It's our community. The community's fucking awesome. David AMS, fucking awesome. John L, fucking awesome. Binky, awesome. Bork, awesome. We got Mr. Talking Monkey hanging out in there. Career Low hanging out in there. Trader Podcast hanging out in there. Scott Vol Wiz. We got all kinds of people, right? Just a bunch of badasses out there doing their shit. It's a bunch of badasses doing their thing all day long. No ego either, right? You never notice none of these guys have egos. Nobody here has an ego. Nobody cares about egos. Our community is baller. The network is baller. And they weed out anybody that isn't, right? Anybody that's got too much ego, too much this, too much that, too much bullshit. I don't know how to explain it. Makes my day. Makes my week. It's mind-blowing. Yeah, all these guys are badasses. Every single one of those names I just listed off to you. Short Seller ST has been hanging out in this chat, right? Short Seller Gangster. Guy goes on Twitter all day long. What does he do? What does he do all day long? What does Short Seller do all day long? And the most dangerous place he does it. I want to say that too. I don't know if he's here right now, but I got to say something about Short Seller. If you're out there, Short Seller, I want to say something to you if you're listening right now. I watched that guy go on FinTwit, and he does chart requests. And he gives you a chart. He's like, here's my unbiased opinion of my chart, right? This is what everything is telling me at this exact moment. Not when it's best for him. Not on a major low. Not on a major top. He's like, at this moment, this snapshot of what I see, I'm going to post for you. And he's doing it with an audience of what? 100,000 people? I don't know. How many FinTwitters are there? Tens of thousands? How many followers does Short Seller have? 30,000? He's out there doing it all day long. And he opens himself up to critique. He opens himself up to trolls. He opens himself up to people that say, fuck this guy, or that guy was wrong, or whatever. He's got balls of steel being out there doing that stuff all day long. Balls of steel. And it ain't easy. You get hurt, right? You're like, you know what? Fuck these people. Seriously, after a while, you're like, you know what? Fuck these people. And what happens, right? They go away. Guys like him go away. They're there and they go, you know what? Fuck them. I'm just going to do my own thing. I'm going to find a small group of people and hang out with them alone. So I don't know if Short Seller's here or not, but If you're out there, short seller ST short seller, I always forget where the ST goes, the front of the back, but I love you, man. You're one of those guys. There's another guy right there, Ass Face. Love him too. He might not know it, but I love him. And I see him get upset sometimes too, right? I'll see him. He drops all kinds of shit. He knows another badass out there, Froggy Trades. Another badass. He had to take his handle private. He had to. It's just like constant. These are really good people. Whether you like them, don't like them, even if you disagree with them. They're out there doing their own thing, and we're out there shitting on them. Climbing the wall of worry. The pain trade is on. Look at that pain trade. Just pure pain. James Valdez said, I understand what I'm watching, but my execution is shit. I urge you out there right now, if you're watching this show, okay? Everything is free still. Nothing has changed. We needed to make a jump to a more sustainable community and also to do a bunch of development so we can be here for a long time. I want you to know that it takes support for this to continue. If you sign up on tradethetrigger.com as a supporter, every night I give you a market brief. It shows you what to expect tomorrow. It shows you if that fails, where to cut your losses. You understand? So you have a plan the night before. So if you're like, oh, I want a plan, it's there. I'm not going to try to suck my own self off, but it's fairly accurate. I know for sure it's more accurate than most people that are out there talking to you on FinTwit. So if you're like, my execution sucks, can I like get something in advance? That it's fairly good. You can go back and check them. I don't delete them. They stay up. You can be like, he kind of got it right. Oh, he really got that one right. Whoa, he got it right, but it even went more. And you can actually see when it breaks down and fails. Like if we have a plan and it fails, where to be like, no, we failed right where he says not to be long or not to be short or whatever. And I think it's $32 a month. It's cheap. If you don't have $400 in your bank account, you got no business being in the market. So if you want that stability, more stability in your trading, by us making this jump, I'm able to spend more time specifically for you guys. I'm able to like give you guys like, hey, this is what I do. This is what I'm doing 24 hours a day for you now. Eat shit and drink. Fucking stock market. So you got it. It's here. If you want it, it's there. It's waiting for you. It's tradethetrigger.com. 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 And dude, you get inside of the Discord. You get twice a day updates on just trigger charts. Matter of fact, I'm going to add Reddit to that. If you're a supporter level, I will add Reddit to the trigger charts that you can manipulate. I'll add that one to the stock picks that are shown twice a day, so you have access to that. I got to write that shit down. And if you don't like it, just sign up for a month. I'm like, fuck him. I don't like what he's doing. Is this consolidation right now? No. This is a pain trade. That's what this is. You're watching anger right now. Anger. This is very similar to, you know how you see, I'll explain this better for you. Someone said, or hinted towards it earlier. You know how when we blast down for 2 or 3 days, you know, we blast down and someone says, "Oh, dude, we just blasted down 3 days. We're gonna do the return to the scene of the crime trade today, right?" And you're sitting there at home and you got calls that are dead, right? So you're sitting at home and you're like, "Oh, dude, all my calls are fucking dead. Are we gonna have the retracement today? We just blasted down for 3 days, right? Maybe my calls are still alive." And then what happens? What happens? They burn every fucking one of your calls, don't they? But 9 out of 10 times, 8 out of 10 times, don't they? You know what I'm saying? So there's gonna be people out there that say things to you like, "Are we gonna reverse now? Or what's happening here?" Right now, the pain trade is on. This is the pain trade. This is where some guy's at home right now and he's short. He didn't buy the market, or he was forced to buy the market. He has to either stay in, buy the market, right? Or he's sitting at home in puts right now, and he's like, I just fucking lost 100K. Please, please, please just roll down. They're going to fuck this. They're going to fuck those puts right into expiry. Right into expiry. They're going to torch them to zero. We'll go back there, but not until those fucking things are dead or worthless or just worth pennies. Thank you, Zero Date Hero. Good morning. How are you? Thanks for saying happy birthday. It's my birthday today. It is my birthday. I caught my oldest daughter whispering in my wife's ear last night. So there's something planned. I don't know what's planned, but something's planned. I don't focus on my birthday, and if they forget, they forget, and if they do something, they do something. That's how we roll around here. If you forget, if you forget a high holiday, any kind of like if you forget like an anniversary or a high holiday, in our family, this is how we do it. No, we don't get angry or nothing. What we do is we don't say a word, and then like a week later, when they figure it out, we turn around to the person and go, "Oh yeah, that was last week," and let the slow burn kick in. But I think they know it's my birthday. I think they didn't forget. So they got out of it this year. That's true. We do that. We don't get mad or nothing. It's like I've got a one up on you. Did you hear he forgot my anniversary? You must have been so mad. Oh no, I wasn't mad. I haven't even addressed it. Oh, I love you all out there. We'll talk some more stuff. I'll say some personal stuff. I don't say as much as I used to say my personal stuff. I will though. How about this? I'll report back what happens. I will. I'll tell you what happens over the weekend because whatever it is going to be crazy. How about this? You want to hear what I did say? All right, I'll tell you one story. So my oldest daughter. I don't know if you want to hear this story. You may not want to. My oldest daughter, 2 weeks ago, asked me what my favorite cake is. Now, I'm assuming this is for birthday, but I don't know for sure. She likes to cook. I teach her how to cook. It's one of our things that we do together, right? I really appreciate good cooking, and It's very hard to know how to cook well. As an American, it is, I think. Not for all Americans. I think like Southern cuisine, especially like low country cuisine, is really good. But America really doesn't have a firm, long history and quality professional cooking, and then even down to like a person at home. It started in like the 1990s, but whatever. It's our thing that we do. Like the joy of food. What makes food really good? How simple it can be. Like growing your own food, and then simple ingredients, how they work together. Anyways, she asked me a question. She said, "Daddy, what's your favorite cake?" And I didn't wasn't at the time wasn't thinking about my birthday. I was thinking maybe she was just wondering for herself, what's a good cake. And I told her a story. I said, "You know what?" I said, "I got a friend. Matter of fact, I don't know if I'm going to say this guy's name on stream. I don't think that I should or could say his name. But I got a friend. I grew up with this friend. His name is Donald. That's his real name. I'm not going to tell you his last name. His real name's Donald. Grew up with this guy. This guy and I were best friends growing up. Literal best friends for many years. And his dad was a Vietnam veteran, infantry. My father was 101st Airborne in Vietnam. My dad actually has a Purple Heart, and he's got a Bronze Star with Oak Leaf Cluster. My dad was blown up in Vietnam. Oh man, this is a bad story. I don't know if I should tell this shit, but I did tell my daughter this story because it's an important part of the story. My dad was he was going to be drafted, and so he said, "I'm not going to get drafted. I'm just going to join the army." He's poor. My dad was very poor when he was a kid. Came from 13 children, immigrant family to the United States, and so he said, "Well, I'm not gonna get drafted and get a horrible job. I'm gonna do something and be fun, right? Young guy, got a lot of testosterone running through me. What can I be?" And he became an airborne, 101st Airborne, first air assault. Right? They learned airborne, then they learned air assault. They went to Vietnam. They did their thing. Now, my friend's father was infantry in Vietnam. And when I was young, I wasn't going to join the army, but I liked playing army, like playing Dungeons and Dragons, all that kind of stuff. And didn't ever think I wanted to join the army myself either. I was the firstborn, and my friend Donald was firstborn. We were very close friends, and I never knew that my dad and his dad were close friends. Now, we both had little brothers. I have a younger brother, and Donald had a younger brother. His younger brother's name was Jesse. And our brothers were friends. And they looked up to us. They looked up to Donald and I. And we did our thing. And we didn't know that they were watching. I didn't know my brother was watching. I didn't know that his brother was watching or emulating us or looking up towards us or that we would impact them as they grew older. We didn't know. And I ended up joining the Army. Donald joined the Marines. And years later, as a matter of fact, our brothers were or are many years younger than us. And then they joined the Army. Both of them joined the Army. Now, when I was a kid hanging out with Donald, the best cake I ever had made in my life. Uh-oh, we're losing the stream. God damn it. Is the stream back again? Hold on a second here. Are we still there? Hopefully we are. I don't know if we are or not. Is the stream back again? So we were growing up, and my dad was never friends with any of my friends' parents. And I didn't know he was particularly good friends with my friend Donald's parents. But I'll always remember this. My dad was a great cook too. And Donald's mom made me a cake. Well, not me, all of us. She made everybody a cake, or she made one big cake. It was the best cake I've ever eaten in my entire life. And my dad was there to pick me up when the cake was coming out and being frosted. And she took it out when it was warm still. Like, took it out of the oven when it was still warm. She put this frosting on top of it, and she started cutting slabs of this cake out. And she was offering it to everybody. And my dad actually took a slice, and he normally wouldn't. If it had been anywhere else, anyone else, he would never have done that. And he took that slice of cake. It was like this big giant slab of cake. And it was one of the best cakes I've ever had in my life to this day today. And I don't know how she made it. To this day, I don't know how she made it. I'm assuming it was all butter. It was all eggs, butter, milk, probably some pudding in there. Whatever it was she was putting in there, it was probably just like suspended butter. If I had to guess, that's what it was. Best frosting I've ever had. Perfectly warm. And my dad sat down with us and we all ate cake. This was after a weekend of spending a weekend over at Donald's house over the weekend. Hanging out with him and his family all weekend long, right? And so we ate this cake. And my daughter asked me, what is, look at them. They're in here just trying to be violent here, trying to just rain hell down right now. I want you to know something here. IWM is near its first top. Look down below. IWM down is near its first top. I would be scared here, a little scared here. Be a little scared right here of a roll. Let's take a look at SPX. See how SPX is not. I want you to see this down here, down below too. This is SPX Gamma. See how they're selling into this right here? Revenge trade, right? Revenge trade, revenge trade, revenge trade. Be cautious here. And what makes me have some concern for some caution is IWM. Right in here, it's the CI. This is IWM, by the way. Would not be shocked here to see us roll to the downside. I don't have a. Do I have a thing here? Nice little pullback down here. Whoop. Right, kind of matches up with closing the gap on SPX. Just be careful of it. Now, does that mean we can't go up here? No, we can. But this isn't the place for you to be long. Watch my cursor right there. This is not the place to be long. This is the place for a trader to take the money and run, allow price to get above, consolidate, and make a new high. That's an ugly looking ass thing right there. And then have some more continuation to the upside. This is a place for bulls to wrap up longs for the moment and let the algorithms do what they want to do. So just be cautious here on SPX, be cautious on Qs, be cautious on IWM right now. Right now, looking for a pullback on all the indexes at this moment. Not quite there yet. You can kind of see it forming right now. Even if we do get a pullback, I'm not looking for anything significant. I'm not looking for like doom and gloom down in the depths of hell, trading 495 by 3 p.m., any of that kind of stuff. So back to this story. My daughter said to me, and my daughter doesn't know this. My daughter does not know this. Or didn't know this until recently, until about a week ago. Right there. Right there. Let's see if the Bears can do it. She asked me 2 weeks ago, she said, hold on a second here. So I gotta open this up a little bit and see what's going on with Bookmap. Hold on here. See him right here trying to sell you down right here? She said to me, she said, how do you get that recipe? I said, you know what? I said, I lost track of Donald years ago. She goes, why? And it was because hold on one second here. Let's see what's happening here. Oh yeah. Oh, these fucking bears, dude. Hold on, I'll make a post on let's make a post on FinTwit. Oh. Ooh. Now I'm interested if she she said, well, can I get the recipe? And I said, I don't know. I said, but I think you might be able to. So we're still very close friends to this day. Now, you know what? I'm not going to tell the rest of the story. I'm going to leave you hanging. It's better for me not to tell the story. Something really tragic happened. But I hope that she reaches out to this family. We'll be friends forever. One of this gang of four, died in his service to our country. The younger one, not my brother. And I lost touch with my friend. And I'm hoping here that, yeah, that's even better. It even looks better like that, doesn't it? I'm hoping that my daughter reaches out to this family and makes contact with them. So my daughter can know about my childhood, know about the friends that you have, the friends that you lose over the years. The importance of it, the importance of family, the importance of friendships, and how those bonds are never broken. Oh, no way. Brian Watt's going to stop by? Hell yeah. I love Brian Watt. Brian Watt's one of my heroes. If I had like people I look up to, people that taught me shit, like Brian Watt, he's one of those guys. A bad motherfucker, one of the baddest traders out there, period. Period, end of fucking story. I'll defend that man the rest of his life. I don't give a flying fuck what he says. I love him. I get so much shit on Twitter for defending him, but I don't care. I lose follows for defending him. I catch so much shit, but I don't give a fuck. The guy's a badass. And I love that he fucking pisses people off. I love. He's got their number. He's like, what's your number? What makes you mad? I got it. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, I already went on a. I already went on a tear about. I already went on a tear about that. What, 2 weeks ago? I don't know what he said about Apex, but I already went on a tear about this shit. If anybody was here last week or the week before, I already went on a tear about this stuff. I'm not gonna do it again. One time. I got a whole segment about that specific thing that was just said. I'm not going to repeat it here, but I went on a rant about it a couple weeks ago. And maybe a week ago or two, I don't know. But you guys already heard my take on that. One time, I say it one time, I'm done. If he went on a rant about it, he's probably right. He's probably correct. Whatever he said, I'm going to believe him. I don't know if he said what I said. I doubt he did, but I probably said something in the same vein. So, anyways, what's good about that, or what do you take away from that story? Right? There's a takeaway from the story. The takeaway from that story is that when you have children, right, they're going to go through life, and they're going to encounter things like you encounter as you get older, and how these relationships, especially if you talk to your kids, especially if you love your children, especially if you have good relationships with them, you can walk them through some of the things you've been through with people that can say, hey, I was there when that happened. And I want you to know that your dad and I were close friends. That relationship will always be strong to the day we die, to the day we are old. I could be 80 years old, right? Call my friend Donald, and he would pick that phone up for me. And I would do the same for him, too. And it's important for your children to know about that stuff, the importance of relationships, the depth of relationship that you can have with people, and then when tragedy does strike, that you'll always be there for them or with them, whatever it is they go through. It's an important part of life, and especially on my birthday. If she's able to reconnect with that family and ask those questions, hey, this is me. I'm my dad's daughter. My dad told me this is the best cake he's ever had. And it'll be an immediate welcoming into the family. Hey, come on inside. I want to meet you. I knew your dad very well growing up. That kind of stuff. Oh, no kidding. I didn't know that. I didn't know that, John. Okay, so let's take a look at this. What do you need to know as a bear here? What do you need to know? I talk about this all the time. What do you need to know? Are we rolling over right now? Say no, Captain Jim James. We are not. Say there's no confirmation yet, Captain Jim James. I don't take shorts here, Captain Jim James. Why not, bear? Because it hasn't confirmed yet, Captain Jim James. I'm ready to take one, Captain Jim James. I'm just not there yet. I got it all set up. I know exactly where to hit the sell button. What happens here if you don't? What happens right here? Do you know? And what are you looking for here? Tell me in the chat what you're looking for right here. Please tell me, because I need to know that you're watching the show and paying attention. You're early? God damn it. At least you're honest. What have we not confirmed yet? Confirmation on the retest. Failure by bulls to have will to buy, right? One more new low, right? One last low. You're looking for this next candle to turn red, right? Let's see what happens here. This is a very important moment, isn't it? This whole structure is important, right? Why is it important? If you don't get this to the new low on the breakdown and the cross of the 1 and the 5, what do they do to you? Do you know? I'll show you what they do to you. I want to show you right now what they do to you. They begin to squeeze you out. You're likely going to see a big-ass green candle right here. They squeeze you out right here. Now, if there's a failure right here, they will sell you back down. You get a big doom candle here. Maybe they'll do that. That's possible. But if they get that new high right here, over here, If they get that new high, they're going to run it up on bears. Let's watch how this plays out right now. This is good for bulls or for bears. I like that. That's a good one. I like that candle. It's a nice candle right there. The bears need to get a new low right here. I'll draw it out for you. They have to. No new low on that underneath that green bar, and they're going to get fucking smoked. And I don't give a fuck what that book map says. They have to get the new low. They don't have a choice. Come on, bears. Hold on, let's play some music for them. Let's play some bear. Let's go into my meme file. Let's go to my. You guys see that? Did you guys see a stills? That's like a Jenny Marcus worthy meme file right there. Let's play some bear music. Let's set up the music for the bears. Hold on here. What do we got going on down here? We got any bear music we can play? Oh, here we go. Come on, bears. Come on, don't do it, bears. This has been the story since October. We've played this out how many times since October? I'm rooting for you, Bears. You can do it. God damn it. Higher lows. Come on, Bears. You get one more shot here. It still hasn't crossed. Fucking Bears, man. Come on. This is gonna be, I feel so bad. Oh, God. Oh. Dude, come on, Bears. I need more intestinal fortitude here. Throw your backs into it. Oh man, I gotta change the vibe now. I gotta change the vibe. Come on, Bears, you're like young Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise, Risky Business. Oh. Oh. Bye-bye, Bears. They got a little more time. They got a little bit. Oh, keep selling it down. Come on, Bears. It's like just getting ground up in there. Oof. Dealers in here just destroying people. What does Mr. Yen call this? Mr. Yen calls this fuck around and find out in here, right? What does Mr. Yen call this? Anybody know? Diddle it in the middle in here. Woof. That's right. This is diddle in the middle. Getting 8 up in here. So it's grinding into that supply, just like slam, supply, just eating it. Like it's nobody's business. Look at him up there, just smashing into it, smashing into it, smashing into it. No auto rejection. You see that? No auto rejection, just eating alive. Woo! Hold on 1 second here. I gotta change the music, don't I? Hold on 1 second here. Hold on here. I gotta go back. Oh, wait a minute here. Sellers looking to come in, still trying the supply, like just grinding into supply right now. Just grinding into supply. See if I got any more music here. Hold on here. I might have to cycle through a few of these things. Let's see what we got going on here. Nah, that's not a bear song.
We'd like to think we have some form of control still, making our...
That's kind of stupid. Yeah, Bears like D&B. Play some D&B for the Bears. Slide that over a little bit for you. And these fucking Bears don't care, do they? There goes the cross right here, by the way. You see the cross? There goes the cross. We'll see if the Bears can get her if they get squoze out here. If anybody hears about Reddit trading, let me know. NVDA with a dip buy right now. I would watch the fuck out if you're a bear. NVDA with a dip buy just recently. Watch out for a squeeze to the upside on the market. Very careful of a squeeze here. I'm watching some bit, like shit's getting bit up in the background. Squeeze coming. NVDA about to squeeze now. IWM with a 30-minute tweezer candles, but they are buying the dip right now in the 1 and 5 minute trigger. God, this looks like consolidation and definitely not a roll here. Look at these three candles, 3 half-an-hour candles here. Woof. Woo-wee. Oh, that sounds so deep, doesn't it? Listen to this, how deep this sounds. So much doom. I had to turn that off. There's no fucking way I'm leaving that playing. Oh yeah, here's a bear song. Yeah, there you go. Bears trying to take out the bulls, unsuccessful. Supply being grinded through right now. SPX looking like consolidation, not distribution. Bids all over the internet right now on all these tickers. You can see right now NVDA catching a bid just right here, right now. Like rotation, just rotation going on in the marketplace right now. Reddit's still not trading. Oh, they just trapped all these fuckers, dude. Oh, man. Did you get the new low right here? No. What are they going to do to you now? They're going to put that pain trade on you, aren't they? There's Bob in the basement's like, I'm just going to hit that fucking red button the moment they get up there. Look at him. He's right there with the red bar. That's Bob. I'm going to say one thing to you here. Hold on, I'm going to shut the... This song's about over anyways. Just be careful in here, right here. Do not get caught, bull or bear, with stuff like this. Don't get caught in there. This trade is good for like right here. That's it. That's all the trade is good for. You need to see the break above, consolidation, for continuation higher as a bull. Short 5-minute trade. What am I doing here? It's that one. Oh, that sounds like doom. Oh, yeah, that sounds really bad, doesn't it? Chase, do not get cut up in here, man. Listen to me closer, brother. Do not get cut up in here, dude. I have friends. Don't do it, man.
I think the girls with their nails done now.
Watch out here.
Nails done. And the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. And the girls with their nails done.
Be very careful here. Someone's pissed. I guarantee it. That's such a good fucking trade.
Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Still no back test of the 1-minute trigger here. Yeah, the bears love that shit. They're like, yeah, I like the girls with things, and then, yeah, I like thingies. Watch out for the back test and the 1-minute trigger. Watch out for the revenge trade on the 1-minute trigger here. Still no actual back test of the 1-minute trigger. We know about the 1-minute test, right? Oh! 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 What's going on up there, Bob? The fuck is going on, Bobby? What was that, Bob? What happened, Bob? Woo! Touchy feely, Bob. What's going on up there? Bob, somebody get the lube. Somebody get the lube. Bob is pissed. Bob did not like that just then. Bob, touchy-feely right now. What was that, Bob? What was that, Bob? What was that little thing that just happened there? What is a big old flashing green red candle, man? What are you doing up there, dog? So saucy. So saucy, Bobby. Why are you so angry up there, man? Fucking Bob's up there just fucking like, wham, wham. There's the first sensitive spot for Bobby. He ain't done. We got a couple more sore spots in here. Sorry, Bob. Hold on a second, buddy. We'll try some lube this time, see if that feels any better. We're trying with some lube this time. Somebody get the lidocaine out. Somebody break out some of that cocaine. We gotta chill them out here for a minute here. So saucy, Bob. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here in the next few minutes. I'm going to expect here for us to get a little bit more probing. We haven't checked the 1 minute yet. If we do get a check, we should get, if it holds, a nice little blast right here. There is something to be said here, though, and even just all this structure right here. Don't get caught in this this finger trap, right? Don't get caught in this bullshit in here. They send you down. If you're long right now and they blast you down, would not be shocked. Only to come back up. Well, there's a lot of anger here. There's some consolidation. See it right now. You can actually see it, right? Draw this big bad boy up here. Until the bears can get underneath this green box, you will see this sideways action. If we can break above Bob being pissed up here, we will get back to the continuation to the upside. Target upside, first upside target still 52.427. You can see it right there. You're likely not gonna see the push past this. You'll see like the ping and then the ping. Then a recheck of the 5 minute, then we actually tag that 524.27. We might, but we might not. We got to get through all the supply above. You can see they're breaking through it right now. The options market is opening up to the upside. We know that about SPX. We know that by the gamma picture this morning. We're very supportive as well right now. Below us, you can see that this morning. We've got more supportive environments for bulls. And remember what I said to you earlier. It's not going, or sometimes it is that easy. Like 1 out of every 10 times, 2 out of every 10 times, you'll see the full reversal, up or down. And yeah, your puts or your calls are saved, but the other fucking 80% of the time, they are not. And that's the problem. The probability is against you that you're going to see this market roll down like fucking 300 points in the next hour or two. So we'll keep paying attention to this, see what happens. I just traded some zero dates, but I still haven't had a dip to buy. So until we get back down into that hourly trigger, be very careful here as a bear. We are grinding higher, and they are pitting us at least inside this little zone right here, right now. And we'll trade that, I guess, for the next hour or two until we can wear out all of the supply and open up the room to start trading higher. You guys have any questions? I'm going to take a quick break. I got to go potty. I got to go pee. I've been drinking coffee like a madman. I said I wouldn't be here till 10. I got here at like 9:38 or something like that. So I really haven't done too much to take care of myself. I'm just trying to run. I didn't even get to sleep last night until 2:30 in the morning. I was up this morning at 7 a.m. So I usually get up at like 6 in the morning, but this morning I slept an extra hour. Hey, thanks, Aces 10. Appreciate it. All right, I'm just going to take a quick break, go potty here. You guys understand the trade, where it's at, what's going on here. They are putting the pain trade on right now for these bears. We're slamming into supply right now. If they break through that wall, you know where we're going, right? You know where we're going. If we get rid of that supply right there, you know where we're headed, right? Doorway wide open. Doorway wide open to a fast move. Fast upside move. Oh, yeah, moon. Well, it depends on what your idea of moon is. Again, remember what I said to you yesterday on Twitter. 30, fucking so tired. 5,200 opens up, and it's a fast move to 5,300. 5,300, right? Start opening those doors up there to exactly Uranus. If you do at any point see these IPOs, sometimes they'll open up at like 2 in the afternoon, sometimes earlier. They have not opened for trading right now. Same kind of a thing. I'm going to give you the same warning that I gave you earlier. You could see a bit of consolidation on the open. This could be horse trading from people that want or have the ability to sell their shares and just want to take the money and run. It's very frequent. Just like, hey, I just made $100K, right? Just made $50,000. What do I care where it goes? Just take my money and run. Then I do expect some squeezing to the upside over 5 to 10 sessions. It could be compressed because it's a short week. And I would really like to short the fuck out of it at least $100, somewhere in there. Do I think it goes to 200 or 300? I don't know. I really want to just see price get underneath the 1 and 5 minute trigger, let it open up, and then I want to short it. I want to short it down to fucking $5. So just be careful on Reddit when it first opens. One of the best things you can do on Reddit is trade the reaction. So if Reddit begins to sell immediately, you can just start shorting it to the ground. What company did that? There's a company that did that. What fucking, there was like a food delivery company, or was it a car company or some shit? They just sold off the bell and never looked back. I forget which one it was. That could happen too. But if it doesn't, if it trades like fucking Robinhood or one of those companies where it's like moonshot and then we sell it to the depths of hell for some liquidity, you can do that too. You're about to get your face ripped off here, Chase. Do not be fucking shorting this, please. I'm going to make it clear. You're about to get your fucking face ripped off. Get the fuck out of the way, man. This is not it. Just chill. Sit on your hands. Just chill the fuck out, dude. Like, seriously, just chill out. I realize that you want to short this shit into the ground, and it's friend to friend. All right. I'll be back with you guys and close the laptop. Thank you. Who said that? Aces 10. Close the fucking laptop, Chase. Please. Take a walk, man. Go outside, touch grass. I love you, brother. I really do. I've been here with you, man, for how many years, man? 3 fucking years. Take a break. All right, I'll be back with you guys in just a little bit. Be right back. If you're a bear out there, just chill. I'm serious. Just relax. You don't need the top fucking tick. You don't need 30 fucking times of trying to take the top tick. Let it show you the way. We went over it yesterday. Yesterday, I said to you, until you see this. Stop trying to fucking short it. Showed it to you, drew it out for you. Until you see this, stop trying to short it. You're going to fucking run you over and run you over and run you over until you see it. Be tactful. You see me lose on this show doing that, right? You guys fucking watch me get smoked on this show sometimes because I try to do the same shit. Use me as the reason for you not to do what you're trying to do right now. All right, I'll be back with you guys in just a bit.
Reference price. After the break, we're going to take a look at Reddit's pitch to investors on how it is leveraging AI and the lawsuit it's facing from the FTC over sales of its user data. Stay with us.
All right, Chase. That's cool. Just Chase, chill, man. I'm serious, man. Just like fucking don't do anything. No longs, no shorts. Just hang out. Just let it do its thing, man. Let it run its course. Price target achieved. Might get another bar or two right here. Pretty close, right? Note that Bob is still pissed up here. We did successfully backtest the 5-minute trigger. There's likely more upside to come. Not guaranteed, but there likely is. You want to check any kind of test down here for more upside to come. We check out the second bar now. We have one more left. And we're a little bit short of it. A little bit short of it right now. If you're a bull, if you don't know this, you want to see a tick higher than the yellow bar. Tick higher than the yellow bar. You don't want to get trapped in here with this fucking back and forth shit. Just like the bears down here. Not good enough. Sometimes it is, but it isn't good enough. You really want to see that top tick. And I'll be right back with you guys in a few moments. I love you too, guys.
At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Bar, who participates in a fireside chat with students and faculty called A View from the Fed. No text is expected, but a Q&A is.
One other note to make here is you have the 10:30 buy crowd come in. You'll have another 10:30 buy crowd, or 1:30 p.m., 1 p.m. to 1:30 crowd come in around 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the afternoon. That's the vol control crowd. Boy, you would almost think. Isn't it fascinating when, like, right at this time, you've got the DOJ suing Apple. Perfect timing for a rotation into IWM. Oh, it's all just a symphony. And you don't think that people know what's going on. They run Apple up, they sell it down, position themselves. It's almost like they knew it in advance.
And it's company, and on its roadshow the data that AI companies may want itself is not an AI company for. It simply has the data that AI companies may want. Google is exciting to investors because it represents a new revenue stream for a company. Data to Google is exciting to investors because it represents a new revenue stream for a company.
You know what I mean? It's like, you know, when I tell you guys that they know before it happens, trust me, they do.
That deal amounts to about 6 or 7% of expected startups that are building large language. A few more of those with, say, OpenAI, Anthropic, or any number of startups that are building large language models. And that could be a meaningful mix shift. Here is CEO and co-founder Steve Huffman this morning on the opportunity.
You know, historically, we've looked at Reddit as our core business. And look, this is still our core business, community and conversation. But the value—
By the way, fuck Steve Huffman. He can go fuck himself forever.
More content on the internet is created by artificial intelligence. The premium on actual intelligence, which is what Reddit is, continues to grow.
But as
Steve Huffman is diarrhea.
Very early, and it's not clear how much value this model data licensing really has. The Washington Post ranks the weight of websites in a Google data set. A quick search—
That's Steve Huffman, Reddit CEO. He can blow me all day long.
Versus just 8 million tokens for Reddit. Sam Altman, who has a foot in both worlds, a large stake in Reddit and CEO of OpenAI, he has played down the value of licensed data, saying that any one particular training source doesn't move the needle for them that much, referring to the New York Times lawsuit on the subject. And Altman's model that we—
Absolutely. I'm with you guys on that too.
If the AI—
I was an OG. I was on Reddit like day one.
Which
they can go fuck themselves over there.
Opportunity for subreddits like a Wall Street Bets, very specific data that only—
That shit is so fucking astroturf now, it's not even funny.
Terminology, discussions that draw on trading sentiment versus fundamentals that could be useful for a finance-focused large language model that a bank or brokerage may find valuable. Guys, as you said, we're still awaiting that opening trade for Reddit. It will be interesting to see not just how it performs on its own, but versus yesterday's more pure play AI offering.
Comments from
which surged. We talked to the CEO of that company.
Yeah, Stera has a big head start.
80%
yeah, for
higher.
sure. Yeah.
Deirdre, thank you. Deirdre both says we await that first trade for Reddit. Indications up 30% from the price. Meanwhile, the market just is steadily higher and broadly higher as well. And I mentioned that this was a sub-tweet to you that the Fed follow-through is not necessarily typical, where you get a big rally on Fed day and then it continues the next day.
My take on it is Powell yesterday wasn't a game changer, but he was a game extender. He basically said, I'm not going to stand in the way of this prevailing idea that we have a soft or no landing. We're going to get rate cuts, but not because of an emergency, and the AI excitement continues to kind of run through this market. So we'll see where it lands us, but so far we are extending up into new high territory.
And bumps in the road is how he potentially characterized the January, February
And they would not overreact to them.
By the way, indications moving north for Reddit right now, getting indication of $50 to $52 as we await that.
Pretty good day to go public, actually. People are willing to believe again in some of these long shots.
Reddit has Jay Powell to thank for overextending for extending the rally, I should say. Thank you, Mike. That does it for us here on Money Movers. Now over to Frank Holland and the halftime report.
Sarah, Mike, thank you very much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I am Frank Holland in for the Judge Scott Wapner. Two tech titans, they're front and center at this hour. We also have a new AI announcement from Microsoft just hitting the tape, and we're following the Department of Justice and its antitrust lawsuit against Apple. Joining me for the hour to discuss this and much more, we have Josh Brown, Kerry Firestone, Bill Baruch, and Kevin Simpson, all here at Post 9. Great to have a full desk. Great to have you all here. Let's start with that news from Microsoft crossing just moments ago. Our Steve Kovac is at CNBC headquarters with those headlines. Steve, over to you.
Hey there, Frank. Yeah, Microsoft right now launching its first artificial intelligence PCs. Now, these are updates to Surface computers. The Surface Pro 10 is the new one, and the Surface Laptop 6. But what makes them different, and really what is an AI PC? Well, it's a term you can expect to hear a lot this year, and here's what Microsoft says its new AI PCs can do. They have a special kind of chip inside called a neural processing unit, or NPU, that can perform AI tasks faster and more efficiently. Now, in Microsoft's case, that means Copilot, of course. That's the digital assistant that's now built into Windows 11 for business users, and Microsoft sells businesses the Copilot service for a whopping $30 per user per month. Now, with these new AI PCs, Microsoft claims Copilot is more efficient. That means better battery life, performance, and running AI tasks faster. If you've ever used Copilot or another AI chatbot, you know, it can take several seconds or more for it to kind of spit out that result after you give it a command. And this is likely the first of many AI PCs we're going to see this year. And while these Surfaces use Intel chips, Qualcomm also has a new chip that's expected to appear in computers like this later this year. The bottom line, though, this is Microsoft's attempt to get more businesses to pay for Copilot, promising better performance on those devices, plus time-saving productivity gains for employees. There's some caveats here. The Wall Street Journal earlier this year said some Copilot customers who have tried it early have found problems with it. So it's actually still yet to be determined if it's worth that hefty cost Microsoft's asking for. As for these new Surface computers, they're on sale now and going to start.
Bliss Switch, I just saw you. I love you, brother.
All right, Microsoft shares up just about 1%, rising about 1/4% since this news crossed. Steve, stick around. We're going to get back to you. I know you have more on that Apple antitrust news. I'm going to come over to you guys here at Post 9. Carrie, saw you looking over at me when Steve was talking. AI PCs, clearly it struck a chord with you.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. All we've been hearing about is AI chips, and nobody's been making any money off of AI, really, except for NVIDIA. So it's interesting to think that Microsoft is finally coming up with something other than Copilot from which that they can boost their revenue based on everything they have in their pocket on AI. Remember, they own a big share of OpenAI's profitable arm, and they're a connector to the whole artificial intelligence world, but we haven't heard a lot more than Copilot. And using it in a PC, embedded in your PC, I think that's ingenious. We really haven't considered this aspect of it, and I thought, wow, maybe, you know, bad on me not to have done so, but it's not just about the chip, it's the different ways we can use it. So, you know, that's an applause to Microsoft.
Carrie, you own Microsoft. Bill, Kevin, you own it as well. I just want to bounce something off you from Gartner. It came out just a few days ago. They say Gen AI capabilities and AI processors will eventually become a standard requirement for tech vendors, but the ubiquity will make it challenging for companies to actually differentiate and make money on it. Kevin, I'm going to start with you. Again, Microsoft shares did move higher on this news, but are you concerned it's a lot of hype, but the monetization may be more difficult?
No, I think that's the reason to own Microsoft, because here's a company that, to Carrie's point, is actually monetizing the AI within their Copilot, now with these computers as well. If you look at their cloud business, up 23% last quarter, revenues in general up double digits. If you're going to be first to market and you want to monetize something, owning companies like Microsoft that make money is absolutely the way to do it. Love the stock here.
Bill?
This is just the start. I mean, the expectation was they're going to be one of the first to bring NVIDIA's technology and networking through Azure. And I think, I mean, I have a Surface right here. I love it. It's a great machine. And I think it's just the start of the monetization of what we're seeing here. You know, moving away from NVIDIA, moving away from the chips, you're going to start to see it across the table in the tech sector and then through other sectors as well.
Josh, AI PCs get you excited?
Well, look, I think at the edge is really where the money's going to be made. The big platform companies are obviously going to be the immediate beneficiaries of increased usage of AI, followed by the data vendors, folks like Snowflake, et cetera. But when you think about the really, really big consumer-facing and/or enterprise-facing opportunity, it's probably going to be at a layer in which regular people on an everyday basis are interacting with these tools and paying subscription fees to somebody for the right to do so. So I really don't think that this is any surprise that we're starting to see announcements of this flavor. There'll be a lot more. It's really, really early still. I think what you want to focus on, though, is probably the software opportunity more than just the hardware opportunity. The hardware will be exciting first, then eventually it'll become table stakes, it'll be commoditized, everybody will have the hardware capability, and so then it becomes a game of who has the best app, who has the best consumer-facing and or employee-facing app, and what are the stickiest services that people get to a point where they can't live without. We're probably, I don't know, I'm not a technologist, maybe 6 months to 12 months away from me being able to definitively say anything. So for now, we should all just continue to monitor these developments.
You know, speaking of this development, Intel will also provide the chips or the CPUs for these devices. Intel shares up about 2% as well. Steve, before we switch gears, will Microsoft Copilot, I've been following your reporting, that's going to be built into these PCs, right?
Yeah, that's right. Not just built in. On the keyboard, there's literally a dedicated button for Copilot to launch the service. So that just tells you how important Microsoft thinks this product is to its future. You might remember the Windows key that's been on Windows PC keyboards forever. to launch the start menu. Well, here we go. This is the new version of the start menu. So it just really tells you how important they think it is. Baked into Windows 11, baked into the hardware itself, Frank.
All right, Steve, let's switch gears while we have you. We're also keeping our eye on Apple. I'm looking at shares down more than 3.5% after the DOJ filed an antitrust suit against the company within the last hour. That press conference got pretty granular, even hitting on the green bubbles when you text from a non-Apple phone. Steve, what do we know about this?
Yeah, Frank, I've been digesting this 80-page lawsuit here since it came out last hour. And look, this is a kitchen sink case against Apple. I'm struggling to find an Apple product that is not named in here. It goes through Siri, it goes through iCloud, Apple Music, you name it. And it's really trying to make this big case against Apple that its dominance with the iPhone is the centerpiece for all these things that keep people wrapped in. And the one thing that really stuck out to me was how often Merrick Garland said in his press conference about exclusionary practices, meaning if you're a third-party smartwatch maker, like a Garmin, for example, you don't get the full features of what iOS can offer that you might get with an Apple Watch. Also, making that scenario also means people are less able to switch over to Android. And on top of that, all these features and services that are packing in, the allegations say it just makes people need to upgrade to a new iPhone. Oh, and by the way, they keep increasing the price of the iPhone. So Merrick Garland even pointed out the most expensive iPhone is about $1,600. Back in the day, we were so used to only spending a couple $100 on phones. So his point being, this is harming consumers as well, not just developers who have been complaining about the App Store policies. Consumers are paying the price, the allegations say, because they get wrapped into the ecosystem because of these exclusionary practices. Now, of course, Apple is denying all this. They say they're going to vigorously defend themselves in this case. And they also say, if the DOJ succeeds in this, it's going to hurt their ability to innovate. So those are the big things happening right now. We're going to hear a little bit more from Apple any minute now. They're holding a press briefing, which I'm going to jump on here soon. So maybe some more from that side of their argument, too.
Yeah, Apple shares ahead of that press briefing down 3.5%. Bill Baer, former assistant AG for antitrust, on our air earlier today saying these kind of cases, they take quite a while to unfold. Josh, how big of a deal do you think this is for Apple, not only for the stock, but the ecosystem going forward?
Look, I think this is something that the Biden administration on the way in told everyone that they were going to focus on. They felt that large technology platforms had too much power and that we were in an economy where you had a handful of companies really dominating and really determining the future for all of the other businesses that exist out there. The trouble, as always, and the same thing goes with Amazon and with Alphabet, it's really tough to prove true consumer harm. The consumers are voting with their wallets, and they love these products, and they can't buy enough of them, and you could raise the price every year, and they keep buying them. Nobody has a gun to their head to choose Apple ecosystem over Android. It's consumer preference, and they continually signal that they're happy and they want more. So what you really have to do here is prove harm to other businesses, not to other consumers. And maybe that's a lower hurdle. Maybe they'll be able to do that. My sense is this drags on for 2 or 3 years. We have a political change coming in November anyway. I wouldn't get too worked up about it. I'm certainly not a seller of Apple as a result.
Yeah, so again, shares down over 3.5%. But I'm going to come over to you. To Josh's point, he says it's hard to prove harm, but the government even kind of leaning on feelings, saying you get that green text bubble, your messages aren't encrypted, which is actually somewhat serious.
Get a better phone.
Videos
like
are
the green bubble. Get a
you sound like Tim Cook. Wait a second. I'm going to get over to Bill. You can't edit your text messages and said videos that you send are grainy. How seriously are you taking this as far as being an Apple investor?
Okay, I see what they're doing. They're trying to level the playing field. But if you are an Apple user or if you are a developer, is it a right to be on there and have a phone and put your product out through their apps, or is it a privilege? And I think it's a privilege. I'm a big believer in capitalism. I can see what they're talking about here from leveling some of the text messaging and some of the tracking and whatnot, but they promised, as Josh said, from the White House promise, the Biden administration, that they're going to be moving forward with this. It's not a surprise. It's going to drag out. Listen, Apple is a huge portion of this market, but it hasn't performed in the last month or two. And so that's going to be the question. I mean, can this market continue to move higher without Apple in it, involved, and will Apple be a smaller piece?
Well, you mentioned it hasn't performed last month or two, Carrie. I'm going to come over to you. A lot of that's been pressure from in China. A lot of competition in China, also possibly regulation in China for very different reasons. The Chinese government possibly trying to protect their domestic smartphone industry. So how concerned are you about this long term?
So the question is, how do we feel about Apple and whether it can both outperform the market, continue to go higher? Does the market need Apple? And I would say the market doesn't seem to need Apple if it's got other stocks to buy, which it has. Two, China is huge. If Apple were to say business is turned around in China, that would make a huge difference to Apple shareholders. They would be relieved, and they'd probably praise the stock higher. I think that this suit has some importance to shareholders because of all the companies, big companies, that are involved in it and want to take Apple down somewhat. They want to pay Apple less. They want to receive more of the revenue that they feel Apple is getting unfairly. And that, to me, does have some merit and importance to other parts of the market. And it will drag on. And therefore, I think that Apple shares are going to be under some pressure. And any signals that there's some negotiations that's moving toward other, Spotify even. I mean, we don't own Spotify, but that would be positive for other
Worth
areas.
pointing out, Apple won in court against Fortnite. You know, they wanted to have an alternative system where players of the game could pay them directly and operate around iOS, and Apple said no. It went to court, and Apple won. That's number one. And number two, look, this is going to be a permanent feature of the landscape. Now that we have multi-trillion-dollar companies with billions of users, they will never not be under scrutiny from one authority or another. So they're in battles with the EU. Get used to that. It'll never end. Now they'll be in battles here, on and off. We've seen it before. We've seen Microsoft go through it. I don't think anyone really has an edge on the courtroom stuff or the litigation stuff as a trader or an investor. You might be happy with an outcome or unhappy with an outcome. I don't think it's the thing that we want to be focused on.
All right, Steve, I know we got to let you go. You got to get to that pressure that Apple's holding in just a few minutes. I want to ask you, we're looking at regulation and antitrust regulation here in the U.S., and as Josh just alluded to, Apple also facing some pressure in the EU along with other mega cap tech companies. Do you believe that Apple's going to discuss not only the regulation here in the U.S., but also what's going on in the EU on this call and just their general strategy when it comes to things like this?
Yeah, they've been talking about their EU compliance for several months now, since January when they announced it. But I think more importantly, Frank, what you should look at is over in the EU, that could be a template for if Apple loses this case against the Department of Justice of how they would make changes here in the United States as well. That includes, allowing other third-party app stores onto the phone, allowing those NFC payments to happen with third parties like PayPal or your American Express app and so forth. So that is one idea of how, but by the way, those ideas are also under scrutiny still from the EU, whether or not Apple is actually in compliance with the law. And I'll just make one more political point here. Josh was talking, we might have a Trump administration next year and what happens here. I will also note the Trump administration, DOJ, started this investigation into Apple. So there's a decent chance that it will continue under a different administration. I will also note, though, Tim Cook was really good at cozying up to Donald Trump during his first term as president and got a lot of concessions out of him, especially with China tariffs. So maybe that relationship can get leverage as well, guys.
Our Steve Kovac back at Inglewood Cliffs, our headquarters. Steve, thank you very much for your reporting as always. We're going to stick with Apple, and Kevin, I didn't forget about you. We've got a committee move. You bought more Apple last week.
Well, we had sold out of Apple at the end of November. The stock had made a tremendous run. The earnings growth was slowing down. We pivoted into Broadcom at the time. But with the recent news that we're seeing here with Apple today, last week, 10, 15% off of the highs from December, we're willing to look at a company that's best of breed, cash flow machine. Maybe look at this news as something that's going to hurt revenues moving forward. I think it's going to have to. But more than anything, it's just depressing to watch a company that's such an innovator that, to Josh's point, we're investing in because we want to, and they're going to be penalized for being best of breed. So we're going to stick with Apple. We have a small position, and I imagine we'll continue to accumulate shares.
Tim Cook's in China right now. They're opening the second largest Apple store in the world after the one on Fifth Avenue in New York. They'll be in Shanghai. I think they have multiple stores in Shanghai already. If you think Tim Cook is good at cozying up to Donald Trump, you should see him when he's in Asia with the leaders of these countries. I mean, to me, that goes from being a negative catalyst to a potential positive catalyst if there's anything good to say, to Carrie's point, about maybe we're bottoming out there. Maybe it's in terms of market share. Maybe it's in terms of positive signals from a government official. But I feel like the risk is to the upside on the China story. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've discounted the China play completely. So anything that happens now is going to be revenue that we weren't really accounting for moving forward. So great point.
To Josh's point, we had a great guest on Worldwide Exchange, Dewardrick McNeil, saying that Tim Cook's basically half CEO, half diplomat. When he goes in these other countries, he's able to navigate very skillfully. And Steve Kovac obviously pointed out his ability to work with the Trump administration. Bill, I'm going to come over to you. You actually trimmed Apple. You're on the other side of this coin.
I did. Well, I did it yesterday into the close. I mean, there was some really tremendous strength across the market broadly. Wanted to monetize it somewhere. I mean, we really didn't have much cash. Everything's kind of put it to work. And I've been talking about it over the last month. Under the surface, a little bit of rotating. So we trimmed Apple. It's still number 6, and still we're underweight the S&P now, roughly about a 4% weighting. So it's, for me, it broke down an uptrend going back to December, and from a momentum standpoint, it has completely stalled. I want to see the momentum. This was a top holding next to Amazon. I want to see the momentum turn back north here. In order to do that, we'd probably have to see Apple back above 185. So we're a little bit cautious until we see that.
All right. So again, Apple shares down 3.5%. The DOJ in several states following an antitrust lawsuit against the company, basically accusing it of monopolistic practices. We want to stick with tech. Let's get to our chart of the day. Micron hitting a record high after beating quarterly estimates and giving strong guidance. Bill, I'm coming back over to you. You're in this one as well.
Yeah, this is a top 5 name of ours. It's been right in the center of our portfolio for quite a while. And this isn't a story of where this came out. It didn't come out of nowhere today. I mean, Micron had an awesome year last year. And really, this goes back to 2022. In the end of 2022, I've been talking about this many times over, the CEO of Micron wanted to flush out the supply and an oversupplied market. The demand will come back around. Last year talked about a trough in memory demand. Really, what they hit on yesterday, the new acronym HBM, high bandwidth memory, and that's going to be, you're going to see more and more of that popping up around. And NVIDIA, at their new meeting, Jensen Huang, the CEO there, talked about their new technology. It's going to need more HBM, and Micron's technology increases that HBM by more than 20 times the memory bandwidth. So I think what you're going to see here, demand throughout the tech landscape and where the chips, as they evolve, and it's not just the picks and shovels anymore with NVIDIA. They're going to lift all boats around them. Micron's a name like that. Synopsys is a name like that.
Right.
And these are just performing names right now.
Yeah, you know, Micron playing in the memory and the storage space, again, shares up over 16%. While we're talking about chips, I mean, we got to talk about NVIDIA. More price target increases for NVIDIA. Today it was TD Cowen raising their price target to 1,100 from 900. Josh, you're in on this one. What do you think? Little late to the party? I mean, surprised at all to see this price target increase?
Well, most of these analysts at this point have been bullish on the stock for a long time. There's not a lot of opinion changes happening. I think NVIDIA basically has become a universal buy. There's probably 40 different analysts covering it with some version of an accumulate, an overweight, a buy, a strong buy, a like, a love. So at this point, when we're talking about adjusting price targets, a lot of this stuff really just becomes positioning and trying to make sure that your investment bank is getting their share of the trading volume that's supposed to cross your desk. I hate to say these things out loud. I know it's not popular, but this is the business, okay? That's why we changed price targets from 1050 to 1100. Nobody actually believes that $50 difference has any real meaning to the people that are transacting in the stock. The thing I like to do with a $900 stock is I like to pretend it's $92. So if I tell you this stock's trading at 92 and I think it's going to go to 110, you'd probably shrug and say, Yeah, that sounds right. A lot of $92 stocks go to 110. So if you do that mentally, you can get past this whole thing where you say, $1,000 target. Stocks don't split anymore, or for the most part. So this is the way that we trade these days, and these multi-100-point moves should not really trick you as to what's going on. It's a very strong stock, getting stronger. Analysts are moving their targets around to get attention for themselves, which is adorable. Still bullish, long NVIDIA, till I die.
Probably not.
What's up?
Wow, till you die.
No,
speaking of NVIDIA, Carrie Firestone has much more for you on CNBC Pro. Be sure to check out her latest write-up on if NVIDIA can continue its parabolic gain. You can also scan the QR code or go to cnbc.com/ProPick. I will be reading it later, Carrie. Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
All right, so Carrie, your article, again, looking forward to Kenny, just keep going. And the question now is, should they start taking profits in some of the market's AI winners? And Bill, we're just coming back to you. We're doing a lot of moves with you today. You're coming back to you actually took some profits when it came to AMD.
AMD has not performed very well in the past week or so. It had the big surge, it hit over $200, and it's kind of just given that entire gain back. I don't like that performance in the market that's actually making new highs. So relative to the NASDAQ, it's underperforming. And trying to find a place to trim. We're still overweight AMD in the benchmark right now, but now just about a 3% weighting in ours. So again, this is under the surface, little bits of rotating. You can't do it all at once.
Right.
So we were 55% tech. We're about almost 40, a little above 40% now. So we're trying to find places to kind of move the needle a little bit.
Was valuation at all an issue for you when you made this decision? I'm looking at AMD 49 times forward earnings, Micron 53 times forward earnings, then NVIDIA just 27 times forward earnings.
I'm clearly not extremely focused on valuation for me to have such heavyweight in tech for quite a while for this move. But what I'm looking at is the momentum here, more the centerpiece of exactly why is this turning down right now. It hit 200, it's rejected 200, it's stalled, the rest of the market has risen. So I'm going to kind of take a step back here, reevaluate what the next move here for AMD is.
All right, looking at AMD shares up just over 1% right now. All right, turning to another big story we're watching, the Reddit IPO. We're awaiting the first trade right here at the NYSE. Our Julia Borston is standing by with the very latest on pricing. Julia.
That's right. We're looking at an indication of between $50 and $52. $50 would be a 47% premium over where it was priced at $34 a share. So we're waiting that first trade. We're hearing it's expected to be within the next hour. Steve Huffman, the CEO, who we interviewed earlier this morning, is over here, and everyone's standing here by the post awaiting that first trade. Guys?
All right, Julia Borston, we'll be waiting for that first trade. Right now, it's looking like it'll open like 50 to 52 bucks. All right, coming up, more committee moves. The names and the trades from Bill, Carrie, and Kevin next. Much more halftime. Coming back in 2 minutes.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Download the app.
All right, welcome back to the Halftime Report. Let's hit some committee moves. Kevin, you bought more United Health.
Yeah, now this doesn't come without risk, Frank. Just like we talked about with Apple, they've got the DOJ coming after them a little bit with respect to an acquisition that they made back in 2011. So maybe a little late to the party, I'm not sure. The other problem is there's been a massive cyber attack against United Healthcare. So definitely a little bit more risk here with this trade, but if they come out of it, we're going to be really pleased with the performance. We've owned this stock for over a decade. The past 8 quarters, they've increased their earnings by 10% each of the last 8 quarters in a row. So you're talking about a company that's standing by this hack. They're trying to help mom and pop pharmacies, those that still remain, the big pharmacies, and most importantly, the people that need to get medicines. It's not working perfectly. They're going to take a big loss as a result of this, but they're not running away from it, and they're standing up to this problem, and we're excited about that opportunity. If it doesn't work, we'll keep a tight stop loss and be out of it.
All right, to your point, United Health down about 5% over the last month since that cyber attack and the opening of that DOJ investigation. Carrie, either one of those concern you about this company in the short term or the long term?
Well, the stock's been hit in the short term. We own it also, have owned it for a long time. We think that the potential for United Health is solve the problem of cyber, start to get the costs under control, particularly with the obesity drugs, which is going to happen. There are going to be many more drugs on the market over the next few years, and those costs that's killing every employer is going to start to moderate.
Bill, you own it as well?
I mean, I think it's really taken a lot of the bad news very well this year. It's not a stock that moves a ton, so it's held up really well and building out a little bit of a floor. I think, but the bad news behind it, they're mitigating the risks with the cyber attack and the breach, and I think it's behind them moving forward. So I'd like to see the stock have a better performance the second half of the year, though.
Why not wait until the technicals at least show a sign of a bottom, I guess would be the question. Because I agree, the stock's been hammered already, and fundamentally there's probably a lot of value here, but we all know things go way further than they should, the downside and the upside. So I'm just curious, like, why not pick an entry point once the stock can hold a previous low, or we see like selling drying up on another sell-off?
Well, we own it already, so we have a big gain in the stock.
You're not adding to it.
Not adding to it.
I would say, I mean, I've owned it already. I have not made any moves on it recently, but we had a big low that came out middle of last year. If anything, this arguably we've moved off of this recent low and could be building an inverse head and shoulders to your technical point. So you want to see this
475.
Yeah, you want to see this hold. If that recent low doesn't hold, then get out of the way.
All right.
He bought it at 474.
All right, getting technical. Want to go to one more committee move. NextEra Energy, Carrie, you bought this one.
Yeah, so this is a stock that got hit for 2 reasons, very hard. One was interest rates were going up. There was a fear that they weren't going to be able to get financing for some of their projects. So interest rates haven't come down yet, but we've heard that they will be coming down, and they've certainly plateaued. They had a positive judgment ruling in Florida about some of their projects, and that's a good thing. On the rate side, things are moving positively, and sustainable energy has been a big part of their portfolio. No one has wanted that over the last year. We think that's overdone. They've got a lot of projects that over time will be very profitable for them. It's 15.5 times earnings, and so we like this here.
All right, shares down about 1/4%. Bill, coming back over to you. A new position for you. You actually bought Nucor.
Yes, as we heard, trimmed Apple, trimmed Amazon, or sorry, not Amazon, trimmed AMD, and that cash went into Nucor. There is tremendous flows from a money standpoint into materials right now. I was on last week talking about adding to Southern Copper, looking for additional exposure in materials. Nucor is breaking out, but from a balance sheet standpoint, one concern is they do have $1 billion in debt coming due in Q2 of 2025, so that could start to come into the news later this year. But also from an infrastructure standpoint, I mean, whether it's AI data centers or cable infrastructure that's being built out, steel prices are on the rise, and Nucor, I think, continues to rise with that.
You know, to your point, Nucor hitting a new intraday high today, Steel Dynamics doing it as well. I do want to ask you, though, About a month ago, they released some guidance ahead of their earnings coming up next month, and it was kind of mixed. I mean, the EPS guidance was below the estimates. They also said one segment, when it comes to steel mill, that's going to be strong in Q1. Steel products going to be down. What gave you the confidence? Is it the material sector rally that we've been seeing lately, or is there some other factor?
Well, flows are definitely playing a big part in this, and I want more material space in the space, or money in the space. It's a top 10 holding in the XLB. So if XLB is breaking out, you're going to start to see more flows into that. But as a futures trader and growing up trading as a futures trader, when you have poor to mixed fundamental news and the market doesn't trade poorly off of that, that's usually can become a very good sign. So I like that from the mixed news there, especially the market has been punishing mixed guidance, and I think being able to shake that off is a positive.
All right, again, Nucor hitting a new intraday high, shares up over 1%. Time now for headlines with Contessa Brewer. Contessa, good afternoon. Good to see you.
Hi there. Congress has unveiled a $1.2 trillion bipartisan spending bill. These are the final spending bills for the fiscal year. They need to pass the House and the Senate by midnight Friday to avoid a partial government shutdown. In a historic first, Boston surgeons transplanted...
Just a heads up here out there. I'm still on break here. I have to take a couple phone calls, but I want you guys to know that right where we are right here, right? We can easily get a 5-minute check back. So watch this 5-minute chart right here. This would be here to take your stops away from you. Just like the setup earlier back here, you want to watch out for that, like a quick blast down. That triggers your stops. Then we come right back up here to go higher. Now, if we do get trapped in here, right, they squeeze us, they blast us down, and then they get trapped in here. Be careful of that too. All you do is reset yourself and get ready to go higher once we get right back above here. The trade is complete, right? So at this point right now, the trade is complete. This full trade is done. You're looking to see what the consolidation is, if we can consolidate and go higher, or if they're going to pull you back right now. So watch as this happens. Usually you'll get a nice little, this is like pulling your stops out right here. You're still long, still bullish, all that kind of stuff, but just be aware of it as it happens. Jimmy, I'll put the Dixie up right now, brother.
All right, we're back here on halftime, and it's time for Trade School. Josh, your firm has a proprietary list of, quote, the best stocks in the market, and you have some new names being added.
So in a bull market, I think what you don't want to be doing is looking at the 52-week low list or trying to find difficult, complicated situations that you think you have an edge versus everyone else who's already dumped the stock. It's not that that can't work. It's that it's a low probability game, and only the best, sharpest people can really play it. For most people, a much better route to go would be to focus on the best stocks in the market, because in bull markets, trends continue to trend for a very long time, and they tell you definitively when the trend is at an end and when you want to get out. So let's take a look at some of those best stocks. Those are the ones that I would consider to be the best setups amongst large cap companies that are currently profitable. Let's take a look at Dow Chemical. DOW just broke resistance around 56. Next resistance is 60. I don't think it'll have a problem there. This is the first higher high for Dow since last summer. So it's really spent 9 months consolidating, and now I think it's out of that consolidation period. RSI is only 63, therefore it's not terribly overbought. You're not late to the trade. I like the setup right here. I like a few names in that group. I also want to throw in 3M. This is an industrial. It's had a miserable few years. Lawsuits, settlements, more lawsuits, et cetera, et cetera. This is a defined breaking of the downtrend, as you can see right before your very eyes. Now you have a stock that's 50% off all-time highs, but within 2% of a new 52-week high. It has not traded around the $112 level since January of last year, so it's about 15 months fighting through this level of resistance, and now she looks like she wants to go. This is a name that should be on your list. This one is a little bit higher of an RSI, but I would ignore that. Stocks can be overbought and still work. How many more do we want to do? I got a few more.
Let's jump in for a second.
Right.
Kevin, I'm going to come over to you. You've owned Dow. I know it's a dividend-producing stock, dividend almost at 5%. What do you make of Josh's thesis here in Trade School?
Well, we've owned both Dow and 3M in the past, and for obvious reasons that Josh has mentioned, we've been out of them for some time. I do like the Dow a little bit more for the past 6 months, 5% dividend. Doesn't have the dividend growth, but definitely these are stocks that are breaking out. I think both of these should be on a watch list.
How do I get you back in, Kevin?
On our watch list.
Can I throw in a set of steak knives?
How about a stock split?
How about Marriott? How about Royal Caribbean? Can we put these up? New 52-week highs for both right now. Royal Caribbean is actually hitting a new all-time high, and that is the first time since pre-COVID that you've been able to say that. So this is not just a 52-week high. It's a monster performer off the 2022 lows from July 2022 until today. Basically, we've seen 2 years of higher lows and then higher highs and then higher lows again. That stair-step pattern is exactly what you're looking for an intermediate to long-term hold. If you're looking at the technicals, the stock is just a beast. It's behind really only SMCI and NVIDIA. When you look at what this thing has been able to do. Marriott's another all-time high. Same theme. The travel boom is not a fad. It's now an ingrained part of our culture. So long as people have money, they're going to want to have experiences with it. They did the new flat screen TV 3 years ago. They don't need another one. They're traveling instead. We continually hear from airline CEOs. They are notching the best weeks of ticket sales, one after another after another. MAR is where they land and drive to. It's really that simple. It's not very complex. Stock looks amazing. Last one, financials. New 52-week high right now. Citigroup, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. Not only are these stocks making 52-week highs, technically, they really look flawless. There are no sellers. There's no resistance right now. And I think these can continue to rock out. And I want to be in these names as long as I can.
Yeah, we're going to back up just one bit. Carrie, I'm going to let you go into your old wheelhouse. You used to cover travel and leisure for Fidelity, so pick your own adventure. You want to take on the fundamentals or the technicals here?
Well, I think that Marriott makes a lot of sense. I think Royal Caribbean, those two look great. We own Booking. It had a little bit of a hiccup. It's going back on the uptrend. But those two are different, in my opinion, than Dow and 3M, both of whom had massive downturns for multi-year trends, both fundamentally and technically. And those are turnarounds in both cases. Those are turnaround stories, and the charts look good. The other stocks, Royal Caribbean and Marriott, and I give you Booking, are stocks that have been in uptrends, and those are continuing. And travel is, of course, a place where consumers are spending more time and more money and more interest in it. And the infrastructures of these companies are now beginning to dominate the whole leisure space.
All right, again, Marriott hitting a new all-time high today. Coming up next, Mike Santoli joins us with his midday word as stocks rally. Again, we're continuing to watch stocks right now. We're kind of sort of on 40,000 watch when it comes to the Dow. The S&P and the NASDAQ also on pace for new record.
Just a heads up here.
Halftime coming up.
Just want to stop and let me mute this really quick. You've got right now, we've got a 12:41. We got 20 minutes for it. They're setting up right here for this auction that's coming up at 1 p.m. But even so, right, take a look at NVIDIA right now. Look at NVIDIA down here. And it is about to fucking explode. You see it here? Just like trying to explode right now. This is NVDA. And you're watching this. We're about to squeeze here to the upside. I want you to watch this because we're likely going to fucking have an explosive move to the upside here in just a moment. These fucking sellers keep coming in. They're like unloading and unloading. And as they're unloading, they're trying to stop the S&P 500 from exploding to the upside. I've got the Dixie chart up for you. I'm also going to put the Qs up here for you as well. So let's take a look at the Qs. Whoop, hold on here. I got the Dixie twice, right? Wait a minute. Hey, come on now. Stop with the flashing. QQQs. And watch the Qs right now. Qs right now are about to explode to the upside as well, right? We've got right here. And watch where the Qs are. They are above right now. You see how that outperform right now? They're trying to pin SPOOs, and yet the Qs are about to literally go to the fucking moon. And they just traded 450 on the Qs right now. So that's a big level. I think do we get 450? I think I had 450 on the charts overnight. But we'll see what happens here. And they are pissed off right now. Super pissed. They want to see the Qs get rolled at 450. This is our upper target, by the way. So just be aware of what's going on. There's a lot of volatility here in the marketplace. And watch this rage here. This huge rage going on. Look at that red ball on Bookmap right now. They're fucking pissed off, man. People are pissed. Sellers raging right now. So let's go back to this trade right here, right? We had this trade. That trade is now dead, right? We got our nice little tick up here. And now you've just got mass manipulation. You've got sellers knowing that they've got an event coming up at 1 p.m. It's like clockwork, right? They're sitting there going, yeah, we're going to set all this up. We'll get some bad news coming, some doom and gloom. We're going to blast this shit down. I'm going to give you some targets to the downside in case there is a hit and run by bears, okay? Your first target is right here, 522.99. Your next target to the downside is going to be 521.95. And then the big green box down here, right? You got this big old green box down here and here, 519, 520. So will they get a hit and run here? I don't know, but they are setting it up. I want you to know that they're setting up a hit and run move for the Bears here. You know, do they get their flush? That's a 30-point move down. 30-point move down. So be aware of it. Be aware of it. Bulls don't have a trade here. For bulls to have a trade, you need to be above, consolidate, and break that previous high over here, right? So we're still waiting for the bulls to take over. They haven't taken over yet. They're getting flushed down right now. So just keep about your wits right here.
Fed bids for 10-year tips total $0.
Keep that one right there. It's kind of, and I apologize for the look of this thing. This looks terrible. This does not look good. There's one right there. There's the other one right there. They're going to take that one right there. Oh, wait a minute. Somewhere right there. And then you'll have one more violent move right there. Sorry, it looks like shit. I didn't draw this well. I didn't draw this well at all. It looks terrible.
Do you want to stay up to date
It just doesn't look good. I don't know why. There's a lot of work to be done over here if you're a bear.
Get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of
But I'll be back with you in just a minute. Be right back.
2%.
Yeah, there's like a hit and run, like a bear hit and run starting here. They're really pissed off, man. And we have a high probability of a huge squeeze coming to the upside as well.
Right below you, Mike. Treasury yields mostly higher. Yeah. How do Treasury yields play into the market story going forward, at least until the next Fed decision?
Yeah, interesting. Yesterday, the yields did come in a little bit on, I guess, what was perceived as a net dovish message from Powell. Globally, too, yields have been coming in. Now they've just sort of leaked higher a little bit. I've been viewing the 10-year under 435, 440, which hasn't been far from that recently, as just being within the range. It's kind of a no change, no signal. We can live with this. We can absorb that kind of rate, especially when credit spreads are so tight that the corporate borrowing costs are staying very tame. So for now, I feel as if the bond market still has to kind of metabolize this idea that maybe there's a little more tolerance for slightly higher inflation or a longer path to get to the 2% Fed target, but that's all down the road. In the here and now, it feels as if, kind of risk rally mode, everything pretty much up, low quality,
Right.
high quality, big, small.
Yeah, definitely in rally mode right now. Again, the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ on pace for a record.
Watch the rug pull here.
Intraday high. Mike's in totally with the midday word. Mike, thank you very much. All right, coming up next, our call today, it's on Adobe. Bearish analyst activity on that stock. We'll see if the committee agrees. Much more halftime coming up after this.
I think what others can learn from my journey as a female leader is really resilience and perseverance. Many steps along the way, I've experienced challenges and roadblocks, and having the ability to move past them, to celebrate the small wins, and take the challenges as they come has been a key part of getting me to this point.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US 10-year TIPS auction, prior bid cover of 2.62 and a prior high yield of 1.81%. So taking a look at some analyst notes ahead of this auction, sticky inflation is positive for tips on the Fed's projection that 75 basis points of easing remains likely this year, may serve as a green light for dip buyers, a BMO strategist wrote. Meanwhile, crude oil futures remain above $80 a barrel after exceeding the threshold this month for the first time since November.
Always in sketches.
Primary dealers positioning tips due in 6 to 11 years was net long $1.42 billion in the week ended March 6th versus $1.6 billion, the average net long over the past year.
And welcome back to the Halftime Report. Let's get to our call of the day on Adobe. KeyBank initiating it at underweight, saying it's no longer the grower that it once was. Shares down 2% right now. Bill, you actually just sold this one.
Yeah, we sold it today. It's bounced back a little bit from earnings. Guidance was soft, but I think the market sort of overreacted to the guidance. The problem is the Figma deal did not go through. That was going to be a $20 billion deal. They took that money and they did a $25 billion buyback. I think in the middle of an AI arms race, with Sora releasing the video and the technology from OpenAI, that they're going to compete with Adobe here, they're going to reinvest this money back into the business. The market is punishing them. And as you see the NASDAQ go higher, Adobe is lower today, so I'm just stepping away from it.
Yeah, to your point, since the Figma deal didn't work out, Adobe shares down about 12%. The QQQ up about 10% since then. Carrie, you like Adobe. You like their AI story as well.
I think that the market overreacted to the earnings, and I think to put out a new report and say sell here, it's a little after the fact. Adobe still is dominant in its space, and they actually have products that they've integrated into some of their platform. If you just use Photoshop, you can tell that there are many new features than there ever have been. It's a stock that's growing, I don't know, low double digits on the top line. That can expand over the next couple of years. Can be a mid-teen grower on earnings. The stock multiple has come down, and we think right here is an attractive entry point.
So you think it's attractive. You also think they're going to figure out AI. What do you think they're going to figure out? Because the most logical application of AI, I would think, would be in Photoshop.
Well, I'm saying they're doing it now. It's in there. It's embedded. If you use Photoshop right now, if you use it, you can see that there are applications that did not exist in the last year.
Adobe shares down 2% on that downgrade, or the initiation, I should say. Stay with us. We got the final trades coming up right here on Halftime.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $16 billion in 10-year tips, prior bid cover of 2.62 and a prior high yield of 1.81%.
trial.
All right, welcome back to Half. Let's get to our Julia Borston on the floor with the very latest on Reddit. Julia.
That's right. We're waiting Reddit's first trade. It was priced at $34, which was the high end of the range, and now it is looking at an indication of between $49.50 and $50.50 at the midpoint, $50. That's a 50% premium over where the stock was priced. Seems to be heating up. We're getting ready for it to start trading any minute now. Back over to you.
Waiting for Reddit's first trade. Now it's time for final trades here on Halftime. Kevin, you're up first.
Freeport McMoran, commodities are in a tear. Its stock was $38 2 weeks ago. It's now $46. FCX.
Bill.
Uber consolidated great after the buyback news. Now number go up.
Carrie.
Blackstone, realizations are starting to pick up, and we think the PE market will improve.
Josh, you got the last word.
Samsara, the next great ARR story in the market.
Oh, short but sweet. One more quick check of the markets right now. As you mentioned, markets hitting an intraday high. Right now, the Dow up over 0.75%, the S&P up over 0.5%, the Nasdaq up 0.75%. We remain on 40,000 watch when it comes to the Dow. That's going to do it for Halftime. We have the exchange coming up next. Thanks for watching.
Shortly expecting the results of the 10-year TIPS auction, the Treasury when issued yield comes out at the top of the hour. Treasury when issued 10-year TIPS yield about 1.91% before the $16 billion auction.
Dental.com.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Tyler Matheson. Here's what's ahead. Busy hour ahead. Wall Street building on a record-setting run. Our market guest says it doesn't matter when the Fed cuts, that that run will continue. He's here with what makes him so bullish. Plus, we are awaiting Reddit's first trade minutes from now, probably. Bullpen Capital's Duncan Davidson told us yesterday if it prices at the top of the range, it could be setting up for failure. Well, it did price at the top of that range, $34. Duncan is back with us. It's indicated now to open between $49.50 and $50.50 right now in just seconds. We will see what happens when that first trade crosses the tape. And two reasons why Netflix will continue to dominate the streaming wars. Our analyst will tell us what they are and how much upside he sees ahead. But we begin with Julia Boorstin, who is live at the New York Stock Exchange awaiting Reddit's first trade. Hi, Julia.
Yes, the first trade is expected any minute now. Snoo, which is the Reddit character, has just moved past behind me, and the trade is expected to open between $49.50 and $50.50. That at the midpoint would be a 50% premium over the offering price of $34. It did price at the upper end of the range. We see a lot of excitement for Snoo over there, along with Steve Huffman, the CEO of Reddit, who we interviewed earlier today. So now we're just awaiting the first trade, but it does feel like we're getting close. Tyler?
Well, we haven't seen this kind of frenzy or excitement in a long time. Maybe if Reddit comes out of the box strong and holds its first day gains, this will encourage other companies to come forward, right, Julia?
Yeah, look, there is a lot of hope that the IPO market will start to open up. There was just an IPO yesterday that traded up over 70%. So the question is how many IPOs here that have that kind of upside will really encourage other companies to start to go public. And the numbers that we saw back in 2020, 2021.
Julia, you holler when the action comes. We'll be back with you in just seconds. Meantime, let's bring in Duncan Davidson to talk, excuse me, a little bit more about Reddit and the overall IPO market that may ensue after this Reddit debut. He was with us yesterday and said, among other things, if the stock priced at the high end of its range, which it did, that might take a little wind out of the sails on the open, I suppose, was your argument. Explain your argument and explain what you're seeing right now.
Well, normally I want to see these things price about 20-25% higher when they open, which indicates a really good spread, but not crazy. This is doing much better, so I share everybody's excitement. What I'm worried about is that it might show some volatility as a lot of the pump and dumpers on the Reddit side, you know, the Wall Street bets people, jump in, then jump right out again. So I'm going to watch today volatility. But regardless, this is a decent opening. If it does open here, which should spur other people to start joining the party.
Yeah, so where would you expect, you know, the history of IPOs is a checkered one, frankly. Many of them do not trade at their opening price in 6 months hence. What do you think might happen here with this one?
Either it becomes a stonk, which means a meme stock, which the retail traders go crazy on and it flies high. Or if it starts getting a lot of institutional holdings, which I hope it does, I would buy into this thing about 6 months out because there's a huge overhang of private investors who will probably get out of the lockup and take their profits. So I basically would look at this thing as a long-term hold, but wait 6 months before jumping into the party.
Very interesting. Duncan, we're going to come back to you when this stock opens for trading. If you would indulge us by hanging on for just a minute, we're going to turn now to Dom Chu for a market update. Hey, Dom.
All right, so Tyler, I mean, it's record highs across the board here for the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ Composite has now joined that record high party. The Dow Industrial is up 320 points, 0.75%. The S&P 500 is at 52.54 right now, up 29 points, about 0.5% gains. The NASDAQ Composite up 0.75% to 16,483. And it's been an up day the entire day so far. We were up 37 points at the high for the S&P, up 23 at the lows. One stock that is not participating in that record high run is Apple, after the Department of Justice unveiled antitrust suit issues against the company there. The shares are down 3.5% right now. So the Dow component and the S&P 500 component and NASDAQ component, heavily weighted in two of those indices, is down big on that news. But check out some of the other stocks that are perhaps in the ecosystem that are benefiting from some of that stuff. We know that the Department of Justice is going to focus on things like Apple's dominance in smartphones, cloud gaming, smartwatches, that sort of thing. Well, check out payment stocks like PayPal Holdings Block catching a bid partly because of those issues around Apple Pay. Garmin on the wearable side up about 1% right now, and Take-Two Interactive Electronic Arts, Tyler, both publishers of online or mobile games that are seeing at least some benefit at least from the trader perspective, on some of the Apple antitrust stuff. So keep an eye on those stocks in the ecosystem. Ty, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Dom, thank you very much. Meantime, the Fed and the markets are aligned on 3 rate cuts, it would seem, for this year. But our next guest thinks there will be one more. He sees a total of 4 25 basis point or quarter point cuts starting in June. And he says the difference between the Fed and his call comes down to 1 data point. We'll find out what it is in just a moment from Morgan Stanley's chief global economist, Seth Carpenter, along with CNBC's senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman. Carpenter and Leisman, you've been injured in a Fed crack-up. See the law firm of Leisman and Carpenter. Steve, why don't you put yesterday's activity into context for us? Any sort of day later ruminations on your part?
You know, I think this is reminding me a little bit of the December meeting where the market's going a little bit far on not very much based upon what Powell said yesterday. Yeah, the 3 rate cuts survived the projections, but, you know, very slimly, Tyler. It was 1 vote essentially away from being down to 2. And look, the market could be right here, and Seth Carpenter, who I'm going to hear from in a second, could well be right here about his inflation outlook. But I still think there's some risk. If we don't get a better report, a better inflation report in the March data that we'll get in April, then I think there's going to be some backtracking of the optimism that's out there right now. That's my take. I'm sorry to be a little curmudgeonly on this fabulous day of a new IPO and the market having so much fun after the Fed. But remember, the market had to do some, the bond market did some backtracking from December. I do think there's another discussion to have, Tyler, and I'll let Seth speak, which is that the stock market seems somewhat disconnected from what the Fed had been doing before.
Seth, why don't you react to what Steve just said? And I guess my question for you is, you're holding to the idea maybe of 3, maybe even 4 rate cuts between now and year end. If inflation continues at its current sort of trajectory level, which is a little hotter than expected, and in light of the fact that the Fed boosted its GDP numbers, that would argue, wouldn't it, for maybe a slower rate cutting regime rather than a more accelerated
10-year
one?
tips yields rise to
1.931%
from around 1.914%.
He gets to make me look like the cheerful one, which is perfect from my perspective. Yeah, we are looking for 4 cuts this year. We're looking for the first cut to happen in June, which again is consistent with markets. I suspect is actually consistent with what the median person on the Fed was writing down as well. June is what, 2.5? The June meeting is about 2.5 months away, maybe a little bit more. Go back in time to where we were 2.5 months ago, and the market was pricing in so many more cuts. So I don't know that you want to put too much stock right now on where the market is. And then even the Fed, we go back to last March, they misjudged where they were going to end up the year. They revised their own forecast up 2 times from the March meeting and then back down again 1 more time to where they end up at the end of the year. So forecasting this far out is tough. What makes us at 4 instead of 3 instead of at 2? June seems like the right time. The economy was stronger, as you said, but Powell, I think, correctly noted that a chunk of that is stronger supply side, more jobs, more immigration, more labor force. And so they seem comfortable cutting in June, even before inflation gets all the way down. And then for us, our forecast for the second half of the year is faster disinflation than what I infer the market is thinking, faster disinflation than what the Fed has written down. But that's a second half of the year phenomenon, and things have to come true for that to be realized.
I think I heard, Steve, correct me if I mischaracterize your comments, the idea that maybe the stock market, the equity market, has gotten a little ahead of itself with respect to where the Fed is. Did I characterize you right there, Steve?
Yeah, it's a bit like asking a guy 2 things. You know, what's your success rate with the operation, and what's your essentially the complication rate? They're 2 different things. I think if Seth has a positive or a better inflation forecast than either the market or one that is better than the Fed, that's one to go with. That's fine. But there's a risk around that forecast, and that's more what I'm talking about. I don't have a forecast, but maybe I have, Tyler, an appreciation for the risk around that forecast not being right. I just wouldn't be all chips in on inflation coming down. We've had 2 bad months. I can explain January pretty well. Having a little trouble, Tyler, explaining February as a kind of more of an anomaly. I think there may be a certain stubbornness. I hope I'm wrong in March. I really hope Seth is right. I don't want to be on the negative side of this trade, but I just want to say there's risk around the forecast here. I think Seth knows that and appreciates that.
Seth, why don't you address that point and answer the sort of root question there, which is whether the market equities have gotten ahead of where the Fed is forecasting.
Yeah, Steve could not be more right. There are clearly risks here. There's the old saying that forecasting is hard, especially about the future. And if you said to me, am I 100% convicted that inflation is coming down as much as our forecast? The answer has to be no. So I think Steve is completely spot on there. I will say, however, that there is an extra nuance here for equity markets. We are in an interesting, to say the least, cycle. And, you know, if the market wants to be positive because rates are coming down, that makes a lot of sense, the normal relationship between interest rates and the equity market. But one reason why Fed funds rates might not come down as much as we think could just be fundamentally stronger real side economic activity, which by itself should also be good for equity prices. And so I think we need to think about all sorts of different risks. Steve's 100% right. I think right now the equity market is looking at so many different components. What's going on with inflation and what does that mean for rents, for interest rates, but also what's going on with growth and earnings and what does that mean for rates?
Let me conclude.
And one more thing.
Go ahead,
Seth.
sir.
Just one more thing, which is productivity. I mean, that's where if I'm too curmudgeonly, it's because I'll be proven wrong, especially, I think, by the productivity numbers. Tyler, we've had 3 amazing quarters of productivity. It could just be all noise. It could be the beginning of something wonderful.
All right, we're going to wrap it there. Gentlemen, thanks very much. Seth, appreciate your comments. All right, stocks are continuing to build on yesterday's rally. And our next guest says the Fed doesn't need really to start cutting rates this summer or even this fall to keep the rally going. Joining us now, Andres Garcia Amaya, Zoe Financial CEO. Andres, welcome. Good to see you again.
Yeah,
it's been quite a while since we've been under the same roof, probably pre-pandemic. So explain your thesis here, and that is that the Fed doesn't really need to cut rates. The market can continue to make progress even if it doesn't.
Yeah, that's a perfect segue from the prior conversation, because the missing component here is earnings have improved significantly. Now, that comes along with a better economy, and obviously the Fed revised GDP upwards this year. But ultimately, we might find ourselves next January with all-time highs and the Fed didn't cut at all, right? And the reason is, if the Fed didn't cut because the economy continues to do well and earnings continue to deliver, I think that's where equities are going to be focused on, rather than just being fixated on where interest.
Here comes the 1 p.m. vol control right now, crowd. 1 to 1:30 in the afternoon. This is a vol control crowd. This is why you don't get your crashes right now. Right on schedule, heading into 1:30 in the afternoon.
Off the table. In other words, it's the anticipation of a potential cut that is maybe even more important than the cut itself.
100%. I think that if each time they're reminding us we're data dependent, wink, wink, at some point we will cut, that might be enough if the reason that they're not cutting is that the economy continues to do well. Different story if they totally pivot to we need to hike. That's, okay, different conversation, right? But the December pivot towards, okay, no more hikes, but we'll see where we cut, wink, wink, it probably will be soon. I think that's enough for the markets to focus on earnings. So if earnings continue to deliver, the market could go
Take
up.
us through those earnings and what your forecasts are for profits this year.
Yeah, I think consensus so far has pretty much gotten it right in the sense of improvement in operational leverage. We talked about productivity,
yep.
Especially in the technology sector, right? That's like the true AI play.
How much is AI going to affect productivity and how quickly?
It's a great question, because these things take decades to play out for the whole economy. But it happens to be that the driver of stock performance has been technology stocks. And technology stocks are using AI, right? Especially large cap companies are using AI today, right? So from that perspective, I think there is some, usually these things are a little bit fluffy, I think this time around, it is productivity that's coming from these stocks that are driving the market, and that could continue for a while.
That could continue for a while. How quickly do you see the adoption of AI tools and the benefits in terms of productivity for the non-technology companies, the industrials, the cyclicals, et cetera?
I think that's going to take
insurance companies, banks.
That's going to take a long time. Now, when I say a long time, it means maybe it's not a decade, right? Remember, even internet in their late 90s, everyone said tomorrow the internet. No, it took 15 years, 20 years for it to play out. It might not take that long. Things move a lot quicker now, but it is going to take a couple of years for us to see Caterpillar and GE using AI the same way that Facebook does.
Andres, we have just heard that Reddit has opened. That's excitement in our book. We're going to leave it here. Thanks so much. Good to see you,
Thanks
sir.
for having me.
Let's go to Julia Borston now on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Julia.
Okay, so Reddit has just opened at $47. That was a premium to a serious premium to where it had originally priced at $34, around 38% upside. We're now watching the stock. It's up to $49. Very loud down here. We just heard Steve Huffman ring the bell here with Lynn Martin, the CEO of the New York Stock Exchange. We're going to try to get over to Lynn Martin to get a sense of how meaningful this is for opening up the IPO market. But for now, we see the stock trading higher now of about $49. Back over to you.
All right, Julia, exciting moment there. $49 now. Let's bring in Duncan Davidson to talk a little bit more. Welcome back. What do you make of a move at 47, an open at 47, and a trade now at 49?
All right, so someone's saying that Reddit's back open again. Oh, yeah, here we go. Woo! Here's Reddit. 1 minute chart on Reddit right now. Reddit looks like it opened at 46.54. You've got the initial consolidation down below. Let's take a look at Reddit. Oh, wait a minute here. We're going to switch over really quick and take a quick peek at Reddit. Just give me one quick second here. RDDT. Let's take a look at it. Let's switch over here. Let me see. Hold on one second here. What am I doing here? I gotta go to the trigger screen. Wham. And let me do one more quick thing here. You got my take. All right. This is actually a good day. We're going to do Reddit for a reason. We don't get many opportunities around here to talk about a ticker that is IPOing. Sometimes they blast down to the depths of hell. How do you trade something like this? Any guys know how to trade something like this? Don't know how to trade something like this? There's no history here either, right? Notice how there's no history on this ticker. There's not a lot you can go off here, can you? Some of you that trade using Bookmap and stuff like that know what to be looking for. The first one would be $55 right here. Whoop. You can see it right there. And they just sold off of that $55. You can also see the opening price down below here. Whoop. Right here, right? 45 bucks basically. And you can start snapping some lines in here. You got 50 right there. Close enough for me. Well, close enough for us for today. You got another, we'll do another, we got 45. Here's 60 right here. Fairly simple, right? Let me see if we can change these out a little bit here. So if you're ever trying to trade a new ticker that as it comes on to the market, you're gonna do some simple stuff, right? It's always pretty simple. What's the opening price? We know what it is right here. We know that $50 is gonna be another big moment, right? We know that $55 is going to be another big moment. And then we know that this is going to be a fan favorite. We know that Reddit itself, the users of Reddit, are likely going to try to squeeze this thing up. Question becomes, how high does it squeeze up? And where these sellers are. You probably got somebody at home going, I bought it at 34. I'm going to sell it at 55. You get somebody else saying, I'm going to sell it at 60. Then we get some big targets up here, right? We got 60 bucks. We got 65, right? We got 70. We got 80 or 70, excuse me, 75. We got 80, believe it or not. Do I think you get that today? Probably not. We don't have a lot of time for it, though. The one thing I will say is this. We talked about this earlier this morning, which was you don't have like 5, 10 sessions, 10 sessions before the weekend. You've only got 2 sessions, and this will be a momentum trade. So there's $90, close enough. Got another one right there, 95. And we got another one here. Look how fast I can do this, right? How many of these fucking things have you traded? Enough. There's $100 right there. We'll make this one really huge. Put that a big 4 on it. We'll make it red right there. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to take this one right here. We're going to turn this one red. We're going to make that a 4. Right in there. You got 4. We're not going to do any. We'll come back. We'll talk about some other stuff and how to track this stuff. But basically, at $100, anyone up there would love to take profit off that, right? Way up there, take that profit. We're gonna take another marker here. We're gonna turn this one yellow. This is $75 right there. Right? We kind of like figure out some levels here. See how simple that is and how easy that is. We know that price is going up right now. We don't have a 1 in 5 minute trigger, but what we can do is draw something in, can't we? We can do this by ourselves. Just sit here and say, yeah, we're going to draw that in until we break, right? We could even come in here and draw out just where we are. Pull back. Pull back. Hi, Kitty. I hear you outside. Pull back. Pull back. We'll start right there. Now let's get rid of this one. Something like that, right? Fairly simple. If we start to break down at any point, there's one right there. There's one right there. And there's something else we're going to do here. We're going to do like a 3 pump, right? 1 pump, 2 pumps, 3 pumps. So our target's actually lower than that. Something like that. Just like that. 1 pump, 2 pumps, 3 pumps. Price target today, if we can continue to the upside, $65. Fairly easy, right? If we begin to break down in these pumps, let's say we come up here, right? We begin to break below. We know what to look for, don't we? It's very simple, right? You start to break down below these lows. We already know what that means, don't we? Break down here, what happens? We reject and start heading lower. Make sense? So all these tools that you learn here on this show, dude, this cat is like, the cat is body slamming herself against the door. I shit you not. She's literally like throwing herself. She's got her tit scratching underneath the door. She just threw her body at the door. So think about this. This is an IPO, right? It's an IPO. You can snap lines at the 0s, the 5s. You can tell yourself that if it's going to begin to sell up or buy up, that you're going to likely get at least 3 good pumps, right? At least 3 good pumps. Now, you know, if you break those pumps, we begin to reject to the downside, that we can start to do this on the opposite side to the downside, right? So let's look at down below here. All very simple stuff. You don't need me to teach you this. Well, you don't need me at all to teach you this, but being here with you is kind of fun, right? Do that together. So we got, we'll do yellow down below for doom. Well, no, we'll make them white, I guess. Hold on here. Make that white. Make this one white. We'll make this one the original buy-in, right? So make this big fat blue or green. Boom, right there. And what does this become? This becomes your pivot point, right? So write that in right there. Pivot point. Look at all this information we're gathering right now. We're not doing any like, oh, it's a 618. We're going to go up there and we're going to do a 1.5, bro. That's what we're doing. We don't need to do any of that stuff just now. None of that is required right now. You need to know what your pivot point is. This is your opening price. We're not trading below that pivot point right now, are we? And you see them buying it right now, right? And look what they're doing. Look what's happening right now. 1, 2, and your next target is where? $60 to the upside. If we begin to reverse, though, you know what to look for here, don't you? If you break trend at any point, you begin to break. That looks like shit, by the way. But if you begin to break trend at any point, you know what to look for, right? You're looking for a series of new lows. Let's say they started to reverse this right now. It's like right now they started to reverse this, right? And we break a new low. You know what happens, right? We come up here, we start taking out these lows, right? Come back up here, take out those lows, which we're not doing right now, are we? So we'll monitor this. What really sucks is that I didn't draw this on this other chart down below, but I will. I'll draw it on the other chart down below so you can monitor it. And price target for today, if this continued buying comes in, $65 would be the target for today for RDDT. Now, where do I think it's going? I told you earlier in the stream this morning, I said we're going to get at least probably $90, $95 on Reddit. Can it go higher? Yeah, it can. It can go up to $200 or $300. But ultimately, it's meant to be shorted. So pick your poison as to when you start to short Reddit. I would assume that a pretty big group of people are going to come in around $100 and attempt to short it. There's probably some people early here trying to short it as well. There's no puts out here right now for Reddit, not for 2 more weeks. So the idea here would be an upside move. We'll monitor this throughout the rest of the day. It's very simple, right? You're not trying to figure out any kind of Elliott wave shit. You're not trying to fucking figure out any other kind of fucking nonsense. Just really simple stuff. Zeros, fives, trend to the upside, and using what we always talk about here, right? Well, what do we always talk about here? That's always like series of new lows, series of new highs. What do they have to do right here? Let's look at this one really quick. You got just on a 1 minute basis here, right? You already know they got to beat this, right? They need a new high. They don't have to go any higher. They just need the new high. Boom, boom, boom. Get the high. Come back down, right? Retest trend, and then boom, we're up to the upside again. Make sense? Pretty clear as day, I hope. So we'll get rid of that right now. Let's see where we go. Price target on the day. Currently, price target on the day is $65. If we begin to break trend and head down and get a series of new lows, if you want to know what the price target down there would be, pretty much similar, right? About $35, $40 somewhere in there. $34 where they bought in, where we know people bought and are not tied into a staying with the stock. They can actually sell today at $35. I'm betting right at that $34 level is where the pain starts and they start running it down even further. Do I think they're going to go down to $10 today or $5 today? Probably not. It's not this ticker. This ticker might have a guy like me saying I want to short it into the ground, but it's got a fuck ton of people that love Reddit. 55 million daily users every day. They got people on board. So we'll see what happens here and see if it reverses. Okay, so there's Reddit for you. I will come back and I'll come back and transfer all this shit over so you can watch it down below. We're going to get back to SPY really quick. If you have any questions on what we reviewed on Reddit now or earlier this morning, do not hesitate to ask people in the chat what we discussed this morning. And right now we're actually doing it. We're actually heading up higher right off the bell. If you were able to buy that ticker on the open there, congratulations. We called it right. Yeah, I don't think that it's going down. And if it does start to go down, you know exactly where the pivot point is. You've got $45 down here, $40 down below. Let me see what you got here. Let's see, 1 pump, 2 pumps. And right, the target down here would be about $35 right here. Right there. Anything below that, and we start fucking selling heavy. I don't think that's happening. So I doubt it. Maybe. I can be wrong here, but we'll be proven wrong by trend. Right now, consolidation on Reddit. You have any questions right now? You guys have any questions for me? Okay, we're going to go back to the main screen. Yeah, we're going to the upside. In my view, we're going to the upside. You guys didn't hear that, or this morning you didn't hear that? I don't know. Look at Dixie coming back right now. Dixie's getting a bid right now on that 5-minute trigger, so maybe SPY will roll over. We'll take a look at that right now. All the money's leaving SPY and going to Dixie so they can try to trap you in here. Is that what they're doing right now? Is like all these smart bears out there, like all these guys are going to go trade Reddit right now. And while they're not paying attention, we're going to do a hit and run. Let me put that open for you right there. All these retail traders are going to run out. Start trading Reddit. 2 weeks, I believe. 2 weeks. You got to wait about 2 weeks for it to happen. Oh, me and Bruce Springsteen? So, no, I just thought it was funny. I just thought that, well, not funny. I was like, all these old rockers, they're like, all these old rockers look like shit, right? The road has killed them, the drug abuse, all the other craziness. And Bruce Springsteen, I'm like, did they rebuild him or something? I was like, I saw the picture of him, and I'm like, this guy's like 90 fucking years. This guy's like 90 years old. He looked all like glassy and waxy and all that stuff. There's that same, hold on a second here. Oh. Sorry. I'm going to go to Reddit down below here. Whoa. And look what's happening with Reddit. Same chart down here. We'll come down here. The open. Oh, wait a minute. I got to stop this here so we can get this done. We'll do it one more time with you down below. We'll just start it at 45 bucks right there. This is your pivot point. I'm going to make it yellow. Boom. I'm going to write down here pivot point. Make it a little sexy down there like that. There's your pivot point. You guys know what a pivot point is around these parts, right? We're going to start to snap lines above it. We got 50 bucks right there. Make that white. We're going to do another one down below here. 60 bucks. Oh, do we already do 55 yet or no? We got 55 right there. We got another one right here at 60 bucks. Fairly simple and easy, straightforward. We got 65 bucks up here. Right there. Fairly simple, right? We know that we have the initial pump. We know that there'll be some consolidation. We got the next pump right here. We know there'll be some consolidation. And the next pump right there. That would be your expectations, at least for today. Now, there are some things to be said about this, which would be, there's not a lot of time for, Reddit to trade. They got today and tomorrow. I would expect weakness over the weekend. Maybe we'll squeeze it up into Monday. It's possible. I would give this at least 5 sessions. Well, 5 sessions of bullishness if it does remain bullish. An upside target to start would be $100. So we will look at this right here as for right now. Just this one here to 65 bucks. And from there, I would expect a pretty large sell around or just before 100 bucks. Even if we continue up higher, right around the $100 mark, you should see a pretty significant sell point. And there's one other target here, one other thing to be conscious of. You got the $70 here, and then you want to be careful about 75, right? The quarters, so we'll make that one yellow. And as a matter of fact, we'll make all of this yellow. 70, 80. That's kind of $85. Don't quote me on this stuff. Just like slapping lines up like. Now this $90 mark, is going to get a red one. Well, this $100 mark, 95 is going to get a red one. And $100. All danger zone up here. All super danger. All volatile up there for sure. Especially for today. Like if you're to do something like that today, I would say run. So you have to have this consolidation zone. If they do break below trend and they catch a new low, you know what to look for, right? So this is write this in here. RDDT. Yellow. You know what you're looking for down here. Make that yellow. You know what happens if we break this. We'll revisit all the way down to the bottom. If you ever see anything like, let me see here. If you ever see the new low, right, you know exactly what you're looking for here, and you'd be blasting straight down below there. Make sense? First downside target with a new low would be $50, and then this one right here. They have the new low right now, trading 52.55. Expectation of a return down to 49.14 right now. So there you go. There's Reddit. I'll leave this one up for you. And we will go back to turning this on. Hold on here. Turn that on. Be careful how they're trying to sell this down. Watch them up here as we consolidate. This is SPX Gamma. Local resistance here. I had that up too high. Price target above. I think I might take a put here. Give me a second here. I might take a put here. Right up here, I might take one. One quick second. I'm in the middle of some meetings right now, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm going to take a put, and I have to go back to a meeting. Like, I don't want to take a put and go back to a meeting. I'll come back, and they'll be like, we don't care that you have puts. You owe us money. What are you guys saying down there? If you want to learn anything about Bookmap, I always recommend. I think I'm listed with Bookmap still. I know the owner, or I know the founder of Bookmap. You know who spends a lot of time on Bookmap, though? I used to use it a lot more frequently. I had a bunch of tools, paid for all the data and all that shit, knew a ton more than I do today. And but I haven't used it exclusively in like 2 or 3 years. I was an early adopter of Bookmap. Like day one, I was using Bookmap. So I would say get into our Discord and ask some of the guys in there. We have guys in there that have relationships with Bookmap, and I would ask around inside our Discord. There are people that use it exclusively. All right, so what else do I have for you guys right now? They don't pay, do they? Poke the juice box. They don't fucking pay. I have another meeting I have to do really quick. I had one while I was on break, and it led into needing to take another meeting. So in the next few minutes, I got to get off the show with you briefly and go back to that meeting. So I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. One more time. Do you guys have any further questions that I can answer briefly? One date birthday calls? Yeah, I would like some, dude. Should I get some? Tomorrow's Friday, isn't it? Zero date Friday. Do I need some zero dates for tomorrow? I think so. Should I get them right here instead of the puts? This is not a bad place to buy puts, is it? Or calls, is it? I still haven't gotten what I want. Where's my shit? It's over here. This is where I want to buy calls. They're not going to give it to me, are they? They're not giving me my fucking call buying down here. No love for Captain Jim James. Look at this. They're just tying you into, this is the finger trap we were talking about earlier. Remember earlier today we were like, yeah, there's a finger trap in here forming. They take you here, they take you there, take you here, take you there, manipulate you until we're really going. Just in here grinding you up. It might be that nice turn, huh? Hold on a second here. Thanks, Diego. Appreciate it. It's my birthday today. Clear that trade. Take that. Huh. Am I missing something here? Any of you guys on, what the fuck is that? This is odd. All right, there we go. All right, nothing crazy here. I got a trade set up for 427C. I mean 527C for tomorrow, not for today. They're currently trading for 22 cents and 23 cents. Have not executed the call yet, but I do have it set up. Only 10 contracts. A little bit early. Let's see what happens here. I really want to place it right now, but I'm not gonna. But I do have the trade set up. If I can see some kind of a reversal here to the upside, I'll place the trade. I would need to see price come up here and at least to execute it somewhere in there. So I'm going to keep watching it. And I'll be in the background. I'm still here in the office. I haven't left or nothing. And I will take that trade with you. So $5.27C for tomorrow. Currently trading 22 cents, 23 cents. Yeah, and just slam it home, right? Come in Friday, slam it home, wrap it up for the week. Why are we here? If we're not going to party on a Friday, take the winnings and go. Might as well slam it home, right? Yeah, dude. Why are we here? Are we here for doom and gloom on a Thursday? Fuck no. All right. So I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. I got to go back to this meeting. I'll see you guys in just a little bit. If this starts to change, I'll put a post up or something. Tips was good, by the way. Wasn't bad. If I place the trade, I'll come back and let you know in the chat or something like that. I'll post something written right here. I should have just taken the fucking trade, huh? I already know where we're going, dude. I already fucking know where we're going. We're going moon, baby. We're going to fucking 530. I don't care if it's zigzag. I don't care if it's like this either. I don't care if it's like this or whatever, like that. Slam it up there. Slam it up there. That's where we're going. It's party time. All that consolidation, dude. There's no way there's no party time. That's what scared me. I was like, so in the middle of the night last night, I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm like, look at all that fucking consolidation down there. All those days of consolidation. It's just begging to rip some fucking faces off. It really is. What's up, Dan? Chase. I love you, Chase. All right, give me a little bit. I'll be right back with you guys. You know where we're going, right? Y'all know what's up. You already in them already? You're not even waiting. You're just like, fuck it, I'm in. 527 Valhalla, baby, Friday. I will say this to you. Make sure that if the more in the money they are, the better off they are for paying you. The more outside the money they are, the more chances they're going to burn them in tomorrow anyways, even if we go there. All right, I'll be back in just a little bit.
Equivalent basis for a high-income earner are yielding, you'd have to buy something yielding 8% to beat those yields on those high-yield muni ETFs. We think that's an attractive opportunity right now.
And if you have to go out into the market and you say you to beat the tax equivalent yield on a muni by going into the taxable marketplace, I would assume that you're taking on a much higher level of credit risk.
That's exactly right, and that's another huge advantage we think in this market. The fundamentals in the municipal bond market, state and local governments and other issuers, fundamentals are very strong. And my colleagues across Muni Research have confirmed they call this a golden decade for the municipal market, given the strong fiscal positions that many of these issuers are in since COVID. And to get an equivalent level of yield in the taxable market, you would have to go out into double B or even lower rated debt in the high yield corporate bond market, debt levels that would have much higher default rates in any future economic stress scenario. So our sense of it is that a high yield municipal ETF can give you the equivalent yield to some pretty risky high yield corporate bonds, but with much lower expected stress or risk levels in the case of an economic problem.
More yield, less risk. The one thing, among the few things I know about munis and fixed income is this. The one thing you need to watch if you buy a fixed income ETF or a mutual fund is that it's not merely the yield that you should be paying attention to. It is your total return. And if interest rates go up, your total return, the value of your shares, your fund shares, goes down, correct? So what you make in yield, you might give up in total return in part. Walk me through that, assuming that interest rates are going to come down. Not only would you get this yield benefit, but you would also get the booster shot of higher capital values.
That's right. There's a potential for some capital gains, some price return in the kind of scenario you mentioned. That's not our core case for the reasons why we think these are attractive investments. But it's true that investors who have been, as I said at the beginning, positioning for rapid declines in interest rates in a recession or a rapid rate cutting scenario from the Fed have plowed money into treasury bonds, into money market accounts and other higher yielding cash accounts. And we think that the time is right to move out of those maximum safety types of assets into parts of the real economy where you can get an attractive yield with an attractive level of risk, but not be making this kind of one-way bet on the future path of interest rates. Because what's just as important about these high yield and other muni ETFs is that they're connected to the real economy. You're taking a little bit more credit risk, but in return, you're not making all your fixed income portfolio one giant bet on the future path of interest rates and of inflation. And given how sticky inflation has been, given how uncertain I think the path for interest rates is going to be over the long term, we think that moving out into the real economy in your fixed income portfolio is a really smart thing to do.
Jared Woodward, the case for high yield munis. Thanks very much. Well said. Appreciate it. Jared Woodward.
Thanks.
All right, he's with B of A Securities. Let's take a break now. Coming up, shares of Paramount lower by about 5% today and 20% so far this year as the company considers takeover options. But Netflix shares are up nearly 30% over the same period, and bullish momentum on the street seems to only be picking up. We'll dig into those two next.
pound dollar extends drop down 1%, one spot 2655, the lowest since March 4th.
Hey guys, just out there, if you're watching right now, Reddit, we finally right now do have a trigger here. Just note that so right now we finally have a trigger. So we have a 1 minute trigger and we are below the 1 minute trigger right now. Just heads up. Finally have a 1 minute trigger developing on Reddit. We have something we can trade. If we're below the 1 minute trigger, we're sellers. If we're above the 1 minute trigger, we're buyers.
Welcome back to the exchange. Paramount shares lower today as a bidding war for its assets is reportedly heating up. The private equity firm Apollo putting in an $11 billion offer for Paramount's Hollywood studio, and the studio alone, not the whole kit and caboodle. This according to the Wall Street Journal. But sources tell David Faber of CNBC that Paramount is not going to sell its studio business separately. This comes as an independent committee of directors previews Skydance Media's January bid to merge with all of Paramount. Different story, though, for Netflix. It's getting a boost over the past week on bullish calls from the likes of Evercore and JP Morgan. KeyBank raising its price target by nearly 22%, writing in a note that strong viewership data and subscriber trends will keep pushing shares higher. Joining us now is the analyst behind that call, KeyBank's Justin Patterson. Justin, welcome. Let's talk just very quickly. I know Paramount is not a stock you follow, but I'd like to get your reactions on it, the action in it, as it bears on media consolidation, something that everybody seems to be talking about these days.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Tyler. And again, I defer to Brandon Nispel, my colleague who covers the media stocks, but stepping back, we've been expecting consolidation for a while within the industry. Everybody went into direct-to-consumer offerings like Netflix to try to get that Netflix multiple. And what a lot of companies have found is this is just a very difficult business model to get working. Churn is higher than what you would expect in a cable world. You have to keep pumping out new content, and that's pretty costly. You've seen the damage it's all wrecked on free cash flow profiles across the industry so far. So we continue to feel that streaming players like Netflix are in the pole position, and the rest have to make some difficult choices here.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing. I mean, Apollo apparently offering $11 billion for a company, Paramount, for the studio, and the entire company is only worth, in recent trading, about $7.7 billion. So that suggests that the cable properties, the CBS part, is actually a drag on the company's value. Let's turn to Netflix while we're at it. What has caused you to raise your price target on it? What do you see in the numbers, the performance of this company that makes you as bullish as you are?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a couple things in there, Tyler. So first, when we look at just Netflix's viewership data, you're starting to see more hit content coming back again. So quarter to date, there's 5 shows that have now garnered over 250 million hours viewed thus far. That's a pretty healthy pickup versus what we were seeing in Q4 earlier this year. And that's before you start to have some of the returning hits like Bridgerton, like Squid Game, like Cobra Kai coming back on the platform. So we step back and look at the data and see just the content portfolio ahead. We see a business that supports accelerating revenue growth, accelerating earnings growth, and that should drive equity returns here.
When I think of stocks, I tend to think in terms of the stock that you sort of must have in your portfolio. I would say Apple might be that kind of stock. I might say that Microsoft would be that kind of stock. In the media world, is Netflix that stock?
Yeah, I think it is. When you just step back, look at where consumers are spending their time more, most of the new shows are hitting Netflix at this point. There's always something new coming every week that's happening around the globe. And then when we step back, this is all before Netflix has really ramped up its advertising business. So we think sometime, maybe later this year, Netflix takes another price increase, widens that gap between the ad-free tier and the ad-supported tier, and really just drives that trade-off of, do you want to pay for ads? Okay. Or do you not want to take ads? Okay, you're going to pay a lot more. And if you're a little more price sensitive, great. They'll monetize you exactly the same way with that ad-free, ad-supported tier. So there's a lot of levers for growth here. They're just getting started on advertising, and we think that continues ahead.
Do you expect Netflix to be more aggressive in competing for live event programming or the rights to the NBA, for example? I think of Amazon, I think of Apple TV as maybe being a little more ahead when it comes to sports broadcasting. Am I right on that? And would you expect Netflix to get into that game more aggressively, quickly?
Yeah, I think you're right on that characterization. Amazon, YouTube,
YouTube,
Apple TV all had quite a bit of success within there so far. So I'd expect the bigger players to keep writing the checks. Netflix is more toe in the water, if you will. I don't think any of us had WWE on the bingo card entering this year. So that was interesting to see. We'll see how many people watch Mike Tyson and Jake Paul punch each other in the face in the June timeframe. Probably a lot would be less. And then we'll watch how it goes from there.
Justin, thank you very much. Appreciate your time today. Justin Patterson. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that does it for the exchange. Contessa Brewer getting ready across the way. I'll join her for Power Lunch in a moment on the other side of this quick break. See you then.
Worth talking about.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Power Lunch. Alongside Contessa Brewer, I'm Tyler Mathisen. Glad you could join us. Coming up, the DOJ taking aim at Apple. The tech giant facing a massive antitrust suit. The stock worst day since August. More on this, Contessa, in a minute.
Well, plus we have the FTC presenting results of its long-awaited supply chain study
that affects names like Walmart, Amazon, Kroger, and others. We'll have that for you.
But first, let's give you a quick check on the markets, and they have been moving higher today following yesterday's Fed decision. Record highs now across the board. The Dow up 312 points at 39,824, almost at 40,000. The S&P 500 up 24, about a half percentage point there, and the Nasdaq higher by also about a half percentage point at 16,440.
As for the S&P right now, let's get a quick power check on the positive side. You have Micron surging on a big beat. On the negative side, Darden Restaurants missing on revenue. Look at that. Darden is off by 6.33%, and Micron up by 16.5%. We have more on both of those names still ahead today.
All right. We begin, however, with Reddit. Exciting day for that company, marking the first social media IPO since all the way back in 2019, 5 years ago. Shares opening at $47 a piece. But beyond social media, there's a lot of discussion around its role in the AI area. Listen to what the CEO had to say about that.
The value of our data is growing. In a world where more and more content on the internet is created by artificial intelligence, the premium on actual intelligence, which is what Reddit is, continues to grow.
Here to discuss is our own Deirdre Bosa, along with Deepwater Asset Management's Doug Clinton. Deirdre and Doug, welcome. Good to have you with us. Deirdre, I'm going to turn it over to you to ask the first questions here.
Okay, well, I guess then, Doug, I will ask you a question. What do you make of this Reddit pop? Of course, it's still early. It has to settle. But, I mean, 50%, that's pretty good. It's not as good as yesterday's IPO, that Astera Labs 70% pop. Do you think that Reddit is more AI adjacent or kind of like an AI company as it's been trying to present itself throughout the roadshow and in the S1?
Deirdre, I think it tells us, number one, that the IPO window right now for tech, especially if you have a little bit of an AI story, is wide open. In terms of Reddit itself, I don't think that their AI story is as clear as Astera Labs' story. And the reason I say that is still the majority of Reddit's business and the majority, I think, of the future in terms of how the stock reacts will be dependent upon their ability to convince advertisers to spend more on the platform. In terms of AI, they have a great deal with Google. It's about a $60 million a year contract with Google for Google to use Reddit data to train its LLMs over 3 years. And I think that shows that there is certainly value of the data. The challenge that we have is there's not that many big buyers who are creating these foundation large language models who can come in and spend $60 million a year. And we just saw with Inflection sort of having some changes amongst their founders going to Microsoft, there may not be that many companies that actually survive that can afford to buy this expensive data.
It's a great point. And, you know, right now, Reddit gets nearly all of its revenue from that advertising model, and it competes with much, much bigger platforms. So that's why I think that licensing data, the fee that it got from Google, which was $66 million, that represent about 6 or 7% of its expected revenue this year. I just wonder, Doug, how sustainable is this? Like a real business model for them? You have even Sam Altman himself trying to play down the use of that, saying that they draw from many different sources when he's talking about the New York Times lawsuit and them saying that OpenAI is drawing on their data without their permission. So how sustainable do you think it really is?
I do think it's sustainable in at least the near term. So as we have this AI arms race, we have these huge competitors, OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, building models that really compete directly against each other to get toward artificial general intelligence. I think the Reddit data is important for that because they are in some ways, you know, these communities, 100,000 active communities, sort of like expert networks on some very niche and useful topics. But I think over the longer run, as these models do get more toward artificial general intelligence, there's probably a cap to the value of that data from Reddit.
So let me ask you, Doug, how important is profitability and how soon for Reddit? In other words, this is a company that has nice revenues, but no profits so far.
Profits are tough in social media for all of the companies that really don't have scale like Meta. Social and advertising in general online is really a scale game. If you have the scale of a Meta and Instagram, you can drive incredible profitability. You look at a company like Snap, who is kind of in that second tier, I would argue, with a Reddit, with a Pinterest, and you see that the profitability dynamics are a little bit different. I think that's going to be one of the key stories in terms of Reddit over the next couple of years, Tyler, is can they get to profitability? They spent more than 50% of revenue on R&D last year. That is partly because they're still sort of subscale relative to some of these other platforms. They can find some good leverage in their model and continue to get those ad dollars to come onto their platform. I think that could help the story a lot for them.
Meanwhile, Deirdre, we learned that in a prospectus for this IPO that Reddit said that the FTC is investigating its data licensing practices. How much of a hurdle is that?
We don't know very many details about that, but it just does raise this tricky issue of how do you actually value that data in this age of AI? How much is it worth? The Washington Post did this really interesting analysis. They got a hold of a Google data set where it showed the weightings of different websites. And you look at a New York Times, and it had something called 100 million tokens versus 8 million for Reddit. So when you look through these different sources for these large language models, there's also going to be discrepancy between them. And then you layer on regulators' concerns. Do the companies have the right to even sell this data? It just kind of tells us that we're early, and it's not exactly clear how it's going to be valued and how they're even going to be able to get money.
But does that mean that the Redditors are not using the diversity of language that the New York Times writers are?
The quality, it's a good point. We haven't even talked about the quality of that data. You know, we heard from Steve Huffman earlier today, and I was laughing when David Faber was talking about NSFW, not safe for work, is a term that he had only just heard of. But that is what a lot of Reddit revolves on. And you have to wonder, is that the data that people are going to want to, or data scientists are going to want to pay for versus sort of the prestige journalism of the New York Times? I don't know. I'm not making a statement either way.
David needs to get out more. All right. Thanks very much, Deirdre Bosa. Thank you very much. And Doug Clinton, we thank you as well.
The other big headlines that we're following today in the tech world, the DOJ, along with 16 states, filing an antitrust case against Apple's iPhone monopoly, the alleged monopoly. The stock down nearly 4%, actually a little more than 4% in real time. Let's listen to what Attorney General Merrick Garland alleges.
Today, Apple's share of the U.S. performance smartphone market exceeds 70%, and its share of the entire U.S. smartphone market exceeds 65%. Apple charges as much as nearly $1,600 for an iPhone. But as our complaint alleges, Apple has maintained monopoly power in the smartphone market not simply by staying ahead of the competition on the merits, but by violating federal antitrust law.
Joining us now, Steve Kovac, who's covering the story. Also, Carl Szabo, internet law professor at George Mason, and Maurice Stuckey, former FTC advisor under President Biden. Gentlemen, it's great to have you all with us. Steve, let me begin with you today. What's the response from Apple about the lawsuits?
Lengthy. Let me put it that way. First of all, they're going to fight this. They're going to fight it in court, and they say this lawsuit is a fight against their innovation. It's going to hamper their ability to make great products people like. They also point out, they talk about their global market share a little bit, which is interesting because this is a U.S. case, but basically trying to make the case, we're small. We're just 20% of the whole smartphone market. Android is, you know, this global behemoth beyond us. But again, U.S. case, like Merrick Garland just said. And they're also just talking about how so many of these allegations throughout the lawsuit basically says, look, you know, everything they're accused of, they have a reason for. And it all comes back to privacy, security, best experience. That is basically the argument they're making.
Although, I'm not a lawyer, and I really don't even play one on TV, but I will say that when you look at the defense that gets made in antitrust cases, having an excuse for it has not worked in the past. It's not enough to just have a reason for it. Maurice, you worked for the FTC under President Biden. You know that this is an administration that has been laser focused on breaking up the potential for monopolies and antitrust practices here. What do you make of the case that we heard from Merrick Garland?
It looks like a very strong case because what they're alleging is not, like with the Epic lawsuit against Apple, not anti-competitive effects that are confined to one area, but really a concerted effort by Apple to prevent disruptive innovation from threatening its monopoly. And the way it did so is by degrading quality, reducing interoperability. So you can offer a justification for something that might be arguably pro-competitive, but it's going to be a lot harder for the courts to swallow doing something that degrades the quality and performance for Apple iPhone users.
Professor Szabo, respond to Maurice there. I take it you view this allegation, these lawsuit allegations, as deficient on the law and the facts, specifically with respect to protecting consumers from harm.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, this is March Madness. This is a baseless claim predicated on the simple fact that consumers are not being harmed. Now, my colleague over there was saying how the devices have not continued to improve. That just doesn't match reality. It seems like every other day I'm getting some new function or feature pushed to my phone by Apple as part of an iOS update. They are constantly innovating. Let's look at competition in the marketplace. There's Apple and there's Android. So you have the Department of Justice that is actually suing Google, the maker of Android, for being a, quote, monopoly, and now suing Apple for being, quote, a monopoly, yet they're direct competitors. So you got to pick one. Which is it? And finally, we have to look at what is the purpose behind this. The complaint is, well, iPhones are really expensive. Yeah, they are. That's accurate. But the thing is, if people don't want to pay a premium price for a premium product, they can always go out and buy an Android phone or another different device. And that's competition in the marketplace. It's like complaining that Sonos speakers are too expensive. Yeah, they're expensive. They're a premium product. But at the end of the day, the claims in this lawsuit just don't make sense. And it's absurd that our Department of Justice is out there fighting to decide whether we see green bubbles or blue bubbles on our phones, or complaining that the Apple Watch only works with Apple devices. Come on, this is not a legitimate complaint. Everything's being done for security, safety, and improving the ecosystem and experience on the phones.
Steve, why don't you address Carl's point there? And to his point, you sure don't hear a lot of customers complaining about Apple's ecosystem.
And this we just keep buying more Apple.
You just keep doing it. You just go, this works. I'm happy.
But that's also Merrick Garland's point. It works. You're happy. You love it because they've made it so. Because you don't know. You don't know what you're missing, Tyler. This is Merrick Garland's and the Department of Justice argument. You don't have the capability of maybe using your Garmin watch in a fully functional way on the iPhone the same way you can use an Apple. This is you might disagree. This is just I get it.
I get it.
But for people who are in this Apple ecosystem, one, you can see how people who are in the Android system would look at this and go, right, they should break that up because it would give me more options and make the stuff that I have work better. But if you're in the Apple ecosystem, I thought it was really interesting that he's talking about the wallet and the way that Apple is now insisting on taking a share of personal data that belongs to my bank because I want to use tap and pay through my Apple wallet. It's something that it had not occurred to me, but I think where privacy is concerned, Maurice, jump in here. There are some relevant points to be made here about, are you doing the best thing for the consumers, or are you keeping everyone in this ecosystem and creating moats that don't have to be
And by the way, raising prices on phones every couple of years, that was another part of it where the consumer harm comes in, they say.
Yeah, so privacy is going to be a key pro-competitive business justification. But the complaint alleges, and it's actually true, is that if Apple were really concerned about privacy, it would actually take steps to improve it. I mean, the reason that it's getting billions of dollars from Apple, from Google, for Google to be the preferred search engine on all of the Apple devices is not because it promotes privacy, far from it. In fact, the incentives are contrary. But the more fundamental point here is that Apple protects privacy when it suits its purpose. And when it doesn't, it will undermine privacy with respect to like texting, for example. That's one of the examples given in the complaint. And I mean, to say that, oh, Apple users aren't complaining, well, it's hard to have the counterfactuals. Like, well, what if Apple users could have, for example, more app stores available? What if, and Epic pointed this out, what if instead of every app developer having to pay 30% for in-app revenues, could pay, let's say, 10% and pass that along to consumers? Consumers would be better off as well. So, I mean, I can understand why industry participants would be rapidly, criticizing the complaint. But, having represented Microsoft back in the day in the original case, the courts will scrutinize the justifications given by Apple. And when it comes to degrading performance for other services, the courts generally are not very sympathetic to those business justifications. And so Apple will have a rough road ahead.
We're running a little short on time. Professor Szabo, why don't you tie it off here, make your final point, and then we have to tie it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite simply, Americans love these devices because they just work. The fact that I can't install apps that I don't know who made them or where they came from onto my phone, onto my Apple phone, makes my device more safe, more secure, less spyware than what we see on our computers. So everything that we've seen has been pro-consumer. And at the end of the day, this doesn't pass the smell test because the market is highly competitive as people continue to buy not only Apple devices, but Android devices. So right there, you have competition in the marketplace. And yeah, prices are going up, but that is a lot more to do with inflation, supply chains, and government red tape than it does some sort of broken marketplace.
Interesting argument there. I'm sure we're going to come back and revisit this one. Thank you very much for making your points so clearly. Carl Szabo, Maurice Stuckey, and Steve. Thank you. Kovac. Coming up, two heavy hitters in the athletic retail space reporting results after the bell. One would be Nike, the other would be Lululemon. But which is the better bet for investors? We'll have a bullfight further ahead. Plus, stocks soaring today following the Fed decision. We will discuss the market, the economy, and more with BlackRock's Rick Reeder next.
Estimate today.
All right, welcome back. We got a news alert now on Boeing. Some troubling signs there for the company's CEO, perhaps. Phil LeBeau has the details. Phil.
Tyler, take a look at shares of Boeing, and they've been trading lower today, trending lower, and were slightly negative just a few minutes ago, amid reports that the Boeing board, if specifically Chairman Larry Kellner and some board members, are planning on doing a listening tour next week, going and visiting some of Boeing's largest customers here in the United States, talking with executives at those airlines without CEO Dave Calhoun and without Stan Deal, who is the president of Boeing Commercial Airplanes. So what you're looking at here is we have confirmed that these meetings will be taking place. It will be Chairman Larry Kellner from the Boeing board, along with at least one board member, visiting a number of their top customers here in the United States. Potentially, they might be visiting some of their largest international customers after that. And this is essentially a chance for Kellner and board members to hear straight from the customers what's not working at Boeing and how frustrated those customers are. We do know from talking with people familiar with these discussions that the airlines initially reached out to Boeing and said, look, can we meet with you? Can the airline CEOs, the largest customers, come and meet with you? Boeing then came back and said, well, why don't we have Larry Kellner and one of the board members, or at least one board member, come and visit each of the airlines as opposed to all the airline CEOs coming together at once. We should point out that we have reached out to Boeing for a comment on this. They have nothing official at this point, aside from saying that Dave Calhoun and Stan Deal are supportive of any meetings between Larry Kellner and board members and customers where they can discuss how Boeing can do a better job. So that's the story in terms of what we can expect happening next week as part of a listening tour with Larry Kellner, the chairman of Boeing's board, and some board members and some of Boeing's top customers. Tyler,
Okay.
back to you.
Phil, thank you very much. I'll take it from here. But interesting, and the share price for today still hanging on in the green. Meantime, the major averages are rallying for the fourth straight day following the Fed's plans to stick with its forecast of 3 rate cuts by the end of this year. Here with some reaction, Rick Reeder, CIO of Global Fixed Income at BlackRock. Rick, it's good to see you today. Thanks for joining us. So when do you think, when can we expect the Fed to make the first cut?
I mean, I think the market consensus going into the Fed was June. I don't think we learned much different around that. You know, there were a couple of comments yesterday that when the chair talked about we're trying to hit the inflation target, I actually said we're going to hit the inflation target over time. You know, we're still running above trend in inflation. In fact, yesterday I thought it was interesting. The Fed upgraded its growth forecast, upgraded its inflationary forecast, and then still gave the indication we can start middle of the year and quite frankly still get the 3 cuts in. So anyway, I thought that was, I think the market's reaction to it, it was better than could have been the case. And I thought it was I thought the share did a very good job yesterday thinking through, listen, we think the data is going to give them a better chance over the next couple of months. And I think, but we've got to see it. That is for sure.
You and I were both attending a conference at Emory University this week where you were addressing some of the inflation data points that you're monitoring, and they were as diverse as, and it was a big hit with the business students, as diverse as the prices paid for Taylor Swift tickets to insurance. Can you sort of set the thesis about where we are with goods and services inflation and how the Fed needs to change its monitoring of those?
Yeah, so I mean, as you think about it, I mean, I've never seen this in my career. I've been doing this a long time. You actually have a dynamic. The dichotomy between goods inflation and services inflation is extraordinary. So by the way, if you take a look at 3-month, there's a 3-month moving average goods inflation, or 1 year or 6-month moving average, you're actually having deflation or disinflation in goods, where services, the 3-month moving average of core services is still 6%. Why is this happening? There are parts of the economy I did talk about at the event, what people are paying, not just for Taylor Swift tickets, for F1 events, what they're paying for the Super Bowl, et cetera. But it is a microcosm of the fact that experiences in the world, people are paying. There's a cultural dynamic around paying for experiences and what people are paying for services. And some of that is because the price of goods has come down. You have more disposable income to spend on services. It's a pretty wild dynamic that's at play today. And listen, I think it will continue. There are parts of the Fed's interest rate tool does not affect some of the heavy levels of inflation. You think about healthcare costs, education costs, insurance. So there's a dynamic, and part of why I think the Fed is right to say the last mile is hard. Bringing down service inflation is very hard. But gosh, you look at the more cyclical component, i.e. goods inflation, it's actually negative. So, so it's time to start moving that rate down.
Yeah, I went to see Seinfeld 2 weeks ago at the Beacon Theater. There's inflation in those ticket prices, let me tell you. He was funny, though. He made me laugh about how much I paid. Let's talk a little bit about that. I'm curious here. You've made the case in my note that services inflation is the kind of inflation that is the least resistant to the blunt force tool that the Fed has, which is interest rates. Explain why that is, and therefore why it may be a little harder to get down to that 2% target that the Fed has when they're using a tool that may not work as well in that category of inflation as it does with goods.
So I mean, it's a long story. I mean, if you go back, and this is why I think the analog of look at what happened when you moved the interest rate in the 80s and 90s. You had a goods-oriented economy. You had an economy that was driven by, you think about energy costs, it was driven by hard assets. Hard assets are financed. Insurance is not financed. Healthcare, most of it is not financed. Education is not financed. So you have a tool that's incredibly imprecise, but what does it impact? And this is why I think the Fed needs to start moving it down. There are some real pernicious effects on parts of the economy. Lower income, you're seeing this play out in terms of credit card charge-offs. Some of the earnings reports you've been chronicling, lower incomes having a harder time. Commercial real estate, local banks are having a hard time. You talk about that a lot on the show. So what's happening is you've got a tool that targets parts of the economy that are interest rate sensitive and doesn't really hit the others, meaning you can get the tool back. I mean, the Fed, if you think about, if we're running 2.5% inflation, the Fed funds rate is 5 3/8. That's pretty darn restrictive. Even if we get 100 basis points off, it's still restrictive. And so I think that's the right mode. And I think the chair was very, very, very thoughtful about how he addressed that.
Given your worldview here, let's talk about where you think people should put their money. I was very interested that you are talking about private credit, emerging markets, infrastructure, and then, of course, I mean, you're the head of fixed income, so you think high-quality fixed income is a great option.
Listen, I mean, this is a pretty unique point in time. So if you think about, we talk about service level inflation. Why is the Fed keeping the funds rate at 5 3/8? Service level inflation is too high. What it means, though, to buy yield or to get yield, and we launched an ETF called BINC, where we're clipping 6.5, 6.6% yield. How do you do that? When you've got the risk-free rate at such an elevated level, you actually don't have to stretch to take that much risk, and you can get paid 6.5%. Buying things like investment-grade credit, buying things like European investment-grade credit. This is a pretty extraordinary point in time where not only can you buy growth in the equity market, you can build a lot of income in a portfolio and you don't have to take a lot of risk. I would argue today that companies, if you take their credit quality, they should be borrowing 200 basis points lower. The only reason they're not is because the risk-free rate is high, is because service level inflation is high. It's a pretty good environment to book, just get yield into your portfolio. And we're seeing that play out. We're seeing investors go in that direction. I think it's pretty powerful today.
Rick, it's great to see you again. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All righty, coming up, Olive Garden parent Darden lower after posting its first sales decline since the COVID pandemic. We'll have more on that ahead in the program when Power Lunch returns in 2 minutes.
NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at $2.72 a gallon. NYMEX diesel April futures settle at $2.66 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $81.07 a barrel. That's down 20 cents or 0.25%. And NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at $1.68.
Kramer.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Treasury's on the move today following yesterday's Fed meeting. Rick Santelli tracking the action for us. Hey, Rick.
Hi, Tyler. You know, our last guest just talked about how restrictive Fed policy is.
All right, hold on here.
Are set by our central.
Turn that off. Sorry, Rick Santelli.
Stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge.
So for me right now, let's talk about what Cappy's doing. So
for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
Old man breaky time. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. So here's where I am. For me right now, right? I would really like, I gotta be honest with you. I would really like to see, I'm like a cheap ass. I am such a cheap ass. I would love, I think I'm going to miss this. This is why I'm telling you this, because I think they're going to leave me behind. I think I'm going to get left behind here. But what I'd really like to see is just like this test of the 5-minute and then like some straight blood down here. That's what I really want. I don't think I'm going to get it. The hourly trigger is down here. I'll take the half-hour trigger. I'll take the hour trigger. But I really want that for this big fucking huge move. So for right now, I'm not in any calls. I need to see that happen. Or I need to see price get above. Price get above and the 1-minute trigger come up so that I can take that trade right there for tomorrow. So I have no trade. Personally, I got no trade right now. I got nothing that I want. I feel like there's traps everywhere here for a bull. Here's the other target down below here. Right down in here, there'll be these two little green boxes and stuff. So anywhere down in here, I'm down. Like anywhere you like, want to bring the party down here for me. You want to bring the party down here for me. Either of these places, I am super fucking down to buy some calls. So I really don't care what we do here is my point. I don't care if we go up. I don't care if we go down. I need to be up here with a back test. I need to be down here. Maybe down here for any kind of calls for tomorrow. So unless that happens, I got nothing. So what does that mean? I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna drink a beer. I just got 2 meetings and I'm like, I got all kinds of work. I just got told to get all this work. So I'm like, ah, shit, I got a bunch of stuff I got to do. So, and this is my birthday too. Like, so I still got work. Okay. So if I've got work and it's my birthday, what I'm gonna do is, I think I'm gonna crack a beer tonight. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh. Move that over a little bit. Can I move that over a little? Yeah, right over there, so we can see what's going on. Oh yeah, blood. So I've got no trade. Like I need price to come to me or go above for me to grab it. So I'm gonna sit right here, do nothing. And I'm gonna crack a beer, and I'm gonna hang out. And if anything comes my way, I'll buy it. But until then, I'm not gonna do anything. It's my birthday too, so I'm gonna have a fucking beer. You guys ready for a beer? So how about this? I'm gonna take a quick break, like 2 minutes. I'm gonna grab a beer. I've been breaking my dick. You guys have been breaking your dick. This whole week's been crazy, and you guys have been working hard, making a bunch of money, all that kind of stuff. Whoop. And let's see if we can find a dip to buy. And we will look for a dip. Let's switch over to SPX here. And we're gonna pause this right here. Let's put this on a hold on a second here. Let's draw this right here. Right there. We're gonna make that green. Make that green. And we're gonna whittle down here. Here we go. Right here. Let me bring that over. Hold on here. I don't know where that was, but there's SPX gamma. And this is what we're gonna watch right here. I guess I gotta bring that over. So right about here. Right there. See it right here? So I'm gonna stay right here. Did you say have some Cabernet, like Cabernet? You know what's really sad is I just bought my such a pain in the ass doing that. Now I'm down here. Now I'm leading price down. I'm like, well, if you're gonna come down here, might as well come on down and say hello to me. Come on over here. Now, how about down there? Come on down here a little bit more, a tiny bit more. So, and we have a new low here. This is good to see. So they can likely get more down here. So right there and right there. See if we can get a bloodbath in here. See if we can catch a bloodbath here. If we can get this next little level down here, trade this from 522.78. There might be another push up higher here. We'll go as high as that right there. If I can catch a little bit more blood. Oh, there we go. Yeah, right there. And I'm gonna have a beer. So I'm like, I'm gonna sit. I'm like watching. I'm like, I'm gonna be sitting here all fucking day. So I'm gonna grab a beer. Let's have a beer. It's my birthday, right? So that's what Joe just said to me a couple minutes ago. He's like, I'm gonna have a PBR in your honor. I'm like, I might have to do the same thing. So we're gonna do a beer on stream. Nobody's getting their asses torn out or anything like that. I hope right now. They shouldn't be. I think I drew it all out, wrote it all out for you, that kind of stuff. And I'll give you like 5 minutes. I'm going to grab a beer, be right back, and let's have a end of the day beer. It's 2:39 in the afternoon right now. I'm sure there's a bunch of doom out there. And we'll look for a dip to buy for Friday. Hey, thanks for saying happy birthday to me. I appreciate it. It's my 80th. It's my 80th birthday. So I'll be back with you guys in like, just give me like 5 minutes. It's 5 more minutes.
Better investment. And honestly, Tyler, to keep it simple, I think it's because Nike is a story that is all about recovery, which is a characteristic of this space and at this point in the cycle that we look for: recovery on margins, innovation, and valuation. Whereas on the other side, Lulu is much more about sustaining robust results, both revenue and margins, which we believe is likely going to prove difficult as they move into 2024, and slowing growth and high multiple is always a tough bet.
Where did Nike slip, Ike?
Well, honestly, if you take a step back a couple of years, I would say that the strategy management laid out in 2021 to put much more focus on the direct-to-consumer channel and kind of shun the wholesale channel has backfired. And it's caused issues, not just with the P&L and profitability and revenue.
What are they saying here? Nike and Lululemon bullfight? I don't know what that shit means. That shit doesn't mean anything. I don't know what they're talking about here. Analyst disclosure, Ike Burchaw from Wells Fargo. Yeah. Another guy with his ohm. Another guy begging for his ohm on CNBC. Close that shit up. Just a note for tomorrow, we have Fed's bar speech. That's at 12 p.m. tomorrow. That's a big one. And then we have Fed's Bostick speaking on seconds here. On Friday, we've got two speakers. We have Barr and Bostick. Fed's Barr and Fed's Bostick will likely come out tomorrow and say some doom, right? We know how this goes, right? Chair Powell comes out, does his speech, market reacts negative, and they'll send out some speakers and they'll say, it's not that bad, right? Market bounces. Same thing happens when the market reacts positively. Everything's great. They've sent out the goons, and the goons come out and say something like, I don't know, don't expect a rate cut ever again. Something like that. So tomorrow you do have two vol events. You've got a vol event at 12 p.m. You have a vol event at 4 p.m. Tomorrow. From now until that point, you've got nothing for volatile events and stuff like that. It's the only real thing that they can do is to try to come out and try to like say something negative or whatever. I don't know. It's bullshit. So like whatever to the Fed, I'm like, it's all fucking bullshit. So they talk out of their mouths all the time. So first off, let's have a beer. It's 2:42 in the afternoon. It's my lawnmower beer. It's one of my favorite beers out there. I learned how to drink this stuff skiing. If you're a skier out west, you already know about PBR. It's this shit. So if you like mowing a lawn, or if you're hanging out with the boys, or you're hanging out with the girls, or whatever it is, PBR is the drink, man. Or maybe hams. Hams or PBR. You can't get hams a lot of times out west, but unless somebody brings it to you. Here comes the rug pull right now. Bunch of doom and gloom. If you're in puts, congratulations.
$78 a barrel. That's down 17 cents.
I'm gonna turn on some music for the Bears right now because they're likely gonna get a good print here. If you're a day trader bear, day trader seller, congratulations. Let me get some jams going here for you. Can I find any jams for the Bears? They need a jam right now. They've been getting pain for the past couple days. See if I can find some bear jams. We'll play the bear jams again one more time. We'll do their favorite one. We'll do Dangerous Snow one more time because they fucking love the song. We'll turn it low though. We're not gonna make it crazy high or anything like that. Sellers looking for anything that they can get their hands on here. They're trying to get a low. I want you to know that if you don't know this, if you look at a 4-hour bar right now, there's a gap. You can see it on SPX Gamma. You can see the gap right here. This is, let me just draw this in for you so you can know that this is a gap. You may not know that, but there's a gap from right here. This is, we'll make that gray, I guess. Here's a gap down here. And these bears want it closed. And it also happens to coincide with this should be lower. There should also be, this is actually too high. No, this wasn't too high, was it? Yeah, I think we started right there. That was where the gap started. So we got a nice little gap over here on the left-hand side. They want this really bad, right? You can see that they're like, oh, God, just give me the gap, Phil. Just give me the gap, Phil. And sometimes they leave a little bit of that gap behind, right? So just right in there somewhere. If we can get that gap filled, or not quite filled, but kind of filled, we'll look for a dip buy down there. I'm still of the like, I can't buy this right now until we get down here. And I can't buy this unless we're above here with a back check. So there's no trade for me right now. Either way, I got no trade. I got nothing. Whether the Bears get prints or not, I got no trade. So hopefully they can get one more push to the downside. Hopefully buyers can push it down to the downside as well. Let's have a little toast here. Ooh, that tasted good. I've been sick. Now that beer was ice cold. That BEAR was ice cold. So I'm drinking that beer right now. We put some more music on for the Bears. Ugh. I'm going to give you an update right now as well. Give me about 5 minutes. I'm going to do an update for supporters and for like so a couple things. Let me mute this for a minute. So what I do around here is I try to give a off the cuff what to expect tomorrow. And then you get a market brief for supporters at nighttime. And I've been working so much that those market briefs are coming out pretty late at nighttime. So I've been trying to do them on the show, like a pre-market brief on the show. So I'll get you a market brief for what to expect for tomorrow if you are a supporter or a pro trader. So you have some expectation right now before the close of market direction for Friday. Also note that as we head into the weekend, if you're a supporter or a pro trader, if you want to know more about that, you can go to tradethetrigger.com. But if you are a supporter or a pro trader, I'm going to be releasing to you over the weekend 2 paths for the market. One of the paths is for a correction at 5,300 with a drawdown to about 495, 5,000, somewhere in there. 4950, 5,000, somewhere in there. Now that's the original. Once, like when we were down at like 5,000 before, I posted something that said, "Hey, we're gonna go to 530," and then have a pull down to 495.0 or something like that. Now that's the first corrective path, but there's a new path that's evolving. That path involves a rotation into small caps from big tech and the S&P 500. You probably already know this. I've already written about this in market briefs if you're a supporter or a pro trader. Now, that second path would mean that there's no full divestment from the larger or the sectors of the 2 larger ETFs, specifically Qs and S&P 500, NASDAQ and S&P 500. So if that doesn't happen, right, you won't get a liquidation phase to that correction. What happens is the money will shift over to IWM, and a lot of what's inside of IWM will hold up Qs and S&P 500. So you probably have a bunch of bears out there and sellers out there that are saying, we're going to blood this shit down to fucking 0, or where the fuck it is they're saying. And the truth is that there's a high chance that they'll be robbed of that correction that they're looking for down to 495.0. There's a potential there that we just rotate in and out one more time, just like we just did. We just rotated in and out before. They're gonna likely do it again. Now it's not positive, but you'll get both paths over the weekend. And when you get both of those paths from me, I'll show you on that brief what to look for if we are going to correct lower down to like 495 or 5,000. So you'll take it step by step in the corrective move to the downside. And if we do break below and start to get below 520, this is going to scare you if you're a bear. This is really going to scare you. If we get below 520 permanently, so that would mean that the corrective move would be 520. Not 500, not 495. It would be more of a consolidation. Matter of fact, we're trading right now 522. So right around here. Not too far away from here. This should be bottom-ish for that corrective path because we are likely not done going up. We are likely still going to trade 5,300. You're likely not going to get that correction even begin until we get up to 5,300. Sorry to tell you that if you don't know that out there. Some of you know this and some of you don't. People that are members do know this. Sorry to say it. Some of you guys understand what I'm talking about here. Some of you guys don't. Yeah, this is the bottom. So currently, this is bottom. 520 is bottom now. It was 495, but it's now 520. What you would need to happen is that rotation into small caps. You would need some reason for that money to rotate out of small caps while we're rotating out of S&P and Qs. And then that would open a door down below to 495, 5,000, 4950, 5,000. But I'm telling you out there right now, there are parts that there are people here that know that. So you'll get a more cleaner you'll get, or not more cleaner. I wrote that fucking thing at like last time we're at 5,000. I wrote it. So you're gonna get an additional companion piece to that of us not going down to 495, 5,000 with the rotation. If you're a bear out there and you're listening to me say these things right now and you don't know what I'm talking about, it's fucking $32 a month. It's so fucking easy. It's so cheap. The other thing too is, if you don't know what I'm talking about, and you're a bear out there and you're like, what the fuck is this guy saying? Please, on your own, find somebody that can explain it to you. Even if it's not one of our members, just find somebody out on FinTwit or some shit, and ask them to explain to you what I'm talking to you about. And I would also recommend, if you're never going to pay anybody or never going to fucking even talk to people for free and find out what this discussion is about, I would also say to you that you should keep your eyes on, at least keep your eyes on small caps. If you see that they're not selling small caps, you should definitely not expect the down move that you're expecting. You want to see the divestment out of small caps as well. It's not, when you guys see things like Apple's not doing well, think about this like a smart person, right? Apple's not doing well, right? They've got Microsoft, all these other companies. Where's that money going? Ask yourself that question. Where is it going? It's likely going into small caps. And there's some overlap in those indexes. So just be careful out there if you're a seller, that you might not get what you're looking for. You guys, when you guys get those moves to the downside, you guys understand this? You have like a 1 through 100 rating for an index, for a sector. I'll slow down here because I don't talk about this all the time. I should talk about it more. There's sectors within an index. Okay, we'll talk about the S&P 500. It's the easy one, right? You have sectors inside of the S&P 500. You can actually look in the sectors. There are a bunch of different ways to look, but you can actually see when money comes into these sectors and exits these sectors. And they rotate into like high risk stuff. Then they go to like mid cap, or like mid cap, not so much risk. They go to like low risk stuff. Now, when they're doing all of this, right, you can actually see the accumulation in these sectors. And they go from like, it's about 0. It's not really 0. It's like 3 to 100. Now, when we're rotating in, right, they'll rotate in. The rotation will start anywhere from like a 3 to about a 20 or 30. And the sector will move up into about a 70. Okay, about a 70. Now, when they rotate out of that sector, I sound so stupid how I'm saying this. Trying to keep it simple. So then, like, we'll go down from like 70 to 65 to 50 to 40 to down to about 30 or 20. Okay, like 30 or 20 on that sector. And if you're in like a high risk sector, like let's say it's XLK or some shit like that, XLC, what you'll see is if we don't get below the threshold of 20, there won't be a sector liquidation. Listen to me closely on that. A sector liquidation. If you don't get a sector liquidation, you don't get the lows that you're looking for. So if let's say we trade down to 520 or 515 for half a day, and we don't trigger a sector liquidation across the board, or even sector by sector, what'll happen is you won't get that big low that you're looking for. When we just saw that happen, we had a rotation, believe it or not, and sure enough, we didn't get the bloodbath that everyone was expecting. So we'll monitor it. If we get down there, if I start seeing sectors getting down below 20, I'll warn you. I'll be like, hey, they're about to liquidate this shit. If they liquidate that shit, we will see boom, straight downs happen. You will see the 495.0 and the 5,000 and that kind of stuff. But right now, it's not showing it. This all looks like a rotation to me. Now, you should also expect, if you're a bull and a bear, heading into the 5:30 or whatever, a couple things I need you to realize, okay? That trade to 5:30 is likely going to be an eye bleeder, like 5:20 to 5:25, 5:20 to or 5:24, 5:20 to 5:26, 5:20 to fucking 5:28, 5:20 to fucking 5:30 finally. And the reason for that is because the rotation that's taking place into small caps. You understand the thesis here? So you'll also see Qs do the same thing, like it's good. It's just not great. Like trend should be in small caps, big moves up, big pullbacks, big moves up, and getting some higher prices in small caps. Now, if any of those mechanics change, I will let you know. So give me a few minutes. I'm going to write out a report for you, draw out a report on a chart here for you on expectations into tomorrow. It'll be a pre-market brief. And then depending upon what time I get to it tonight, you'll get something more in stone. Do you guys have any questions about what I just discussed? Does anybody here, like, what is he saying? I'm a member and I don't know what he's saying. Do you guys understand these concepts? You need to. I don't care if you're a seller. I don't care if you're a buyer. You got to understand these concepts. Or at least be like, yeah, I get it. Even if I don't agree with it, I understand what you're saying. Cap's time frame is shorter than you like to trade. That's not true. So I got a lot of, no offense either. So that's not true. I need to be very clear here because my time frames were shorter before we made the jump. I need to be extremely clear here. We trade a 1 minute chart here. We trade an hourly chart here. We trade an hourly chart with a supporter level. And if you are a pro trader here, I actually chart out the entire year for you. You get the entire year from me. I show you 1 day charts. I show you 4 hour charts, 1 hour charts, 1 minute charts, and 30-minute charts. So the truth is that if you want to trade a higher time frame, we offer that. And at times I even post those charts for supporters. So I'll even put a 1 day chart up for supporters that is much, much, way farther out in time. Weeks, months, and a year. So that was true before we made the jump. So right now those charts are available. I even post them for free. As a matter of fact, I just posted one recently, had it pinned to my profile on Twitter. And a gentleman asked me about it last night, as a matter of fact. And that was a 1 day chart for SPY that you could trade for the next fucking 3 months, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, that's not true anymore. A lot of things that people think are true today are not. In no way, no shape, no form. This jump has allowed us to do a lot more than we ever were able to do before with you guys. Okay? I'm not mad or anything. I'm not, like, ripping on you or nothing like that. But it's good that you brought up the question because I think that there's a lot of assumption as to what we're doing now, and it's not true. So it's a good way to dispel that stuff. All right, so I will see you guys in about 5 minutes. I have to get this done for our members so they have a pre-idea of what to expect tomorrow. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. I'll be right back. It's going to be like 5 minutes, 10 minutes or so I can get these guys all wrapped up. Because we did the same thing yesterday, right? Did the same thing yesterday. We kind of traded that, didn't we? So I want to make sure that these guys have what they need so that they're prepared for tomorrow. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. Oh, and someone asked about Gamma. I have an announcement for you guys. So we have a full Gamma suite coming out here shortly. Actually, we're going to add it to what we're doing. We got a really cool Gamma suite coming out. We actually started doing that stuff with through Pervillis years ago. So now we get all our Gamma stuff. From there, we actually are building a whole entire Gamma suite first. So if you're Gamma Bro or something like that, we got some really cool stuff coming your way. I'll be back here in just a minute. I want to tell you guys something really quick. You guys been around here since day one, right? You remember these conversations we had about we get this development going. We're gonna blow your faces off around here. I got some really cool shit coming your way. This is retail for retail, and it's gonna be special. So stick around. I'll be right back in just a minute. If you are a supporter level or higher for tomorrow, we could likely come off this into the close today, right off this half-hour trigger, and begin the move higher. But into tomorrow, Monday, I'm looking for above 525 to just get above there. We might possibly come back down into next week, back down to this 520, and then we're going to go up there and trade 528 or so. Something like that, but just right down in here, we could end up doing it just right here. Let me draw it this way for you. So if you guys want, or if you're a member of some kind, expect a move higher into the open tomorrow at some point on Friday, possibly into Monday, but we are now targeting a trade higher into just above 525, break through that kind of stuff. I personally would like to see the rest of today be weak. I would really like to see that gap get closed and then we make that move higher into tomorrow. You'll get a better plan from me after the close today, but I'm still on that trade to the upside. If you want to take a snapshot of that for tomorrow or something like that, you can. Take a little snip, and this is valid as long as we stay above 520.36, $520.36 on the S&P 500. Personally, I would really like to see us get down here before the end of the day today if possible. We may not, though. They might just aggressively send us up there. Price target is still valid to the upside to 5,300, whether you like that or not. And then we'll deal with the weekend and what we're going to come back down into. Hold on. Oh, shit, I got that on. Whoop. Scaling out a little bit, right? You also know that if we break above and back check, you also know that if we get above and back check the 1 and 5 minute trigger, that the buy on the half-hour trigger is valid, and we will make that run up there to grab 525 on SPY. Cool? That makes you angry, doesn't it? So that's it. That's your pre-market brief from Captain Jim James. Fairly simple, right? There's one more thing to be said here. This is what I want to talk to you about here, which would be on a lower time frame. This is why. So I want you to remember something. This is a 1 hour time frame. You might be like, well, what about the next 15 minutes or the next 5 minutes, or fuck that guy, Cap, I trade the 1 minute trigger. So let's go look at that really quick. So just down inside of here, this gap hasn't been closed yet, right? No guarantee that we close it. So there could be this end of the day stuff where you see, one more rejection up here. We blast down into 4 p.m., but that's still the dip buy down below. So just like this whole mess right here, this whole stuff hasn't been figured out yet. If we're going to blast down, close that gap to make that run to 525, you shouldn't be buying like fucking 525 Cs for like tomorrow expiry, any of that kind of shit. Like think about the time frame that I'm giving you. Think about the time available for you to take that trade safely, or even just buy the S&P 500 with a stop below. So this is all valid to the upside. Price target about like 526 and $5.26 or something, 526.50, something like that. Personally, I like to see this gap get closed, but I don't know if they're going to do it. Does that help you guys out there? Does it not help you out there? Yeah, you could do 525. You could do 525, but you'd probably want to like date them out like a week or a month or something like that. And I would personally, let's look at this on a 1 minute chart again. So here's a 1 minute chart, right? Personally, let me get rid of all this crap again now that I did it. Remove all that shit. So just personally, right where we are. So let me go back to the trigger screen. So just personally, if this is the bottom for the move higher to 525, I still do like see how we get 525 right here? Like it's kind of like it's right here, right? And I said we'd trade 526. Something convincing like here. Like when do you initiate these trades? What time basis? What do you like? I want you, just because I'm telling you where we're going doesn't mean that you just like willy-nilly do whatever you want to do. You have to like think about managing your trades, telling you where we're going. The frame that you're on, is it like a call spread? Like, is it a call spread where it doesn't matter if we roll down, right? Is it a call spread where it's like, bam, okay, we got the down move, and then we went up, right? Your call spread's not going to care about that, is it? Not going to care about it, is it? Where is the place? Where are your stops at? Right? Does your call spread not care about this? Time? Is it dated for Monday? Is it dated for Wednesday? Is it dated for next Friday? Right? Do we just start going up here and you get a print immediately? Are you taking the call spread only to here so you get max profit up here? You got like so many different mechanics you have to think about. The other thing too here is, let's say you're like, well, Cap, there's not a lot of room between here and there if you're on an hourly chart. No, there is. There actually is. There is a path here for you to trade this. We already know how to trade this, right? You're looking for that right there to initiate the trade. Do you initiate there? No, you don't initiate there, do you? Because you already know that you're going to get something like this, right? You already know you're, hold on here. You already know you're going to get something like that. See how all this stuff kind of culminates? Kind of culminates, right? And then you get that big move right there, right? You already know the probability of success, right? You already know that your probability of success goes higher. Hold on here. You already know that your probability of success increases. Right? As you back test that cross, you're like, I'm good to go. We're good. Bam. And you're entering that trade right there, right? And what are you? Your big money shot caller. Some guy on FinTwit tells you we're going to crash. And where are they buying? Right up here. And you're exiting. You're like, thank you very much. I'm going to sell you some calls. Bye-bye, asshole. Make sense? You already know how to manage the trade to the downside, right? It's down here, right? Right down here. So you pretty much have a plan for me. Like if you can't manage that plan right there, you don't belong in the market. That's a fair point. Aces 10 just said, hey Siri, YOLO spy calls. I get it. I get you want to YOLO spy calls. That's up to you. That's not me, right? I'm not giving you the financial advice as to how you trade this, what to do. The only thing that I can do is tell you this is where I think the market is going, and give you that as the tools to the education on how to know how to manage your trades. Like that's all I can do. You can't really ask for more from me. A lot of you guys out there are like, let me copy trade you. And I'm like, dude, you can't do that. It's illegal. Like you guys need to be managing your own trades. The only thing I can do for you is be like, hey, I want you to be aware of this stuff. I want to teach you some educational tools, how to manage your trades. And you guys take your own trades. It has to be like that. And when does it become invalid? We know when it becomes invalid, right? We know that if we reject underneath the hourly trigger, trend is dead for the bulls. We know that. We know it. We all know it. You know it. I know it. Right? We know how many times buyers or sellers will call bottoms and tops with fucking price underneath the hourly trigger, with price above the hourly trigger. And they're wrong. You'll see me be wrong, right? How many times have I been like, yeah, fuck that, I'm buying this dip. And I get smoked. I'm the perfect example for you with what is actually what. We don't need to argue about that on this show. We've been doing this too long around here. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you're new here, you don't need to become a member. Just show up every day. Show up every day in the stream. Show up every day in the stream. Show up every day in the stream. You get a free education. It's free. It's fucking free. It's easy. You literally don't have to give me $1. I don't even want $1 from you. I'd be as happy with 10 people. This has been free for 3 years. Cost me 6 figures to do this. It's cost me my win percentage. It's cost me so much to be here. So I do this because I love you guys. You guys are my friends. We've developed a relationship over 3 fucking years, right? 7 hours a day, 7.5 hours a day. I'm sick right now. Like you guys are my friends. You're my family. So if you don't want to pay, you don't ever have to. Just stick around. It's free all day long. It's been free for 3 years. It's going to be free for another 10 years. Cool? All right. I will be back. I'm going to drink a beer. It's been a long week. A lot of us here, community members here. It's not just been a long week for me either. We led up to this about 2 weeks ago. So in our community, we discussed the coming volatility before anybody else out there. Nobody. You had a week of preparation. I prepped you for it. We traded this whole entire week. Fucking perfect. And we're going to do that again next week. And we're going to do it the week after. And we're going to do it the week after. And we're going to do it the week after. And we're going to do it the week after because we have the tools. We've got what we need to do to trade it like this, day in, day out, week in, week out. If it goes the wrong way, we know exactly what to do there. So, it's pretty easy. Stick around. And you got me more than you ever did before. You got me all the time now. You own my ass. You don't believe me? Go ask like Andy Const. The guy's a Blackwater guy, right? He'll tell you. So I'll see you guys. I'm going to be here. I'm going to stick around until 3 p.m. You got my what you expect from me tomorrow. Let's have a fucking beer and hang out. Let's see what happens right now. They're going to leave that fucking gap behind, man. They're assholes. There's an algorithm out there. It's like, yeah, fuck you. We're going to leave that gap behind. We're coming back here, Cappy. I'm like, I know we are. We're going to come back to 520 like 3 more times. You might not know that. I do, though. We're going to be at 520 like at least 2 more times. At least 2. 522, 520, somewhere in there. I love all you guys out there, more than you know. I love all you guys out there. We're family now. Probably got an older brother out there trying to beat me up and shit. I got you now, Jim. I'm going to throw you off the top bunk bed. Your sister's now going to fart in your face. Fucking Step Brothers. You guys ever see that movie, Step Brothers? Oh, man. Oh, and guess what I didn't do? I got the, what up, cowboy? How you doing, brother? The, fucking, we fucking, I got a fucking, the fog machine came in finally. I got the fog machine. I got the fucking laser show that's going to burn my eyes out. The first free moment I have, I'm going to hook that shit up. You touch my drum set? The Catalina mixer. Mom, meatloaf. Bring me my tendies and my Mountain Dew. Let me turn these back on so I can rotate the room with you. Oh, do I really? No, I did not know that, Permabill Tom. I didn't know that it was bad for the gear in the office. I wonder if I can turn it on with a fan blowing it out of the office and just have like the cloud going that way or something. So it doesn't, I never thought of that, Permabill Tom. I figured that I'd have to run. I figured if I turned it on, I'd have to leave. Like, bye-bye stream. See you later. I've never been. I've never been to the Catalina wine mixer, but I wish I have gone. I've known people to go, but I've never gone. Come on, Bears, last chance. No, I'm with you, Permabill Tom. You know what I'm gonna have to do is I might have to put a fan, dude, like maybe I'll have like a window open over like in the other room and have like a series of create a, what is it called? A negative air pressure. Maybe do like negative air pressure and just have have the fog blowing past my face or something. Good point, brother. I can do that. I can do that. I can do negative air pressure. Yeah, plastic sheeting everywhere. I'll start looking like American fucking Psycho and shit. Put on my white suit. Start putting plastic everywhere. Bears, I just want you to know that right now is your last chance. 3:22 in the afternoon. Bears' last chance. Bears' last chance right now. Yeah, everyone has a kill room, right? Ooh, yeah, dry ice would do it, wouldn't it? Well, that's the other thing I got to do. So someone told me to go to water cooling. Bork did. Bork told me that I should put water cooler. Well, I mean, I don't think he recommended it. Yeah, I think there was a time when he recommended it. So I think I got to go to. I went looking at water coolers, but I haven't bought them yet. Well, Bork warned me. He's like, you're gonna find a water coolers, or I need 2 different water coolers. But he's like, you're gonna find water coolers. They're gonna tell you they fit and they don't. So what I need to do is contact. Remember that computer guy? You guys remember that computer guy? Remember when I ran all over town? It's like, that's my guy. Like, I tip that guy so big. I'm like, look, and I'm never going anywhere but you. And I have to call him and be like, I have to do it over like a 3-day weekend or something and be like, dude, I need water coolers. I didn't buy them because I don't want to buy something that he doesn't think will fit. I did look at them though. Okay, so keep the humidity down. Roger that. Okay. I do that already. Thanks, Aces 10. This is like a one deal. This is like not a one-time deal, but I want to do it like, if we're at like 530, 5,300, I'd love to do it. If we were at like 3,500, I'd like to do it. Like anything kind of crazy. And then some people are like, oh, whoa. Just in rare instances, once a quarter. Oh, these Bears, dude, they're watching this. They're watching this right now. They're so, and Dixie is ripping right now, by the way. These Bears, should we just draw it in here? I want to draw it in let's do it for the Bears. Bears deserve this. You ready? Let's just draw it in for the Bears. Let's draw it in for the Bears. One right here. Rejection right there. Right? Oh, yeah, right there. Right fucking there. That's much sexier, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Ooh, it's red, too. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's like flashing neon lights. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Last chance, Bears. Last chance, baby. Here's where's 4 p.m. I bet you 4 p.m.'s right over here. Look at that. Oh, yeah. And look at that. This is like 4:15 right here. Bears they want this so fuck. Oh, look at that, dude. It's almost perfect. That's 4:15. Look, it's near perfect. I know there's a bear out there right now. He's like, oh, fuck yeah, just give it to me. We're gonna park it on the hourly trigger at 4:15. It's gonna be a bull trap. There's an engulfing bear candle. And we're going to trap all these bulls in there, and then they're going to wake up on Friday, and we're fucking down 100 points. Cody Max, baby, what is he saying? IWM still pumping. Rotation continues. I can only get so erect. The rotation continues into smalls, baby. The Russell Crowe wearing all kinds of gold chains and diamonds and shit. Oh, God. There you go, Chase. You got it, brother. Ozempic. That's right, Addy. You got it, Addy. Biggie Smalls, baby. Small crappers. That's a Jedi Marcus favorite of mine. Goddamn small crappers. Everybody hates small crappers. It's a love-hate relationship with small crappers, isn't it? The dirty Russell pump. The Russell pump room is like only in business once a year. Well, you know what happened was, so I gotta say something about small caps. Remember during COVID? Do you remember? So when we were blasting down during COVID, right? I was in Wall Street Bets, right? Well, Wall Street Bets was so insane, right? Like, so everybody kind of knew it was going to happen. Everybody knew that we were going to roll. Like, everybody fucking knew. And fucking Wall Street Bets was like, I have $1,000, right? It's like, I got $1,000, and I'm going to buy a put for 15 cents. Like a week later, it was like, I got 10 grand, and the puts are now costing $5. Maybe like 3 days later. And so it was like, fuck it, let's roll them, right? And so now it's like, then we were like buying like $20, $30, $40 puts. And like trading like $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. I shit you not. Like, some guys were like fucking multi-millionaires. Like, this is one of the biggest mistakes in life. Biggest. So as the market's going down, right? And then the market started to turn to the upside. And I'm starting to lose some money. And I drank the Kool-Aid. And I'm like, and because there was one big like bottom dip where we came up, and then they rolled it one more time. That second roll, I drank the Kool-Aid. I was like, this shit's definitely going to keep going down. This was even after the printed digitally shit, I think. And I'm like, oh yeah, we're fucking fuck that printed digitally shit. And I lost a bunch of money. But here's where it got crazy. This is small caps. I remember talking to, I think it might have been Horse Silver Fat, but I'm not positive. It was somebody, and I was like, I pulled this like, this will never happen or something. I'm like, let me tell you something right here. I'm like, I don't give a fuck if tech goes up. I don't give a fuck if S&P 500 goes up. That's the broader market. You know what's not going up? Small caps. And IWM can suck my balls. And every one of those small fucking shit companies that go into zero, they're all going bankrupt. And they're all ghost shell companies anyways. Fuck small caps. Guess who outperformed everybody? Small caps. Small caps fucking went straight up. And it never fucking stopped. It just went like, it outperformed everything. Not the biggest fuck up of my life, but it was a big one. It was a giant. I should have been like all in small caps. Red line wasn't thick enough. It's not the size. It's how you refinance with 0% rates. Zach Morris and the boys, like the Atlas Gang and all those guys. Yeah, I heard about that in the Discord last night, I think. Middle of the night. I think someone was, I'm not going to say anything else from there, but let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a serious question about that, okay? Now, I'm not making any assumptions, and I'm not making any allegations. Just have a question for you. From my understanding, the Fed, right, like FINRA, the SEC, the FBI, anyone from the Fed, right? From my understanding, they build a case against you for a long time. They never come talk to you. They never, ever come talk to you until the case is airtight shut. So if you ever get let go, like, hey, they don't have a case against me, the thought would be that you've turned a bigger fish in. Now, I'm not making that allegation. I'm not saying that happened, but I want to know from you. You can say something, because I'm not saying none of that, but do you think anything like that happened? I have that question for you. Do you think there was a bigger fish to fry that's unknown? Do you think there's a honeypot? I'm not going to make any allegations about their discords or what they were doing. I saw what was the allegations were. I saw the arrests and all that stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's a honeypot. I don't know anything. I would be sketched out by it personally, but you get no proof or anything. But like, the Fed comes for you and you walk. To me, that's like big red flags all day long. It was Mr. Belding all along. And I've got no ill will towards anyone out. I'm not going to comment on them or anyone else or anything like that. I got nothing to say. Nothing at all. Nothing good, nothing bad. I got nothing at all to say. Bigger fish with Bostic. I just wondered. There's a lot of rumors. Rumor mills are going like crazy. People are talking. I know there's a lot of like lambasting, and there's lots of like shit being said. We are now above the 1 minute trigger on Reddit right now. Notice how they're selling it right off those levels too, right? How simple that is. Bam, right straight down here. Panic Reddit mods is below this target right here. And what do? We ricocheted right off it again. No, these fucking guys are trying to blood this down, man. You know, I might change my I might change what I had to say about tomorrow. How about this? I gave you guys an expectation for tomorrow. I'm going to change it. Ready? I'm going to change it. We actually trade down in the overnight. And then we trade up. Let me go back and do this here. Let your friends know in the Discord until I get you a proper one. Because we know this is all fake bullshit in the overnight, right? Opening bell. What am I doing here? Trigger screen. I'm going to change up my thought here. Just the way this is parking right now. Let's go to a 1 hour. I'm going to change my thesis here. I can do that, right? That's why I always like to let everything right up there. I think they blooded in the overnight. You get some doom and gloom. Just how we're parking this right now. That's why I like to do these things after the close, too. Right there. something like that. So there you go. There's a little sneaky Pete in here. These fucking futures traders. Sneaky futures traders. Sneaky PJ traders. Sneaky PJ traders right there. Can you let people know in the Discord, please? I'd appreciate it. There's still some downside risk in here in the overnight, and then a buy on the open for 526. So right in here, you see him trying to sell this down. You got like a little scam thing in the middle of the night. You get a little bit of red in the overnight, and then we wake up in the morning, it's green heading up north again. I'm going to switch that up just a little bit, just because of this right here. See this right here? These little sneaky PJ traders. If you're a futures trader, I would be looking for that dip buy down here in the overnight. Right down in there in the overnight. Definitely would not be taking zero dates here in the close. There you go, right there. There's the expectation. If you don't mind, if you are in the Discord, if you can let people know that the pre-market brief, I think we still go down here. Uh, 1600. Just that gnarly eyeball. So I would be flat if you were a bull and revisit it on the open tomorrow. I'll give you one last thing here. For tomorrow. If we trade sideways, we trade down tomorrow in the morning, I'd be looking for a dip buy for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week to get to 525. And one more thing here would be that if bulls exit the market on a Friday, wrap it up, go home, and the bears try to come in and do some layups or some shit on a Friday afternoon or all day Friday, we could get a little bit lower. It's possibly go all the way down to 520. Let's just be aware of that into tomorrow. No overnight trades. Yeah, I would be overnight trading. I'd be looking for if you're an overnight trader, I'd be looking for more doom, and I'd be trying to exit of 5200, 5200 on ES. 5200 on ES in the overnight. That's all I got. So, what time is it right now? 3:39, 20 minutes left. I might want to buy this fucking clothes too. Like there's a bunch of how your brain I don't know if your brain works the same as mine. I'm like, this is how my brain works. I'm like, well, if they can break it down here last 20 minutes, maybe you get a bloodbath to 415. And then maybe these bears in the overnight, the PJ traders take us down here. But by like 4 a.m., we're back here. And if I'm bought the fucking calls right here and I open up in the opening bell on Friday, I get a big fucking rip. And then by 10 a.m., 12 o'clock when Bostick comes out, bulls are exiting by like 10 or 11. And then the bears get their other fucking move down here to 520, close the rest of the gap. That's how my brain is thinking right now. No discounts right now. There may be in the future. No plans on it. We feel as though compared to anyone else out there that we're very discounted right now. $32 a month, dirt cheap, dirt cheap. It supports what we're doing. It supports the community. It supports all the work that's going on. We've got moderators, admins, developers. We got people that need to be paid for the work that they do. I'm trying to keep traders there too. Like we've got stuff that needs to be done. We've got development that needs to be done. So right now, I need people that are like, hey, I'm here to support the community so that we can build something. Oh, it's David AMS is here. David, are you there? Let's ask David what he thinks. David, are you with me on this trade or no? Yeah, we gave, I mean, everything, and you know, like the Discord is we did a free Discord. Like, we don't want the wolves anymore. We don't want the bots and the scammers and the Russians and all the crazy. The David, if you're here, I don't know if he's with me on this trade or not, but because of where we're parking it right here, David, do you think that the PJ trader is going to come in and try to slam this down for the open? Because that's what I think. Yeah, Russians. We have that. When you have an open free Discord, we have major issues. Our admins, dude, all they did, our moderators, our admins, guess what all they did? Fight bots, fight bullshitters, fight fucking scammers. And they're like good traders. Like, they need to be trading, not fighting that shit. It's the same as the chat for the stream. The moment that you charge something, they go away. They're out of there. They're bye-bye. See you later. 3 years of doing everything free. I know exactly where all the scams are. We've been scammed so many times, it's like, we're done. There's another aspect to this, too. If you put some skin in the game, you take things seriously. Whereas if you're giving things away constantly for free, everything for free, people don't take it seriously. They say they are, but they aren't. So skin in the game is a psychology thing for people. It's a weird thing. Like, people assign value to money. It shouldn't be like that, but it is. It really, truly is. And I got to be honest, like, we have teachers in our Discord that came to me and said, and I mean repetitively, I'm done teaching people. I would spend time teaching people in our old Discord, and they didn't give a fuck. They think it's just fucking free shit floating around everywhere. 3 years of that. I'm not doing it anymore for people. Everybody's time is valuable. Everybody's time is expensive. And they're not there to just stick around. It's not what it's about. You going to sleep, brother? Oh yeah, you're gonna trade the Agent Rangers? Right on. You don't have to do that. Just get the $30 plan, man. See what you find. See what's going on. $32. Do it for 1 month. If you get the 150 plan, you get the triggers. That's the big part of it. And you're gonna see. You're in this, like, we're in a beta test right now. We're not actually in like alpha mode or anything like that. We have a bunch of development going on in the background. We're trying to do plans for teachers to educate you. We have a lot of things in the works in the background. So this is like the base level. Like when you see somebody out there and they're doing stuff, you're in the ground level, so you're gonna get more than anybody else. When development comes through, you're going to get more than anybody else. You're going to be able to test things before anybody else. As a matter of fact, I've got a tool right now that's coming out. I just had 2 meetings about it. We got a tool coming out very soon here. I believe you guys are all going to be able to test it and see what you think of it. So you got a bunch of stuff coming your way. Oh, is it a fucking commercial? Dude, YouTube forces commercials too. I didn't know that. They force them even if I turn them off. I did not know that. They force them unless you're a YouTube Prime member. If you are watching this at home, you can get yourselves a sponsor block, and you look up a thing at home called sponsor block, and also look up. I shouldn't be saying this. Probably get kicked off YouTube saying this. Get uBlock Origin, and it is working right now for. It does work right now for Google Chrome and Firefox. I believe it also works for Opera. And you can watch anything you want on, like, maybe you do your regular work on Chrome, and then you like just get Opera to do this stuff. And it works on those browsers as of right now. Yeah, premium YouTube, exactly. They have forced ads now on YouTube. I can't do anything about it. I have no control over that. Yeah, it's nice not having the ads. Twitch Turbo, too. I didn't know about that. Yeah, Aces 10 saying no ads on Twitch if you sub. So there's options for you to watch the stream with no ads, no commercials. Yeah, and it's owned by the Chinese, isn't it? Isn't Opera owned by the Chinese? I know it works on Opera, or at least I've been told. Yeah, I've never had an ad. I've never had an ad when I'm on YouTube. When using those two tools, I've never once seen an ad. You're watching 5296 on ES. No ads with Twitch if you subscribe with Prime Gaming. Yeah, so there's opportunities for no ads for you out there if you want to watch with no ads. For free. Free. There's opportunities for you to chat for free here. If you subscribe via Prime, you can chat for free. It's that one extra step that keeps out the bots, the Russian bots, and the fucking... Oh, Outhouse is just saying he's never had an ad in the channel. Cool. That's awesome. You have to manually resub every month. That's a good point to be made. And also, people, I know that Legend XX Legend XX, he hands out subs on Twitch all the time, doesn't he? He rains it down in this. He like comes in and just like bam, 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 bam. Blissowitz, if you're out there, I love you, brother. I saw that shit earlier. Oh. Ooh. Coming into the close right now. Oh, yeah. Come on, Bears. Come on, Bears. You can still do it, Bear. Sneaky PJ traders. This is David AMS over here. He's like, give me it down here. Thanks, Legend. Yeah, that's another thing, too. One more thing, I'll tell you this. We have bots, and we have alert bots and tools in the Discord. We've got, like, what do we have in there? We've got Unusual Whales bot. We've got Trady Ticks bot. We like just that alone is worth the money. Those I think those two alone cost a bunch every month. So they're not like you can only have one request. You can fucking do it all day long. Sit in one room. You don't even have to want to be in the Discord. You just like get yourself a phone. Let's say like, hey, I'm not a Discorder. Join the Discord. Get an old phone and just leave those rooms open for those bots. Yeah, dude. Just that alone is worth the $30 a month. Get an old crappy phone. Turn on Discord. Just stay in that channel, and just be like, I'm gonna do a query right now. It's like no brainer. No brainer. Doom. Oh. Outhouse, can you not see any channels in there? Do you are you not able to see any channels? Are you not assigned a role? How about this week? So I said I would do it last weekend and didn't have the time. I will try this weekend. I'll make a concerted effort this weekend. I've been really slammed. I'm going to try to make a concerted effort to do a walkthrough with everything with members. Do some kind of like a live stream that's private. Maybe Bork and I Bork said he was doing some stuff for people, but I'm going to follow up with him and see if we can make a video or a live stream or something so that if you're feeling, I realize people feel uncomfortable in a Discord. They're like, I've never done that. I don't want to learn. But they've never had anybody to show them. So we have to still do that video. We haven't done that yet. That needs to be done. The reason I say that too is because I got walked through Discord. I haven't been on Discord a lot lately, and Bork was like, "Here, let me show you some cool shit since you've been away," and it's helped me enjoy Discord a ton more. And I'm actually in there more than you think. You just can't see me, but I'm actually in there. I'm in some private rooms in there, doing a ton of work. But you guys just don't see me in there. It's been fucking busy, man. I just need to get ahead of the curve for like 5 minutes. Like 5 minutes. Oh, you're not in the Discord yet. Okay. I thought maybe you were. Sometimes people get in the Discord and they don't have a role, so they can't see shit. We do have support tickets for that, by the way. We have white glove service too. We've got if you have suggestions or if you have problems, I can't figure this out, can't figure that out, we have 24-hour support. It's really cool. People to answer your questions. We fill out a support ticket. One of us touches you. It's either me, Joe, or Bork. One of us will get to you and walk you through whatever you need to walk through. So if you're feeling comfortable or, hey, I need this. If you ever like want to make friends in there too, and you're like, I don't have any friends, just open a support ticket. Like, can you introduce me to some people? Whatever you want to do. But you know, there's 24-hour support in that Discord. Oh, you want to tuck? You want to get tucked in? You guys want me to wake up? Yeah, parking the bus. Absolutely. Do you guys want like a nighttime tuck? Sometimes I'm in there at like midnight, 1 in the morning. I'm like, hey, I'm still working. I'm like, everybody's in bed right now, sleeping. Nice. Right on, Outhouse. Right on. Dude, Outhouse, we gotta have you. Do you do a lot of Discord stuff? We should have you talk to Bork. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, Discord is we gotta do a video, dude. James, we gotta do a video, brother. Once you get it, you're like, I love this. Discord's awesome. It's a safe place, and to some extent, it's a safe place. Like, you know, you get on Twitter and it's like, you're like, you know what? Fuck those guys. And somebody goes, that's it. I'm going in there to murder his ass in the comments section, right? Or you put your dick out there in Twitter and somebody comes and hunts you down and comes after you. Twitter's not like, or Discord's not like that. You form really good friendships in Twitter or in Discord. So like kind of a safe place. You can meet good friends there. I love it. I love Discord. Happy birthday to you. Cha 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 cha. That's what my kids say to me. They go, happy birthday, dear daddy. Cha 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 cha. Happy, dude, these bears want this so bad. You know, there's bears in this room right now, and they're like, blood this shit down in the depths of hell the last 15 minutes. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Look at. Do we have some blood music here? We gotta get the blood music back up and going again here. Hold on a second here. Ooh. Ammons, you're hilarious. Hey, thanks, sober guy. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Server guy's like, I remember the birthday. Jonicus, how you doing, man? Good to see you too, brother. The cha-cha-cha thing? Hell yeah. Cue the murder bot. Jade Pastor, what's going on? Hold on. This is my nasal I sound here. I drank one beer and I'm like, arr. All right, what do we got here? Let's see what's some more Doom music. We need some real Doom. I need some real Doom here. I don't get any, I need more music. Let's see what we got here. I don't see any Doom here. I don't got any more Doom music. I don't got any Doom music here. Try this. Hey, thanks, Mr. Talking Monkey. I love you, man. Thank you very much, Mr. Talking Monkey. I love you, brother. Can the Bears get down in the overnight? Do the Bulls get a better price on the open tomorrow?
With their nails done now.
Have a great night. 2 minutes left. Cheers. Happy birthday, baby. Let's do it. Woo!
Nails done. The girls with their nails done.
Woo! What up, Oda Nabunga, my brother? Let me check right now, Mr. Talking Monkey. Let me go look. Oda Nabunga, what's up, brother? Love you, my man. I saw you the other day. We tried to wave hi to you in the Discord, my man. Trader one, happy. Oh yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate. King Cow, dude, what's up? What up, brother? Good to see you, King Cow. What up, Jade Pasture? Oh, look at that blood. Where's I gotta go on the internet and find Mr. Talking Monkey, I gotta find your post. Oh, there he is, dude. It's first post on my feed, baby. Oh, what's happening? We getting that blood? If you're in puts, take them at 415. Take them at 415. Take the money at 415 on those puts. Well, I shouldn't say it. Not financial advice.
Nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Thank you, Mr. Talking Monkey. Thank you very much, Mr. Talking Monkey. And I love that you said Bob and Mary. Does anybody know who Bob and Mary is? Mary the landscaper and Bob in the basement.
I think the girls with their nails done now.
And he's got red and green candles on it. And Mr. Johnson.
Girls with their nails done.
Mr. Talking Monkey, if you're still out there, man, that was a fucking great post, brother. I love you. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I'm going to get on Twitter and start to say hi to you guys. Later, guys. Bye.